Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became Kokushibo and had Harem? Part 2. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Izuku Yagi, the Upper Moon's successor by Kahlua Zoldyck 3000. Izuku. Well, what a coincidence. Standing right in front of him and his friends were the girls of 1A and B. Izumi. Didn't expect to see you out here, again. Izuku. Neither did I. There was a moment on silence again. Nothing was heard, other than the many people chatting around the food stalls by around the corner. The girls of 1A and B awkwardly waved at Izuku's group, and they waved back. Izuku. Hey, sis, can we talk? Izumi. Huh, oh, yeah, sure. Izuku. Great, you guys can get to know each other first, alright. No causing any scenes or arguments. I'm looking at you, Inosuke. Inosuke huffed in response. Izuku grabbed Izumi's hand and dragged her to a dark hallway that didn't seem like anybody was using, at least, not by Izuku's senses. Izuku. So, Izumi. So, Izuku. I just wanted to say that this has to be the last time that we meet up out in the open. Like I said before, if a pro or security sees us, then we're all doomed. Izumi. But, Izuku. No buts. As your brother, I want to keep you safe, even if we're on opposite sides. Izumi. Alright. Izuku. Good, look, I'm sorry. I still wanna try to get along with you, even after all you've done to me, but if we're to have a chat, it has to be somewhere away from the public eye. You can't just approach me out in the open, it'd draw attention. We clear. Izumi. Yeah. Izuku. Okay. How much time until the next event? Izumi. About 34 minutes, but we're supposed to be back with our class, spot in the bleachers by 12:55, so, 29 minutes. Why, Izuku? I just want to at least strike a proper conversation with you. This is because I might never get a chance like this again. I'll try to get a quick chat with the other girls, but it might not be as easy due to them actually living with their parents. They might not trust me because, you know. Izumi. Oh, yeah. Izuku. Shoka's an exception. She's living with you, ain't she? Izumi. Yeah. Endeavor and our parents have been looking for where we live for ages now. They still haven't found out until today. They tried getting through to Principal Nezu to tell them, but he wouldn't allow it if we wouldn't. Izuku. That's good. At least you'd have less nuisances in your lives. How's life there in your apartment? Izumi. It's relaxing. Landlady's nice, and the neighbors are just as nice, and the neighborhood is quiet. Plus, the landlady planted wisteria trees around the place to keep demons away. It's a pretty peaceful life, if you ask me. Plus, it's by the beach. Izuku. Glad to hear it from your point of view. On my end, I only ever see you guys when you're asleep. You should really close your window at night. Some demons can fly, you know. Izumi. Wait a sec, we're on the top floor. How do you? Izuku. I know someone with a transportation ability. She gets us anywhere we want to be with her blood demon art. Izumi. I see. Hold on, are you stalking us? Izuku. If by stalking, you mean watching you guys sleep and spend your days, then yeah. Izumi. Does that include, you know? Izuku. While you guys are in the showers. No, I may be a demon and a murderer, but even I wouldn't stalk a lady in the showers. Izumi. That's a relief. Anyway, how about you? How's life been treating you? Izuku. Good. The Infinity Fortress is often quiet, and everyone there is nice to each other. Izumi. Really? Izuku. Hey, just because we're demons, doesn't mean that we don't have any emotions. Well, except for Doma, of course, but it's not his fault. Izumi. Oh, I see. Izuku. Look, if you're asking for what's been going on in general, then, my answer to that is, it's just the life I always wanted. Izumi looked up at Izuku. Izuku had a smile on his face. Izuku. When it's daytime, the moons would do their own thing. My master training me with my swordsmanship, along with most of the other lower ranks. Doma being in his place all day, doing his own thing. Akaza punching stuff. Hantengu sitting in the corner. Miss Nakame minding her own business. Gyoko doing his art. The likes. Izumi saw that Izuku was happy and satisfied with the life he had. She also smiled. Izumi. You deserve it. Izuku. Huh, what do you mean? Izumi. After all you've been through growing up, it's the best thing that could have ever happened to you. You were bullied by your own friends, including me. Neglected by your own parents, and then you were left for dead, by not just them, but society itself. The news announced your death, but they didn't even confirm if you were really dead. People believed it so quickly once it was announced. Izuku. You have a point. Hey, about the last thing you said, are you one of them? Are you one of the people that believed it immediately without any concrete proof of my death? As far as I can remember, I only left severed body parts of mine back there. Izumi. Your arm and your leg. How could people not believe that you're dead after seeing that? Izuku. True, but please, answer my question. Izumi. No, I wasn't one of them. Izuku studied Izumi for any sign of her lying. He didn't see or sense any form of her lying, so he half believed her answer. Izuku. Really? How so? Izumi. Well, let's start with how I reacted to the news first. Izuku. I'm cool with it. Izumi. When I first saw the news, I broke down. I started hating even the slightest sight of our parents. I ran away a week later. After running away, I found the apartment that I'm living in today. After I settled in, I did some digging on the news of your disappearances. I may have been stupid, but even I wasn't stupid enough to not realize some flaws in your plans of faking your deaths. Izuku. Really? How so? Izumi. Out of all of you, only the driver's bones were remaining. The only bones other than his were the ones on your severed body parts, and not more laying on the ground. If you guys were eaten by demons, then your bones would have been lying by nearby the ground, or even inside the bus, for that matter. Izuku. Now that you mention it, that does seem like something logical. Surprised you even noticed it. Izumi. I was surprised, myself. I never really thought I'd figure it out. I told the girls about it, and they gained some hope that you and the other three were still alive. We tried convincing the police to have a search party out, but they said that even if you were still alive, it wouldn't matter. Their excuse. Because of your lack of a quirk. Izuku. Sighs. Why am I not surprised? This society runs on the concept of quirks. Without one, there's only despair ahead in your future. Still, I'm glad you wanted to search for me and the girls, even if I was announced dead. Izumi. It was nothing. We wanted to find you, so we spent our weekends trying to look for you guys. But we never had any luck. We only had one lead, and that's the stuff that I noticed from your deaths that you guys faked. Izuku. I see. Hey, I have something to say to you. Izumi. What? Izuku. It's about something that came up 2 weeks ago. The day before I fought Endeavor. Izumi. Okay, what happened? Izuku. You see, when All Might made his announcement on TV about you having assigned Slayer bodyguards, I got pretty mad. Izumi. Why were you mad? Izuku. My brother instincts kicked in, and told me that it was just All Might not wanting me to come into contact with you. It pissed me off. I killed tons of fakes and villains out there that night. Izumi. Wait. Those 126 villains and 37 heroes that night. You were the one that killed them all. Izuku. Yeah, I didn't bother to eat the rest. I only ate the ones that didn't disgust me as much as the others did. I killed a few slayers, and they were the ones that I guaranteed I will eat. They were the ones that were actually worth it to eat. Izumi. I understand. You just want to cleanse this society, right? Izuku. Yeah, I mean, I've seen the truth of it multiple times already. The more truths I see or hear of, the more I grow to hate this world. It doesn't feel right anymore. It's way better back in the old days when quirks weren't a thing. This world is better off without quirks, anyway. Izumi. Yeah, I agree with you. Quirks were the reason why I was driven to bully you in the first place. Not to mention the fact that I was in love with you. Izuku. So you've come to that conclusion, too, huh? That's nice to hear. Anyway, about the other thing that came up. I may or may not have come across Big Sis Yumi when I was out that night. Izumi. Oh, really? How'd you two meet, Izuku? I'd rather not talk about it. It's way too uncomfortable of a topic. Though, I did tell her a few things. Stuff like what Shoto and the others did. I assumed she didn't know, judging by her reaction to when I said it. Then again, I didn't remember seeing her in Natsu during your birthday party. Izumi. Wait, you were there. And is that the reason why she's been acting strange around Shoto lately? Izuku. Yeah, I was there. And, I guess that's the reason. How do you know? Izumi. Well, Shoka told me. She said she and Big Sis Yumi went to visit Aunt Rei with Natsu, but whenever the topic of her dad or Shoto was brought up, her mood will change in a negative way. Izuku. Can't say I blame her, though. She took it hard when I told her about everything. She felt betrayed. Is that the right word? Pretty sure it is. Almost as if part of her came crashing down on her like an avalanche. Izumi. She really was, always sensitive to these types of things. I feel bad for her. Izuku. Same. The mood around them darkened. Izumi sat on the ground and wrapped her arms around her legs. Izuku. Hey, let's talk about something else. Izumi. Sure. Izuku. I came into contact with Stain. Izumi. The hero killer. Stain. Izuku. Yeah. Izumi. Alright, what happened? Izuku. He said he respected me, and that he also has the same ideals as I do. We sort of made a deal of some sorts. Izumi. What kind of deal? Izuku. I sent him to take out Ingenium. Izumi looked up at Izuku in shock. Izumi. Why would you send him out to get Ingenium? Izuku. Don't get me wrong, I didn't tell Stain to kill him. Only for getting him out of the hero business for good. And to answer your question, you'll just have to wait and see. Izumi. Alright, whatever you say, Izuku. Although, if you do want to see what I'm talking about, then after the sports fest, intern with a hero that has an agency in Hosu. Izumi. Hosu, huh. The place where all the bad guys and heroes come to play. I think I see where you're getting at here. Stain mostly strikes in Hosu. He takes out Ingenium, then Iida will come out and go after Stain in Hosu. Is that right, Izuku? Hey, you've gotten smarter, but you've only got a little over half of my real intentions for this. Still, good to see you've improved on your brain power. Izumi smiled as Izuku patted her head. Izuku. Though, like I said, you'd have to wait and see. Wait until the internships for the full thing, and then you can see where I'm really getting at. Suddenly, Izuku's phone buzzed, and he pulled it out of his pocket and saw a text under the name, Blood Blade. Izuku opened it, and as soon as he finished reading the message, he grinned. He replied, and set his phone back in his pocket. Izumi. What's with the grin? Izuku. Just got a message. Stain said that he's close by Ingenium's patrol areas. I told him to keep stalking him until I give him the go-ahead to strike. Izumi. When's that going to happen? Izuku. When the time's right. Hey, how long until the next event? Izumi. About 18 minutes or so, if you exclude the 5-minute mark. We still have some time to talk. Izuku. Yeah, though, after what I'm about to say to you, I suggest you get going to the arena. Alright, Izumi. Izuku. Okay, so, I may or may not have asked Stain to try and go into contact with the League of Villains. Izumi. Wait, you mean those guys from the USJ? Why, Izuku? Because I need some of their cooperation on future stuff. Like, I need more daywalkers, or in simpler terms, humans. With them around, we have even greater assets to our teams. Izumi. I see, so does that mean that, if the League were to target the girls and I, you'll be targeting us, too? Izuku. I'd never do that. I just have to convince the League to never target you, or else their throats are going on my shit list. Izumi snorts. Isn't that going overboard? Izuku. Compared to the current urban legend that scares the shit out of people, and one that I accidentally started after I killed all those teachers and the principal, and destroyed the top floor of Aldera Junior High. I don't think so. Izumi. You have a point. Again, there was a moment of silence between the two. The silence was broken when Izuku sighed. Izuku. I think we should split up for now. If someone saw us with each other, Then we're both screwed. More importantly, you are. Izumi. Yeah, I agree. Izuku patted Izumi's head. Izuku. Hey, good luck on the battle tournament. Izumi. Thanks. Though, it's Itsuka that I'm going up against first. Izuku. Friend of yours. Izumi. Yeah, Izuku. Well, I wish both of you good luck, then. Same for your other friends. Izumi. Why don't you tell them? Izuku. It's awkward. I barely know them. Izumi. That makes sense. Izuku. Anyway, please promise me that you won't tell anyone of ever seeing me here, or us having this chat, other than our most trusted friends, alright? Izumi. Right, Izuku. Good. And any other information about my allies and superiors are to be kept to yourself at all costs, alright? Izumi. Got it, Izuku. And, you are to tell your friends of not really forgetting, but to not mention of this encounter of ours to anybody, alright? Izumi. I understand, Izuku. Right, if that's all clear, then let's get going. They both then left towards the others. They arrived at a strange sight, mainly coming from one specific person. Inosuke. He wasn't being loud like usual. Maybe because of the fact that Aoi was giving off a big sister-like aura around him, which he knew, or a fact that it guarantees the stopping of Inosuke's loud antics. Izuku chuckled in amusement. Though, for the others, they were getting along pretty well, despite being around the lower moons and 3 other demons. After the girls caught sight of Izumi, they decided to say their goodbyes and head back to the field. Izuku wished them all luck before they set off, and waved with a smile, making the girls of 1A and B blush, except for Reiko, Honi, Yui, and Kanoko, which didn't go unnoticed by the girls of Izuku's group. They were all like, oh, God, not again. I have other plans on who Reiko, Honi, Yui, and Kanoko end up with. If you've read my other book, then you'll know who I ship Reiko with. Don't get me wrong, I do sometimes imagine those 4 in a relationship with Izuku, but I want the other boys to have some love. I'll give you guys some hints on who they'll end up with in the future. Reiko. Man behind the slaughter-looking guy. Honi. Mind if I borrow your quirk? Yui. Silent, but deadly. Kanoko. I am one with the shadows. And Izuku. Despite being so much of a smartass, he was still too dense on stuff like romance. Genya. Sue. How'd it go? Izuku. It went well. We had some small talk about what was going on in our lives. Told her to keep everything about our encounters to herself, and to her friends. She agreed to it. Tanjiro. That's a relief. What else did you guys talk about? Izuku. More small talk, and... Oh, shit, Tanjiro. What's wrong? Izuku. I forgot to tell Izumi that I stole her switch. Some of them snorted at that. Genya. Dude, if that's what's bothering you, then tell her the next time you see her. Geez. Izuku. Fine. Though, I'm going in for a bit. I'm gonna look for a certain somebody. Ochako. Who? Izuku. Just a guy that never met me before. I wanna give him some pointers about how to beat his Pomeranian of an opponent. Izuku then disappeared as if he was one with the wind, leaving his comrades confused on what he said. Momo seemed to have got it. She spoke her words out aloud. Momo. A guy he never met before. Pomeranian of an opponent. Hold on, he must mean Katsuki Bakugo as the opponent. And that guy's opponent is... with Izuku. Izuku was walking down the hallways, and he found one of the waiting areas for the fighters. Luckily, there were no cameras around that area, so he was safe. Izuku. Please be the right one. He noticed that the door was opened slightly, so he peeked inside and saw a certain sleep-deprived person with hair that defied the laws of gravity. He sighed in relief that this was the right one, otherwise, he'd put him and his comrades in some serious trouble, plus, the sports fest would be called off. He knocked on the door, getting a raised eyebrow from the other side. Shinso. Who is it? Izuku. 6 eyes. Shinso's eyes widened at that. He quickly stood up from his seat, to which it fell down to the floor from his shock. He was breathing a bit roughly since Lower Moon 1 was just outside the door. Izuku could tell from the sound that he heard that Shinso was scared, so he reassured him. Izuku. Hey, don't be alarmed. I'm not here to hurt you. Just here to talk with you before you head out to the field. Shinso was surprised of his non-aggressive approach towards him, so he decided to trust him for now. After all, he didn't show any form of aggression towards him in the USJ, so why show any to him now? Shinso. Okay, I'm trusting you on your word for this. Come on in. Izuku opened the door, letting Shinso see him. Shinso stared right at him, and Izuku did the same. Izuku had his demon form turned off, and Shinso knew what he looked like outside of that form since he saw him transform during the USJ event. Izuku. Hey, like I said, I won't hurt you. I'm just here to give you some information about your opponent. Shinso. You mean the male Bakugo? What of him? Also, how do you know him and everyone else in my class, but not me? Izuku. I suppose I can answer your questions first before I tell you some pointers about him. Alright. Let's chat. Have a seat. Shinso grabbed the chair that fell over, and he sat down on it. Izuku remained standing since it wouldn't really drain any of his unlimited stamina off of him. Izuku. To answer your last question, I knew everyone in your class since childhood. Shinso nodded at that, a little surprised. Shinso. Okay, so, what happened? Why did they hate you, and why do you hate your own parents just as much as you hate them? Izuku. Well, the girls, I don't hate. I'm just a bit mad at them, is all. The boys, they're the ones that I hate more than my own quirkless ass. Shinso. Quirkless. You're quirkless. Izuku. Yeah, have anything against people like me. Shinso. Nope. If I did, then I'd be a hypocrite. The quirkless and the ones with the deemed villainous quirks are all treated the same way, only, people like me are treated less harshly. In case you're asking, I was alienated from my entire class during elementary, and I was bullied twice a week in middle school. Plus, my parents basically hate me because of my quirk. They only resort to verbal abuse, but if I make a mistake even once when they tell me to do something for them, they'd go physical. Izuku. I see. Some parents they are. What is your quirk, exactly? Shinso. Brainwashing. Whoever responds verbally to what I say, they will follow my commands, no matter what. Though, a slight impact to the person I'm controlling will break the control that I have over them. Not to mention, if that person has a strong will, they'll be hard to take control of. Izuku. That's one interesting quirk. I actually see you becoming a great hero one day. That is, if society accepts you to be. Shinso. Huh, Izuku. Don't get me wrong. I do support you in your dreams, despite only knowing you not too long ago, but with today's society, most people would view it differently. Still, you might be able to change their view in that. Shinso. Hey, thanks for the encouragement. You know, for a demon, you're a nice guy. Lower Moon 1, nonetheless. You must have eaten tons of people if you're this strong, so why are you being nice to me? Izuku. I only kill those that are filth and corruption to this world. The villains and criminals that were suspected, charged, are filed with rape, murder, sexual harassment, kidnapping, human trafficking, pedophilia, and other crimes that are on my shit list. Plus, those parents that abuse their children for the smallest of reasons. The families of those that are close to the ones I hate, minus a few selected ones. Demon slayers. And finally, fake heroes. Shinso. Wow, what a surprise. A lower moon not targeting the innocents, other than the families of his own tormentors. Izuku. Hey, anyway, the truth of why I hate the boys is because they bullied me. We're pretty much alike, Shinso. Shinso. Bullied, too, huh. Bummer. Izuku. Oh, not only that. Red Rock, Human Pikachu, Burnt Face, and Nuke Dog told me to commit suicide the day I disappeared. Some heroes they are. Shinso. They did what? Izuku. They told me to commit suicide. Those four, I want to kill the most, but, what's the fun in that? They made me suffer for far too long, so why just repay them with a quick death? They deserve way more than that. The teachers at Aldera were lucky to have gone out faster. Hey, it was satisfying to hear their screams of terror. Shinso. I get it now. You like seeing people getting hit with karma, is that right? Izuku. Yeah, anyway, leaving everything aside for now, I'ma tell you the reason why I'm here in the first place. See, I have some pointers I wanna tell you before you face Bakugo. Shinso. From someone who knew him since childhood, I'll trust you. So, what you got? Izuku. First off, he's way too predictable with his attacks. He always starts off with a right hook, always yells and talks way too high and mighty about himself, plus, he's a real asshole. You can easily beat him if you can get him to talk. Shinso. That's about right. However, from what I've observed, he's smart, but a wild tyrant. And he knows how my quirk works. Izuku. In that case, tell him this. Izuku whispered something to Shinso's ear, and Shinso nodded and agreed to use what he said during his match. Suddenly, the speaker in the room made a noise, and Midnight's voice was heard through it. She announced that both fighters should be at the arena in 3 minutes. Shinso. Well, there's my cue. Got to go. Thanks. Izuku. Anytime. Also, call me Izuku. However, only when you're talking with me or with the girls alone. When it's with someone else, refer to me as Sugikuni. Shinso. Sure. And call me Hitoshi. Bye. Shinso then left, and so did Izuku. Shinso headed out into the arena, and Katsuki was already out there waiting. Katsuki. Took you long enough, slowpoke. Shinso. Whatevs. Midnight. You two ready? Katsuki. Shinso. Ready as I'll ever be. Midnight. Begin. Shinso. Oi, Bakugo, did you know that every piece of advice you give to someone is pretty stupid? Katsuki. Katsuki rushed at him with a right hook. Shinso. Just as predictable as he said. Oh, well, time to pull up the trump card. He decided to speak what Izuku told him to say. Shinso. How about I tell everyone your worst piece of advice yet? If you want a quirk so bad, then pray for one in your next life, and... He intentionally didn't finish it since he saw Katsuki's eyes widening, and he smirked when he saw the rabid dog opening his mouth to speak with rage and shock in his eyes. Katsuki. How do you? He stopped talking all of a sudden, and he stopped in his tracks. Shinso smirked. Shinso. Hey, it did work. You know what, how about letting me win this round? Turn around, and go out of the arena, lose for me. Also, once you do get out of the arena, take off your pants, humiliate yourself. With no control over himself, Katsuki walked out of the arena, giving Shinso the easy win. After he did get off the arena, he took off his pants, but not his underwear. Most people laughed at what they were seeing, others, they just stared in amusement. Shinso then broke off the control. Katsuki. Huh, what the hell happened? Midnight. Hitoshi. Shinso wins. The people cheered and whistled for his victory. Some were still laughing at Katsuki's misfortune. Katsuki. No, 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 no. I won't accept this. Midnight. Whether you like it or not, you lose, Mr. Bakugo. Better luck next year. In a fit of rage, Katsuki lunged towards Shinso with a right hook. Shinso saw it coming, and he countered the right hook, sending Katsuki towards where Midnight was, only for her to knock him out with her quirk. Midnight. Sorry about that, folks. He just has some anger issues. Shinso. What do you have to say about this? Shinso. Well, Bakugo, if you can hear me, I have a message for you. Whether you win or lose, your ego always gets the best of you. And you tell me that I can't be a hero with my quirk. At least I'm actually in it to help the ones like me and guide them in the right path. Not all people with quirks such as mine are going to be villains when they grow up, you know. Some of them have dreams. Dreams like becoming heroes. Even the quirkless people have dreams. From what I was told, you despise the weak and only see yourself and the other guys in our class as the only strong people in the world. You're all delusional, I'll tell you that. And don't think that I don't know about what you said to Azumi's brother on the day he disappeared. I know everything about it. Hope you learn your lesson, Bakugo. If you wanna be a hero, then fix your attitude first. That's all I have to say. Everyone was silent before one by one. They all started clapping at his speech, but confused on what he meant by the last few things he said about Azumi's brother. The Class 1A people were shocked and were wondering how he knew. The girls, they thought that Izuku must have told him about it, and they just put up an act that they were the ones that told Shinso about it just to cover up for both Izuku and Shinso. The boys were panicking and were worried that they Katsuki, Kirishima, Denki, and Shoto were going to get expelled for encouraging suicide that day. They were now formulating a plan to get rid of Shinso. Dude, come on, the girls literally know what you did. Why even bother trying to get rid of my boy Shinso? Midnight. Next match's contenders, please come down to the arena in 5 minutes. Katsumi. Guess I'm up next. Wish me luck, girls. Girls. We will kick his ass, cat. Katsumi ran off to her side of the arena, whereas Shoto grumbled and promised himself that he will win. On the way down to his side, he met up with his father. He was discharged the day prior, and he was already fit to do hero work again, only, the doctor warned him not to go head-to-head with any lower moons again for the time being. Shoto. Dad, what are you doing here? Endeavor. What, can't see the only obedient kid I've got left fight. I came to give you some pointers. Shoto. No need, I know Katsumi, and she won't win against me. That's a promise. Endeavor smirks, that's a good masterpiece. Show them not to mess with the future number 1. Shoto. I won't let you down. Shoto then walks away. Meanwhile, with Katsumi, she met up with Izuku down the hallway. Izuku. Yo, Katsumi. Ayakan, what are you doing here? Izuku. Just came to wish you luck. Katsumi. What for? Izuku. You know why. You're going up against the guy who's an exact copy of his own dad, but with ice. Just to let you know, easiest way to beat him is by striking him directly in the nuts. Katsumi. The nuts what? You want me to? Izuku. Yes. Katsumi. Are you sure? Izuku. Yeah. Also, just another thing to say, Shoto has a crush on you, just like he did with Momo. Katsumi. He, what? Izuku. Yeah, you were his backup plan if he couldn't get Momo. I knew about it the day after my fake death was broadcasted on the news. Wanted to tell you sooner, but I never got the chance. Katsumi. Hey, that guy thinks he can just get with me, after what he did. Like hell, I'm gonna give him a piece of my mind. Izuku. Show him how much scarier girls are than boys. Katsumi. You calling me scary? Izuku. Yes, but not in my eyes since I can't be scared. Remember. Katsumi. Oh, right. Anyway, I'll see you later. Izuku. Oh, and before you go. Katsumi. Huh, she was cut off by Izuku suddenly hugging her. Her eyes widened, and she grew a blush on her face. Izuku then let go and saw Katsumi blushing madly. Izuku. Hey, cat. Katsumi. He used my nickname. Izuku. Give him hell for me. Katsumi grins will do. Izuku. Also, get rid of the blush on your face. It might give Shoto some hints that I may be here. Katsumi nodded and then left with a confident and motivated smile on her face. She grinned when she decided to follow Izuku's plan to beat Shoto. After a minute, Katsumi made it to the arena with a sinister smirk on her face, amused of what she was about to do. Shoto was just staring at her. Midnight. Fighters ready. Katsumi. Heck yeah, I am. Shoto. Just start it up. Midnight. Begin. Shoto sent a wave of ice towards Katsumi, and she just dodged it by propelling herself in the air. Shoto saw her, and he was about to send a wave of fire at her, but then, all of a sudden, Katsumi fired a bunch of AP shots towards him. Shoto dodged them, but didn't notice that Katsumi was already in front of him. Shoto used his right hand to try and freeze her, but she dodged once again by ducking. Katsumi smirked and saw this as an opening to do what Izuku told her to do. She didn't use her explosions this time, however. She went it for a punch, and hit Shoto right in the balls, instantly disqualifying him from No Nut November because you need a dick for it, which in his case, was crushed. Shoto screamed in pain at the powerful punch delivered to him. He rolled down on the floor while holding his shattered balls in pain. Every guy watching this all got a shiver up their spine from that, even Endeavor. Izuku was watching this with his friends, and he was laughing his ass out, whereas the guys in his group were hugging each other from the fear of getting hit in the nuts, as well. In the Infinity Fortress, the other moons were watching the live broadcast, and things were a bit different. Muzan, he was shuddering from what he saw. He might be the Demon King, but he's still a guy, and every guy has one common fear, and that's getting their nuts crushed. Well, Izuku and Doma are exceptions for obvious reasons. Getting his nuts crushed was only second to Yorichi in his fears. He fears it more than the fucking sun. Kokushibo, he only flinched upon seeing that. Akaza, he was laughing and yelling. Suck on that Todo Hoki. That's what you get for disrespecting women. Doma, he just had a twisted grin on his face. Gyoko and Hantengu were cowering. Gyoko was hiding in his pot, and Hantengu was behind a wall. Gyutaro wasn't shivering from seeing someone's balls get hit on live TV, he was shivering from seeing his sister grinning like Ryuk from Death Note while giving her respect towards Katsumi, plus shuffling her hands in a creepy manner. Back to the arena, Midnight announced Katsumi as the winner since Shoto couldn't fight with broken balls. Shoto was sent to the infirmary, whereas Katsumi headed back to where her place in the bleachers was. The next match won't start until the next 15 minutes since the arena was still covered in ice. Once she got back, she was congratulated by her only friends in the section, which were the girls and Shinso, whereas the guys all slid to the other side of their bleacher spot. Times KIP, Kirishima and Tetsu fought, and since Tetsu ran into Izuku in the hallway, and he gave him pointers on how to beat Kirishima using his weak points, plus he had more experience in combat, Tetsu won. He didn't tell anyone of his encounter with Izuku, though. He did consider him as a manly demon for helping a bro out. And Shoka won her round by freezing Zero because he tried to flirt with her. The ice was already gone since Shoka melted it. She also ran into Izuku in the hallway whilst she was heading to the arena, and he was going to give her some pointers, but she refused it, saying that she wanted to win this on her own way. Izuku was proud of her, so he gave her a 20-second hug. Now, it's time for the fight between Itsuka and Izumi, both of which are walking down the hallway, side by side. They were both talking to each other, when all of a sudden, they ran into Izuku who was leaning against the wall in the hallway. Izuku, I see you two are going up now. Itsuka, Sugikuni, what are you doing here? Izuku, just call me Izuku. I feel way more comfortable with it. As for what I'm doing here, I came to wish the two of you good luck, even though it's each other you're facing. You know what I mean. Izumi, thanks. Itsuka, if you want me to call you by your name, then might as well call me Itsuka, then. Also, thanks, too. Izuku. Anytime. Man, this is the 5th time I did this today. Well, 4th if you count out Shoka since she declined my help. Itsuka. Izumi. Your help. Izuku. Well, I've been giving everyone some pointers about how to finish their matches quick, but only Shoka declined. I'm not complaining, though. In fact, I'm proud of her, even though she only just froze him due to Zero being all flirty with her. For some reason, I got mad. Don't know why, though. Itsuka and Izumi stared at him for a moment before staring at each other. After a few seconds, they stared back at Izuku, who had a confused look on his face. Izuku. Bah, probably some sort of instincts kicking in. I mean, I do consider her as some sort of a sister. I don't really know much about it, though. Izumi. Hey, Izuku, what were you feeling when Zero tried to flirt with Shoka? Izuku. I wanted to commit a public murder and shoot out Zero's organs out of his body like he'd do his own tape. Why? Itsuka. That's disturbing. Izumi. Well, that just proves my theory. How about around Shoka? What do you feel around her? Izuku. Well, the feeling's same with all of you girls in 1A, even Momo, Ochako, and Kyoka. And for some reason, Upper Moon 6. My heart starts beating way too fast like I'm being chased by a pack of hungry wolves, and I feel a bit hot. I thought it was probably some odd feeling of being around friends of mine that are female, but I never feel that way around the other female friends I have, nor do I feel that way around the guys. Izumi. Alright, hold on, if you feel this feeling around us, then, what do you intend to do? Like, what do you feel like you should do to the people you feel like that to? Izuku. Have them by my side until I eventually die by the hands of a demon slayer, or by the damn sun. Plus, I feel like I should protect them with all my life, almost as if my own life depends on it. I think it's supposed to be applied to all of my friends, but I don't know why it's you guys, specifically. Izumi had a blush on her face, whereas Itsuka grinned and lightly bumped Izumi's shoulder in amusement. Izuku was just looking up at the ceiling with a confused look on his face. Izuku. I might figure it out soon. You guys better get going. Remember, let the best woman win. They both smiled and thanked him before heading on their way. Itsuka smirked at Izumi once Izuku was out of sight. Itsuka. So, he's in love with you, huh? Izumi. What? Don't assume such things, Itsuka. Itsuka. But from the way he said it, though, it sounded like he's in love with you. Izumi. But, Itsuka. Just accept it, Izumi. Even if he doesn't know, that doesn't change the fact that he's in love with you and the girls in your class. Izumi. Sighs, fine. Though, I doubt he will figure it out soon. Though, I want to earn his full forgiveness genuinely, and not over some feelings that we both share. I want to show him. Itsuka. And here's the Izumi that we all know. Izumi. Let's get this show on the road. We can't let something as simple as this distract us in the match. Itsuka. You're right, sorry, Izumi. Don't sweat it. They then went to their sides of the arena and went out into the field. They gave each other determined smiles. Midnight. Fighters ready. Izumi. Itsuka. Bring it on. Midnight. Begin. Times KIP. I'm not good with fight scenes. By the end of the match, Izumi won. Itsuka was sent out of bounds because of the intense wind pressure coming from One for All. Itsuka wasn't knocked out, but she was tired. Izumi was just as tired as she was since they really did a number on each other. Izumi brought Itsuka to the infirmary to recover. After she did that, she decided to go get herself a drink. While she was heading to get a drink from a vending machine, she ran into the people she didn't want to see ever. Inko and Toshinori. Yagi. Izumi. What do you two want? Inko. We just want to congratulate you, Izumi. Toshinori. Yes, Izumi. I'm not buying it. Knowing you two, coming to find me through this maze just to congratulate me isn't like you. What do you really want? Toshinori. Inko. We want to beg you to please come back to. Izumi. I knew it. The answer still is no. Get it through your skulls, you delusional hypocrites. I may be no better than you since I bullied my own brother, but at least I'm making progress in earning his forgiveness. Inko. What? You are. Toshinori. No, she's not. Izumi. Muzan might only be manipulating him and getting information of you through Izuku. Whatever Iz told you in the USJ while I was fighting that monster thing, it was all a lie. He's not your brother. Izumi. Nonsense. Even if we had bad interactions, I know my brother well. He isn't being manipulated. Toshinori. That's what he wants you to think, Izumi. Izumi. I don't have time for this. I came here to get a drink, not to listen to whatever BS you're going to throw at me. Inko. Izumi, please. Izumi suddenly dashed past them with full cowling and rushed to the vending machine at the other end of the hallway. Inko sighed in defeat and Toshinori was frustrated. What all three of them didn't notice was Izuku hiding behind a corner and listening in on their conversation. Like what he always does. He left shortly after, and laughed at what Toshinori said. Izuku. Fool, thinks I'm being controlled. Hey. Typical of him. Damn bastard thinks that I'm being manipulated, How about I show him that I'm not being manipulated, but how? He took a different route to go to Izumi. He eventually found her sitting on a bench by a vending machine. She was drinking Gatorade while having a pissed-off look on her face. Izuku. Hey. Izumi saw Izuku standing nearby, and she was surprised to see him again so soon. She didn't even sense or hear him coming her way. Izumi. Oh, hey. Didn't see you there, nor did I sense you coming. Izuku. I have a habit of hiding my presence. Anyway, congrats on winning. Izumi. Thanks. I was actually fine either way, whether I win or lose. I just wanted to do my best. Izuku. And you did well. I'm proud of you. Wish I could congratulate Itsuka, but she's with Recovery Girl. Izumi. I'll tell her for you. Izuku. Okay, thanks. Izuku then got a can of coffee from the vending machine. Izuku. And, I heard your conversation with Inko and Toshinori. Good to know you have nothing against Lord Muzan. Izumi. What is there to have against him, though? I mean, if he didn't exist, then you wouldn't have gotten the happiness you've always wanted. Think about it. If he didn't exist, then your master wouldn't still be here and he would have been dead a long time ago. I'm grateful for him. Izuku. That's what I thought, as well. We have the same view, I suppose. I hope Lord Muzan acknowledges your respect for him. Izumi. I do, as well. Izuku. So, I forgot to tell you this earlier, but I sort of stole something of yours before I left for good. Izumi. What is it? Izuku. Your switch. Sorry. Izumi. PFF'd. Izuku. Would you look at that, she's not mad. Izumi. Lol. Sorry. Just finding it funny that you think I'm mad at you for it. Izuku. Why aren't you mad, though? Most kids would go Spartan rage mode because of getting their switches stolen, so. Izumi. You calling me a kid? I may have been dumb and hurt you in the past, but I'm not some spoiled brat. Izuku. You're right about that, you know. I could give it back to. Izumi. No, it's alright. You can keep it. Izuku. Whoa, really? Izumi. I have to focus more on my studies and future hero career, and I don't want a switch to distract me. Izuku. Good choice. Anyway, I best get going now. You just had an encounter with those two, and I don't want to risk staying any longer and letting them see me. Izumi. I thought you didn't mind taking risks. Izuku. I only don't mind if it doesn't mean affecting people who I care about. And yes, I care about you and your friends, but I don't fully forgive you guys yet. Izumi. I see. Izuku. I'll see you again, then. Izumi. Peace. Izuku then left and went back to where his friends were. Times KIP. Author be skipping and summarizing the fights because he's too lazy to even describe every damn fight because he sucks at making fight scenes. And now the last 3 fights have been concluded. Izuku did encounter Mei in the hallways to give her some help on beating Iida, but Mei just said that she wanted a guinea pig for advertising her inventions. Izuku was amused with her antics, and he had taken a liking to her. Not a crush or anything, just seeing her as an amusing person. He laughed so hard during the match between her and Iida because Iida was being humiliated for 15 minutes straight while being spun around like Twisting Tiger from Super Strikers. Eventually, Mei voluntarily stepped out of bounds and let Iida win. Iida wasn't frustrated, but he did develop a bit of a crush on Mei. In the next match between Setsuna and Ibara, Izuku met up with both of them in the hallways. They heard from Itsuka that Izuku was giving biased encouragement to the ones that he didn't dislike, so they weren't all that surprised about seeing him. Izuku just wished them luck and told them that any friend of his sister was a friend of his, and both of them were cool with it. Setsuna took a bit of interest in him, while Ibara accepted him, despite him being a demon. They both unknowingly developed a crush on Izuku. At the end of their match, Setsuna won because Ibara couldn't get a hold of her body parts that were flying all over the place, and Setsuna's floating hands pulled Ibara out of bounds. Of course, after the match, they met up with Izuku again in the halls, and he cheered up Ibara about her loss. Speaking of cheering up, Izuku met up with Itsuka a while ago, and he told her some inspiring words that Kokushibo would tell him whenever he lost his duels against Tanjiro sometimes. For that, Itsuka also developed a small crush on Izuku. Around this time, Izuku gave Stain the go-ahead to take out Ingenium. Anyway, final match, Mina vs Reiko. They also met up with Izuku in the hallways, and he gave them some encouragement, to which made Mina blush from it, and Reiko just gave him a thanks. At the end of their match, Mina won because Reiko wasn't all that experienced in hand-to-hand combat, plus there wasn't anything around to throw at Mina with. She didn't really mind not winning, but she didn't like to lose, either. Still, a loss is a loss. She did meet up with Izuku again, and he cheered her up and got her over her loss. Meanwhile, Mina got a bit of praise from Izuku. And now, the second round matches are as follows. 1. Hitoshi Shinso vs Katsumi Bakugo. 2. Tetsu vs Shoka Todoroki. 3. Izumi Yagi vs Tenya Iida. Well, he dead. 4. Setsuna Tokage vs Mina Ashido. Summarize again. Let's just say that every one of them met up with Izuku in the hallway, minus Iida, and Izuku gave all of them some encouragement. Katsumi won against Shinso, but the latter did put up a bit of a fight. Shoka won against Tetsu because of icing him out of bounds. Izumi won by throwing Iida to a wall and knocked him out. Setsuna won against Mina because again, Setsuna made her body parts fly all over the place and pulled Mina out of bounds. Around this time, Iida got a call from his mother saying that Ingenium has been hospitalized because of an encounter with the hero killer. Semi-final rounds are as follows. 1. Katsumi Bakugo vs Shoka Todoroki. 2. Izumi Yagi vs Setsuna Tokage. Izuku decided that it was enough of his encouragement now, and he told them all beforehand that he wasn't going to come back anymore, which saddened them, but they understood that he was doing this for them. Anyway, regarding what happened in the matches, Katsumi won against Shoka because the battle took way too long, that Shoka eventually grew tired, and Katsumi having more stamina knocked her out of bounds. Izumi won against Setsuna, but she had a bit of a difficult time because of all of the body parts flying around the place. Eventually, Izumi got hold of every single one of her body parts and threw them out of bounds, giving her the win. Neither Shoka nor Setsuna were down about the fact that they lost. They were actually content with the results because they could at least show everyone their strength. Other than that, all of the finalists of this year's sports festival were girls. On to the final round against Katsumi and Izumi, it was pretty hectic and chaotic. Explosions everywhere, flying rocks, intense winds, and burnt ground. The winner was Izumi after about 8 minutes of trying to land a hit on Katsumi. The only hit she landed was a chop to the back of her neck to knock her out using 5% of One for All. Now, it was time for the awards ceremony. Izumi was in first place, Katsumi in second, and Setsuna and Shoka shared third place. Unfortunately, it was All Might that was giving them the medals. He congratulated her, but only thing that he got from her was a nod and a sour look. After that, they went back to their classes. Setsuna was given praise for being the one that showed that even Class 1B have potential, whereas in 1A, the boys wanted to talk with the trio of girls, but they only ignored them except for Shinso. Meanwhile, Izuku and his group went back to the Infinity Fortress. Izuku. We're home. Muzan. Oh, so you're back. I assume you had fun. Izuku. Yep. Gave some pointers to my sister and her friends so that they could beat the boys' asses, and they won. Muzan. You gave them pointers. Izuku. Yes, Muzan. Even with the part where the blonde girl shattered that Zuko lookalike's balls. Izuku. That's right, Muzan. I'm gonna go clear my mind. Go talk with the others. Muzan then left with a slightly frightened look on his face, all while he was thinking this. Muzan. What in MJ's name kind of demon even is Izuku? He's even more of a sadist than Daki. Note to self, never piss him off. He then went off to his personal quarters to clear his head of the images of seeing balls being shattered on TV. Back with Izuku, he didn't forget to do something once he was back. He turned to Nakame. Izuku. Miss Nakame, are those two still here? Nakame. Yes. Do you wish to deal with them now? Izuku. As soon as possible. Tanjiro. Who are we talking about? Izuku. Death Arms and Kamui Woods. Caught them talking bad about Lord Muzan. Brought them here to teach them a lesson and kill them, but not instantly. We'll kill them slowly. Inosuke. Count me in. Izuku. Sure, you guys can join if you want. Mikasa. Hey, Izuku. Oh, shit. Everyone turned around and saw Kazuman and Mikasa with pouts on their faces. Mikasa. Why didn't you invite us? Kazuman. We wanna know. Izuku looks to the fourth wall. Oi. Help me out here, damn it. Author. Oh, to hell with this. Take two. Take two. Izuku. Sorry, author couldn't. Author. Fucking hell. Take three. Take three. Izuku. Sorry, I was going to, but I couldn't find you guys anywhere. Mikasa. No excuse, you damn idiot. Kazuman. You could at least make up for it. Izuku. Wanna help me torture some fake heroes? Both. Sure. Izuku. Great. Inosuke. Come with me. Inosuke. Whatever. Nakame then opened a door to where Death Arms and Kamui Woods were. Momo, Ochako, and Jiro decided to tag along because why not? Once they got there, they saw Death Arms and Kamui Woods sitting by the wall looking bored as hell. They looked up, and they saw the group looking at them with sadistic looks on their faces. Izuku. Let's get straight to the point. Momo. Please make me a chainsaw. Momo. On it. Momo then made a chainsaw. Izuku. And a music player that can access Spotify. Momo. Okay. Momo also did that. Izuku. Hyo, put on Chainsaw by Family Force 5. Jiro. Roger that. The song then played as Izuku turned on the chainsaw, scaring the two fakes. Izuku. Let's get this show on the road, then. About 6 hours, they continued to torture the two fakes. From time to time, Aoi would come in and heal the two so that they wouldn't die, but make them wish they were dead. They did everything to them, and even some of the upper moons joined in and did their own thing to them. Eventually, they stopped and left them alive, but looking dead in the inside. Izuku. That's about it. Time to get a move on, then. I wonder how Stain's doing. Better go check, then. He then went to change into something nicer to wear in his room, and he saw a tactical suit that he bought off a dead body some time ago. I personally made this through a generator that I came across in the internet called CHARAT. Also, this is what Izuku will look like while going on missions or important outings from now on, and not the same clothes as Kokushibo now. Just imagine him with a sword. Also, it may not be obvious, but his hair is long. He then requested for Nakame to take him outside, and she did just that and opened up a portal to an alleyway in Hosu City. Izuku. The bloody scent of fake heroes and bastards in the air. How infuriating. Stain. It seems so. Izuku. Stain. I thought I'd see you here. Stain. And so you have. And I took out Ingenium like you asked. Does his brother know? Izuku. Yeah, I saw him leave the stadium early. Now, about the league. Did you come into contact with them? Stain. Yeah, I told them I'd come and talk to them, but only if you're with me when I do. Izuku. So be it, then. Also, Kurogiri, you can come out now. I know you're there. Suddenly, out of a corner, Kurogiri came out. Kurogiri. It seems I have been caught. Shall we proceed? Izuku. Yeah. They then went through the portal that Kurogiri made, and once they made it to the other side, Shigaraki was already there waiting for them. Shigaraki. Well, I was expecting Stain to arrive, but Izuku, Lower Moon 1. He. This was unexpected, but at the same time, I'm glad that you are here. Izuku. Likewise, Shigi. Shigaraki. Now, for why we called you here, Stain, we want you to join us. Izuku just sat down on one of the stools and asked for a milkshake. Stain. Before I do that, what are your goals here? What are your ambitions, your beliefs? Shigaraki. Well, I just want to destroy everything I hate. For one, I hate All Might, but not as much as this kid here does. For two, I hate this hero society. Stain. Is that it? If so, then I won't join your league. Shigaraki. What? Stain. Your goals are childish and something that an average All Might hater would go to try and accomplish. If that's all you're after, then I refuse your offer. Shigaraki was mad and began scratching his neck. Izuku then decided to interfere. Izuku. Hey, Stain. How about hearing Shigi out first before saying that his goals are childish? Stain. Where are you getting at? Izuku. Ask him some stuff. Why does he hate All Might and the hero society? Why does he act the way he does? Everyone has a backstory, you know. Just because people act the way they are, doesn't mean that they don't have a reason for it. Hear him out for now, and see if you would accept his offer, even after he tells you his reasons. Stain. This kid, alright, I'll hear him out. Krusty, tell me your reasons. I wanna hear it from you, and you alone. Shigaraki. Whoa, he actually helped me. I have to thank him later. Alright, I'll tell you. When I was a young warthog. Author. Who TF put that in the script? Cut. Take 2. Shigaraki. To be honest, I don't really remember. All I remember was what happened during the day when my master found me and took me in. Anything before that exact day, I have no memory of. Except for one thing. Though, only thing that I could tell you was that nobody helped me out when I was struggling to survive out on the streets. Stain. I'm listening. Izuku. What did everyone do when you asked them for help? Shigaraki. The exact same things. Sorry, kid, can't help you. Or, don't worry, maybe a hero would come to help you. But did a hero ever show up? No, not even one. The only one that showed up took off the moment he saw me. Stain, Izuku. Harsh. Shigaraki. I know, that's what made me hate this society. As for All Might, I hate him for ruining my master's face and turning him into mashed potatoes, and for the fact that he lived his life without a care in the world. What got me to hate him more was the fact that he's just like everyone else in this damn society. He only sees someone for their quirk, and look where that got Izuku here. He turned into a demon for Christ's sake. Stain. I see, Izuku. So you're like me. Another outcast in society, someone ignored and rejected for who they are. It pisses you off, doesn't it? Shigaraki. It does, a lot. Izuku. Now, how about telling us a little about what you could remember from your past? Shigaraki. An abusive father. Izuku. Come again. Shigaraki. An abusive father. His beatings and times when he'd yell at me were the only godforsaken memories I have left of my past. They even haunt me in my dreams. He'd abuse me because of what I wanted to be when I grow up. Izuku. What did you want to be? Shigaraki. Believe it or not, I actually wanted to be a hero. Izuku. Stain. Izuku. Really? Shigaraki. Yes, that's all I ever wanted when I was a kid, but my father never let me. He said that heroes only leave their loved ones for the sake of some random strangers. I mean, come on. That's the whole point of becoming a hero in the first place. I don't even know how he became a successful businessman with that belief in his head. Izuku. Maybe it's because he's smart in some parts of today's society, but in the general idea of heroes themselves, he's pretty dumb. I mean, All Might still thinks I'm being controlled by Lord Muzan, and look at me, I don't look like I'm being controlled, right? Kurogiri. No, doesn't seem like it. Izuku. Now, Stain, you see how what a person goes through affects who they are and how they act. Next time in a situation like this, hear out what they've been through and understand them first before making decision on declining their offers. Stain. Hey, you're one great kid, Izuku. Alright, Shigaraki, I accept your offer. I'll join your league, but on a few conditions. Shigaraki. Name your price, Stain. Stain. 1. I pick who I kill, and when and how I kill them. 2. I want some information on how to beat the higher-ranking heroes in fights. My blades can't hold for long, even if they're the ones that the demon slayers use. Izuku. I can help with that. I have notebooks on how to beat heroes. I grew a bit of a habit of writing about quirks and heroes, that I eventually and accidentally started writing about their potential weaknesses. Shigaraki. Whoa, seriously. Show us. Izuku. Can't right now. Maybe in a few days. When the UA internships are going on, let's wreak havoc into the night skies of Hosu City. Tons of heroes are going to be in the city. Who knows, maybe even the bigger fishes will be caught that night. Don't you guys agree? Shigaraki. Oh, I like the sound of that. Stain. I like where this is going. Izuku. Good, now, how about we start off with the Golden Magikarp? All Might. I have some very valuable information about him. Being his unwilling son, of course. Suddenly, the TV in the room turned on and it only showed a signal error screen with audio only. All for one. I'm interested. Shigaraki Kurogiri. Master. Izuku. So you're the big boss. The one that All Might thought he killed. All for one. All for one. You know me. Izuku. I do. You're not the only one cursed with knowledge. All for one. And you have very valuable knowledge that you want to share with us. If you'd please, Izuku. Right, now, I have some pictures here. He pulled out 2 pictures from one of his pockets. One was a picture of All Might in his skeleton form, and the other was his thick mode. Izuku. These 2 are the same person. Outside of hero work, he looks like this, and is known as Toshinori Yagi. Shigaraki. Oh, ho ho. We can use this against him. Izuku. Not so fast, Shigs. Here, I recorded everything All Might told his newest successor. This was recorded almost a year ago. Izuku then placed his phone and connected it to screen share and showed the footage of him talking to Izumi about One for All. He also explained how he defeated All for One. He even said how much time he had per day upon using One for All, which was 3 hours max due to his injury. Plus the scene where he said that Izuku couldn't be a hero because of what he lacks. By the end of it, everyone in the room was content with what they saw. They just gained some very vital and valuable information. Shigaraki. So your sister's the new successor of this. One for all. Izuku. Yes, she is. And if you're thinking of targeting her, then you might wanna have some second thoughts. She hates All Might to the core, and the girls do, as well. Besides, we might be on the opposite sides of this society, but she's still my sister. We're on each other's sides. Just please, don't involve her in any harm. All for one. That can be done. Izuku. That's good. Stain. Let's go. Stain. Yeah, let's. Izuku. Goodbye, you guys. Look forward into working with you guys in the future. Until next time. Shigaraki. Yay. Kurogiri. Farewell. All for one. Say hi to Muzan for me. They then went through 2 separate portals provided for them. One was leading to the middle of a jungle, while the other was in the middle of Hosu City. Izuku. Now, time to resume the search for that flower. A week later, Mustafa City train station. Izumi and Shoka were now boarding the train to their respective internships, agencies. They heard about the news about what happened with Ingenium, and they noticed Iida acting all strange recently, and he was more violent than he originally was. Both knew what was going on, and they followed Izuku's instructions to go to an internship in Hosu City so that they could watch what Izuku has in store for one single night. Izumi actually met up with Izuku during that 1 week, and so did Shoka. They met up in Izumi and Shoka's apartment since it was soundproof and was not known by anybody related to both of them. Izuku arrived via tatami portal. Izuku informed Shoka of what was happening, and she was shocked, but understood. Izuku also told her to go to an internship in Hosu so that she could watch, as well. Izumi and Shoka both went for the strongest and most well-known heroes there because they needed some cover. Their excuses were, because why not? And, I wanna fight bad guys. Once they made it off the train, they went their separate ways towards their internships. 3 days later, night time, Izuku was standing on top of a tall building, watching over the night skies of Hosu City. Behind him were the rest of the lower moons, as well as Muichiro, Yuichiro, and Genya. Genya was holding a sniper rifle for some reason. They were all wearing black stealth assassin wear, while only Genya was wearing tactical wear. Izuku was wearing the same thing he was wearing as the one above. Izuku. So, tonight's the night. Yuichiro. Yep, can't wait. Muichiro. Hope I don't forget this, highly unlikely. Tanjiro. Are you sure that Endeavor will be here, Izuku? Izuku. Positive. Me and Zen spied on him yesterday, and he said that he and his son will be patrolling Hosu tonight. Just look out for a giant human on fire, and you'll have Endeavor. Just then, something with wings came over to them, which revealed to be one of Hantengu's emotion clones, Yurogi, which represented as his delight. I'ma refer to Hantengu's clones as their names, and not all, Hantengu, so that it wouldn't cause confusion. Yurogi. Yo. About 100 demon slayers, 3 pillars, and number 2 and number 1 hero in the city. Tanjiro, Nezuko. Endeavor. Izuku. That was faster than I expected. How about their interns? Yurogi. Who, you mean, the Bakubrat and Todohoki? Yeah, they're with them. Izuku. Perfect. Any sign of stain? Yurogi. Alleyways, doing his own thing and killing the filth. It brings me joy to see this happen. Izuku. As expected of you, Yurogi. Now, about those pillars. In your eyes, what breathing do they use? What do they look like? Yurogi. Maybe, flame breathing, serpent breathing, and sound breathing, from how they look like. I gotta say, they look kind of strong. Akaza's going to have a blast fighting them. Izuku. I see. Speaking of, where are the other upper moons? Yurogi. Scattered across the city, all according to your plan, which you got approval from Muzan to do. Still, how'd you get him to agree to your plan? Izuku. Well, flashback. Izuku. Master Muzan, I've got a great idea that I want to share with you. Muzan. I would tell you to make it quick, but since it's coming from you, one of the most reliable demons that I have, then I'd say take your time. Tell me about this. idea of yours. Izuku. Alright, so, you know how the general public is starting to lose faith in heroes. Especially since they can't rely on them to kill us, demons. Muzan. I'm very well aware of that. Izuku. Well, I recently heard that the Slayer Corps were being given more praise than the heroes, but not everyone has faith in them. So, I came up with this plan to lower the people's faith in heroes and slayers even more. If that happens, then both will start to panic and overwork themselves into gaining the people's trust back. They'll get exhausted in doing so, and that'll give us the upper hand. Muzan. Impressive. I like it. How do you hope to execute this plan of yours? Izuku. It's simple, really. I recently came into contact with the League of Villains again, and they said that they wish to work with us. Their boss says hi, by the way. So, I told them to wreak havoc in Hosu City during the UA internships week, and then we demons step in and join the fun and kill most of the heroes and slayers present there. Muzan. Sounds like a good setting. But why most of the heroes and slayers there? Why not all of them? Izuku. Well, why kill them when you can see the look on their faces when the public berates them about not doing their jobs properly? The lives that were lost, the amount of property damage, and the amount of despair in the air. Muzan grins. You damn sadist. I'm starting to want to be in on this plan. I want to be in Hosu City when this happens. Like Crollo watching as the Phantom Troop wreak havoc in York New City. Izuku. This makes things even better. I'll be taking my leave now, my lord. I'll inform you as soon as I get more intel about what's going to happen soon. Muzan. Go do what you want, Izuku. Oh, and I'll be telling the other moons and the half-moons, demon pillars, of this plan of yours. I'm sure they'll be more than happy to cooperate. Izuku smiles. As you wish. Lord Muzan. Alright, just to clarify, sometime before Izuku, Ochako, Momo, and Jiro became demons, Muzan made a new moons system called half-moons, consisting of the demon pillars. They have strength greater than lower moons, but can't beat the upper moons, and Muzan saw them as valuable demons, so he gave them the positions of half-moons, which was the demon moon ranks that are in between the upper and lower ranks. There are 10 half-moons in total. 11, if you count Yuichiro, but he and Mui share the same position. They don't have number engraved on their eyeballs, rather, they have their numbers engraved on their blades and weapons, so that they can hide it most of the time. Their existence is not known to the Corps since the low-level demons still refer to their superiors as the 12 demon moons. Flashback end. Izuku. And that's what happened. He told you guys, and now we're all here. Half-moons and upper moons scatter across the city, either in pairs, groups, or go solo. While the lower moons gather in one place. Only Mui and Yuichi, half-moon 3, gather with the lower moons. Genya serves as an assassin, and since I could mask a demon's presence, nobody would know where Genya is. Yurogi. Oh, ho ho. I'm impressed. Izuku. Thanks, but that was only the plan. The real thing starts soon. Say, do you know where the love is? Yurogi. Spotted them by a water tower. They have those Nomu things on standby, waiting for your signal. Izuku. Excellent. How about Lord Muzan? Yurogi. By one of the tallest buildings. Met up with him, and he said he'll only be spectating and not joining. Izuku. Guess everything's ready, then. Let's get off of this building. Gen, kill the ones that might pose a threat to us, but not all might and endeavor. We've got them covered already. If we're all clear, then let's go. Lower moons Mui, Yuichi, Yurogi. Right. Yurogi then flew away and went to inform everyone else about it, including Stain and the League. Tanjiro. Let's go. Me and Nezuko have some flames to extinguish from a certain flames for brains. Nezuko. Yeah, Izuku. I'm gonna go and hunt down Robocop. That is, if Stain hadn't already dealt with him. Guess this is goodbye, for now. Load out, look alive, stay alive. They then jumped down and landed on the ground gently. They split up and went in different directions. Izuku. If I'm correct, then Stain must be doing his thing in the southern part of the city. I did tell him to go near an alleyway near Manuel's agency, so. Izuku then dashed towards the many alleyways of the southern part of the city, and he eventually found Stain in a stare-off with Iida. Izuku stayed on the rooftop and watched what would happen next. While that was happening, an explosion happened nearby, and he saw fire beginning to form among some buildings, as well as Yorogi and Anomu with wings flying around. Izuku. Let the festivities begin, I guess. He then watched as Stain dropkicked Iida and licked his blood, paralyzing him. Stain. A hero in training out for revenge. You're just as much as a fake as your brother. Iida. I'm no fake. I am Ingenium's successor. I am a true hero. You're just too blind to see it. I swear, I will kill you, no matter what. Stain. Not a fake, you say. If that's the case, then save this guy here. He pointed his blade towards the pro-hero native, who was laying injured, paralyzed, and barely conscious. Iida. Since when was he? Stain. He was here the entire time. You failed to acknowledge his presence, just like any other fake would do. Think of themselves first before others. Are there really no real heroes left in this world? Iida. I am a real hero, you no-nosed fiend. Stain. No, you're not. You may have the dream and drive to become a hero, but for what? Money, fame, glory, inflating your own ego. That's all I see in you. You're one of the fakest of the fakes I've seen out there. Endeavor, All Might, etc. You, along with all of your other male classmates, minus that mind control boy are fakes. I know what you did in the past, and I so want to kill you now, but I won't. Iida. What, too scared to kill a child? Stain. No, it's just that, you're not my target. You're Izuku's target. Iida. Deku. Izuku. Was up. Izuku jumped down from the rooftop, and he landed on the ground. Iida gritted his teeth in anger as Izuku made his appearance with all 6 of his eyes on full view. Iida. You, Stain. Well, if it isn't the big guy himself. Looks like your plan was a success, Izuku. Iida. Plan. Izuku. Yes, plan. I told Stain to go after Ingenium, so that you'll be lured out all the way here, just so I could see you suffer. Iida. You little. My brother was a great hero. Why did you? Izuku. Yeah, he was. That was until he started paying more attention to the public, only to get more fame and support from the people, just for himself and his sidekicks. He only thought about the glory in our eyes, and we didn't like that. We wanted more selfless heroes. True heroes. And you're just another fake, as such like every other hero here. Iida. For the last. Izuku. Shut up, you bastard. Now, I won't kill you, either. I made that mistake with Mineta, but I won't do it to you. Now, your legs are basically the only part of your body where you can use your quirk, right? Without them, you're basically as quirkless as I am. Stain. Oh, I'm liking this. Iida. What are you? Izuku. Let's get rid of them, then. He performs a perfect slash and cuts off his legs, but only by his knees. Iida screamed in pain and terror from the feeling of losing body parts. Izuku. Now, here you are. A quirkless, legless, worthless bastard. I wonder how your friends will react to this when they find out. How much fear they'll fear of the feeling and assumption that maybe one of them is next. Listen, I won't kill you, but I will pick you all off one by one, leaving you to suffer just like how I did. It's only fair, right? I may be acting selfish here, but this is only for vengeance. Iida. If that's the case, then you're just as much as a fake as I. Stain. So he admits himself as a fake. At least he finally knows how to be honest. Izuku. With himself and to other people. Once I pick off the rest, there'll be only despair and agony within their souls. All of which is because their hero careers ended before it even began. Also, I can't be a fake hero. Wanna know why? It's because I'm not even a hero, or even a hero in training to begin with. So I can be as selfish as I want, and do whatever I want, as long as it doesn't pass my limits. Just then, a wave of fire and a barrage of explosions were sent towards both him and Stain, barely hitting Iida. Iida. You guys. Izuku. Well, isn't this convenient? The prodigy and the Pomeranian arrives. Katsuki. You damn bastard. Shoto. What did you do to Iida? Both were horrified to see Iida's legs cut off. Izuku. Well, I did 2 things in one go. 1, I gave him a dose of what karma feels like. 2. I gave him what he wanted. He wanted to be like his brother. A person who can't use his own legs. He laughed maniacally at that. Katsuki then blasted his way forward and grabbed Iida. As he did that, Izuku turned to Native. Izuku. Well, this guy isn't on my shit list. Not his specific name, at least. But all fakes have to go. Farewell, you damn fake. You can still be of use to demons once they eat you. He then stabbed Native right in the head, killing him instantly. Izuku turned to Stain. Izuku. Go, Stain. This is a personal matter between me and them. Take this fake with you, and give them to any demon you could find. Stain. Roger that. Stain then carried Native's corpse and left. Izuku turned back to Shoto and Katsuki. Izuku. Well, this is a very interesting sight to see. The two gang leaders of my suffering. Just so you know, I'm not afraid of you. In all honesty, I actually see the both of you two as jokes. You think you can beat me, yet you can't even beat the lower moon sixes. If you can't do that, then you have no chance of beating me. Or even the rest of the lower and upper moons for that matter. You're just too weak. That struck a nerve in the two of them, and it triggered them to attack Izuku at once. Izuku sighed in disappointment and performed a breathing technique. Izuku. Moon breathing. 19th form. White crystal. Moonbeam. He pulled his sword backwards, and he thrusted it forward with great force, and a long beam of slashes began forming, going directly towards the three in front of him. Both Katsuki and Shoto stopped charging at him and they grabbed Iida and ran away. What was left of the scene were slashed walls and two buildings almost falling over due to the chaotic slashes. Izuku. Tisk. Cowards. Oh, well, I only wanted to get rid of Iida, anyway. Those two can still wait. He then jumped upward and saw the amount of destruction happening around the city. There was fire everywhere, and the sounds of screams were heard everywhere. He smiled in satisfaction of this. Izuku. Do you hear this, Rui, Enmu, Kyogai, Kaminu, Mukago, Wakuraba, Rokuro? It pains me to be watching this without any of you around. I wish you guys were still around. I'd even give up my position in the moons, or even my own life just to give you guys a second chance in life. Izuku cried with a smile on his face while remembering his old friends, who were all killed by a single pillar. He swore to himself and everyone he cares about that he'll be the one to kill that pillar. Meanwhile, Shoto and Katsuki were carrying Iida towards the nearest hospital. They managed to stop the bleeding from Iida's legs with clothing so that he wouldn't die of blood loss. Shoto. Damn it, that Deku was way too strong. Katsuki. He just got lucky that Four Eyes was injured. Otherwise, we'd beat him. Shoto. He's a demon, Katsuki. We can't kill him unless we have the special blade, or sunlight. And the night only just begun. We'd be dead in less than an hour. Katsuki. Hate to admit it, but you're right. Iida. He's the one. It's his fault. He sent Stain after my brother. Katsuki. Not the time, Four Eyes. We need to find someone to help you to not die. Just then, they came across All Might. He seemed to be patrolling the area for any demons nearby. All Might. Young Bakugo. He stopped and stared in shock of seeing Iida with his legs gone. All Might. What happened? Katsuki. Deku happened. He sliced this guy's legs off, and then spared us for some reason. Shoto. We were only lucky to have survived. All Might. Quickly. Take him to the hospital. They nodded and then ran off to Hosu Hospital. All Might decided to stay and find Izuku. He eventually spotted a figure with long hair that looked like Izuku's. He saw him walking around slowly, and was being so casual while roaming the streets. Around him was a massacre of demon slayers' body parts lying around, as well as blood smearing all over the outer walls of buildings and on the ground. All Might jumped down a few meters behind the man, letting his presence be known to the person in front of him. All Might was facing his back, and began talking. From a car's window mirror, he saw that the person in front of him had 6 eyes, so he was sure this was Izuku. Only thing was, he didn't read what was written in those eyes. All Might. Izuku, son. He didn't respond. All Might. Look, I know you're in there. I know Muzan is only controlling you and making you do his bidding against your will. Snap out of it, please. I still haven't redeemed myself as your father. Again, the figure didn't respond. Instead, he slowly turned around, letting All Might see his face, as well as letting him read the kanji in his eyes which said, Upper Moon 1 foot. Kokushibo. Oh, really? Is that right? You think that his lordship is only manipulating Izuku into doing his bidding? You're dead wrong there. All Might. Izuku. Kokushibo. Oh, I'm not Izuku. I'm his mentor, and he's one of my students. I taught him everything that he knows. All Might. What have you done with him? I demand that you release Izuku from Muzan's control right now. Kokushibo. Release him. Control. Whatever are you talking about? All Might. Don't play dumb with me, demon. I know that you are aware that Muzan is controlling Izuku. Kokushibo. I believe that you didn't hear me right. I said, you're dead wrong. All Might. Izuku is doing this out of his own free will, as well as his loyalty and respect for his lordship. There is no forged loyalty involved here. As he would put it, you're just being delusional. All Might. No, I'm not being delusional. I know that Izuku is being controlled. Just let him go. Kokushibo. It seems as though your skull is thicker than your muscles. For that, the right idea couldn't even be sent to your brain, if you even ever had one to begin with. All Might's smile faded and he roared in anger as he charged forward and began to attack Kokushibo head on without a sword. Kokushibo tsked in disappointment with a deadpan expression directed at All Might. Kokushibo. Pathetic. 18th form. Waxing forth. Burning sky. A ton of chaotic slashes and crescents started raining down from the sky, and All Might saw this and attempted to dodge, but to no avail. He got slashed at multiple parts of his body, but Kokushibo didn't kill him because he didn't want to upset his student. All Might was bloodied and slashed around multiple parts of his body, and even close by to his weak spot. Kokushibo. You know, I was holding back, even though I have limitless stamina. I still do not wish to use too much unnecessary power outputs, for it is too wasteful on weak opponents. He then approached All Might, who collapsed on the ground from the amount of pain he was in. Kokushibo. You're lucky, Izuku. He did not want any of us to kill you. All Might. Then that must mean he still sees me as a father. Kokushibo. Wrong. He only said so because he wants to kill you himself. Only he wants to see you suffer first before he does so. He then turned around. Kokushibo. Just so you know, he was the one who wanted all this to happen. He planned it all. Even his lordship is impressed by how much he's planned beforehand. He really has grown. He then disappeared from sight, leaving All Might bleeding on the ground, exhausted from blood loss, but he didn't pass out. He did hear what Kokushibo said, but he still didn't want to believe it. He eventually deflated and just sat on the ground. Meanwhile, nearby, Izumi and Shoka were hiding and watching what just happened. After All Might fell to the ground, they left. As for what happened to the heroes they were interning with, they died. Akaza and Gyoko got them. Izumi. Where to now? Shoka. Find Izuku. Izumi. Sounds like a plan. Let's go. Shoka. This makes us sound like UA traitors, not gonna lie. Suddenly, Kokushibo appeared in front of them. Kokushibo. So, you are Izuku's twin sister. You look nothing like him when I found him as a human. Izumi. Wait, you are Kokushibo. I am his mentor. I was the one who turned Izuku into a demon. Izumi. So you're the one that saved him. Kokushibo. Not only him. I also saved those girls. They were with Izuku. Shoka. You mean Momo, Ochako and Kyoka, right? Are they here? Are they in the city? Kokushibo. Yes, however, I don't know where they are. What I do know is that Izuku is in this area. That is all. He then disappeared again, and then Izumi and Shoka went to find Izuku. Speaking of which, Izuku was eating popcorn on a rooftop while watching everything. Izuku. This is like Transformers. Dark of the Moon all over again. Only, without the alien robots and the spaceships flying around. While he was eating, he heard something from behind him. He knew who it was. Izuku. So, you two are here. Izumi, Shoka, Izumi. Hey, Izuku. Izuku. Yo, I suggest we don't talk here. It's way too much of a risk of getting caught. Popcorn. They nodded and took some popcorn. They then jumped down and talked in an alleyway. In another part of the city, Endeavor was fending off the winged and muscled Nomus. He was having a hard time defeating them since they were turned into demons. Eventually, the Nomus retreated, which confused Endeavor. Endeavor. Where are they going? He was about to chase them, when suddenly, Tanjiro and Nezuko appeared out of nowhere and landed on the ground. Endeavor stopped in his tracks and looked at them as they held a deep scowl and angered looks on their faces. Nezuko. You took everything from us. Endeavor. I don't even know who you are. Tanjiro. You will. Nezuko. Exploding blood. She sent a pink explosion towards Endeavor, almost hitting him if it weren't for him boosting himself up with his own fire. Then, out of nowhere, Tanjiro came from behind Endeavor and performed several slashes to him. Endeavor didn't have time to react, and then Tanjiro cut him in the air, but didn't kill him. Endeavor screamed in pain as blood sprayed and dripped down his skin. Just like All Might, his body was banged up pretty badly, and he barely had any strength to continue fighting. Tanjiro looked at him like he was some hideous creature. Tanjiro. That wasn't even worth looking at all. Nezuko. I expected more of a fight. Tanjiro. Maybe it's because Izuku just fought him a few weeks ago that he couldn't even fight us properly. And here I had high expectations from the guy that reached number 2. Nezuko. Let alone the guy that just so happened to be not known for ruining families, including his own. Endeavor. What are you? Nezuko. I'm talking about how you abused your wife and kids, letting your eldest son die, and turning your own youngest son into an exact copy of you, only with ice. Tanjiro. And for the fact that you murdered our family by accident, and you didn't even give off any scent of regret. All I smelled out of you was selfishness and the drive of a fake hero. Let's go, Nezuko. We'll kill him another time. Nezuko. We shall. They then both left. Endeavor tried to go after them, but his body won't respond. Instead, he fell to the ground unconscious. Tanjiro. I wonder how the others are doing. Meanwhile, with Izuku, he just finished conversing with Izumi and Shoka, and they went their separate ways now. Izuku was now approaching where All Might was at, and he saw him sitting against the wall, in his deflated form looking all tired. Izuku. Hey, look who got beaten up by my true father. Toshinori looked up and saw Izuku. Toshinori. Izuku. Izuku. Sup, old man. Finally decided to bite the dust. Toshinori. I won't accept to die. Not until I. Izuku. You what? Set me free from Lord Muzen's control. See, I'm not being controlled. I believe I made that clear during the USJ. Toshinori. How can I know for sure? Izuku. You can't. That's because you don't even know me at all. You don't know that I even existed until I was announced dead. You didn't even notice my hair change to red over the years. Heck, you don't even know what characters are in my name. Toshinori. Yes, I do. Izuku. Say it, then. Toshinori. Izuku. Well, Toshinori. Izuku. Tisk. Liar. Toshinori. Why are you doing all this, Izuku? If I am speaking to Izuku, who's not being controlled as you would say, then why are you doing this? Izuku. Why should I tell you? We're on opposite sides. Our plans, our desires, our ideals, our goals. They're all different. My plans for this trash society is only just in its first few stages. If you're smart, then maybe you can find out what I really desire, but since you're way too dumb, I'll tell you what I really want. I just want a world where people and demons can live in peace together, but since heroes view them as nothing different than villains, then I suspect that the chances of achieving that goal is nearly zero. See, Izuku then begins to walk around while monologuing. Izuku. Demons and humans aren't really all that different, you know. We're all living beings, but with different physiology and diets, but for some of our kind, we're special cases. Because of that one reason, fights began to break out. In another part of the city, the Lower Moon 3 trio were seen wrecking everything in sight. They destroyed all sorts of military equipment and killed many soldiers in their own ways. Izuku. You see, I was told a story before. When mutant quirks started appearing, demons and humans started getting along quite well, and even Lord Muzan started accepting them as if they were one of his own kind. But then, the discrimination started occurring. Wanna know who started it all? It was a retired demon slayer that hated demons more than anything. He called the mutant quirked people as monsters, and then other people followed after. In other different parts of the city, the half-moons were seen cutting mostly everything in their paths in half. They even encountered one of the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, and they took him down in less than 10 minutes. Izuku. Starting from then on, Lord Muzan started resenting the society, as well as humanity itself. From then on, he began his reign of terror once more. He didn't like the society as how it was, and neither did every other demon out there. In yet another part of the city, Zenitsu, Tanjiro, and Inosuke were fighting and killing every slayer in their way. Zenitsu was even striking down thunder from the skies in order to attack his opponents. Izuku. And that's where the rest of the moons came in. My master was the first ever moon to have joined the 12. He's Upper Moon 1. He told me that he was discriminated by most people because of the fact that he had 6 eyes. He resented that, so he slaughtered every single one of the people that did him bad. Near where Endeavor was unconscious, Kanao and Nezuko were in close combat with a bunch of slayers and military people, but they were clashing in the middle of a mist cloud, which Muichiro and Yuichiro conjured up. Genya was shooting helicopters and air support out of the sky with his rifle. Izuku. If I were in his shoes, I'd do the same. People like them disgust me. I only insult people when I hate them or when I'm against them, but not for some foolish reason like, just for the heck of it. It sickens me to the core. And then the percentage of quirkless people around the world started to decrease over time, and now they were the ones being treated as the freaks and filth in this society. I know how that feels from direct and personal experience. In a very narrow street, Daki and Gyutaro were massacring every person that was either pointlessly shooting at them, or aimlessly slashing at them. Izuku. And now look what this society has come to. A world where human equality is not even a thing anymore. Even demons have respect for some humans, and they're the ones that kill them for food. How ironic is that, huh? A giant ice sculpture was seen in the distance, and a rising ice cloud was forming from where it was. It was obviously Doma's doing, judging by the appearance of the sculpture. From where it was at, multiple frozen corpses and slayers and heroes who had their lungs frozen were seen all over the place. Izuku. You know, if I ever did have a quirk, things would have taken a different turn, am I right? I'd be training to be a hero. Those pricks that I used to respect will be my friends and comrades, and I'll be inflating myself and ego. I'm glad that reality never came to be. If it did, then I wouldn't be here right now. A demon, one of Lord Muzan's personal assistants. How lucky Momo, Ochako, Kyoka, and I could have gotten to obtain such a place in the demons. And then, a thunderstorm suddenly, courtesy of Zenitsu. In another part of the city, Gyoko and Hantengu were slaughtering everyone by either turning them into fish, or turning them into ash, or making their heads explode with supersonic screams. Toshinori, I wish that the reality that you mentioned were the case. If you really weren't quirkless, then maybe things could have ended differently. This struck a nerve in Izuku. Izuku. Are you saying that you would only notice me because of a quirk? Tisk. I can't believe that I even talked with you. I don't even want to tell you my true ideals anymore. You're trash, All Might. Like I said, I'm glad that this reality existed rather than the other. If it didn't, then I wouldn't see who you really are. Someone who only views a person for their quirks. Toshinori realized his mistake in words and he panicked a bit. Izuku. Don't even try to make up for what you said. I hate people like you. I'm glad I gave up my humanity, because I don't even want to become anything like you now, and that includes being human. Even Lord Muzan doesn't discriminate the quirkless, and he's the harshest and most cruel person out there. Somewhere in the city, Muzan was watching everything unfold, but what he was mostly watching was Izuku giving All Might a speech and a story, which soon turned to yelling and bashing All Might. He grinned as he took the words, harshest, and most cruel person, as compliments since they were from one of his most loyal demons. With that, he decided to have a little bit of fun. He saw some military people and heroes down where he was at, and he turned to his combat mode and jumped down and began his massacre. Izuku, now, have to take my leave. Also, how did you not notice that this place literally has corpses everywhere? Toshinori raised an eyebrow and looked around, and there were indeed corpses everywhere. Izuku, I can't believe that you neglected even these guys. If one of them even were still alive in the slightest chance, then you could have helped them. You could have saved them, and yet, you ignored them. How disappointing. I don't want to waste my time with you anymore. Goodbye, and live out whatever is left with your life, All Might. But before I go, I want to tell you this. Demons and humans really aren't all that different anymore, you know. There's more to quirks than just being a mutation in human evolution. You don't even know the full story of how a quirk even came to be. That's a story for another time. Izuku then left and met up with Kokushibo on a rooftop. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Akaza was going on a rampage and bulldozing his way through every military male person he came across. He just spared the women. Oh, wait, there weren't any present. Oh, well, anyway, everyone who came across him were dead. With Izuku and Kokushibo, they were watching everything happen from a rooftop. Kokushibo, is this what you wanted? Izuku, this is much better than I'd have wanted. By tomorrow, people will begin to lose faith in the hero society, and the society itself will begin to crumble until it's nothing more than shambles. Kokushibo, I see, to do something this big usually takes a long period of time to plan. But you planned this in less than a month. I am proud of you. Izuku, don't praise just me, master. This wouldn't have been made possible if it weren't for any of your help. I should be thanking all of you for this. Especially Master Muzan, since I got his approval. Kokushibo, you are right. Let's join in on the carnage, shall we? Izuku smirks, so be it, then. Both then dashed towards the middle of the city and saw two of the pillars that were sent to the city. They looked confused and were formulating a plan. Izuku, pillars, wow, and I thought they'd send more. How disappointing. Master, do you want to kill them? I've already had enough of getting rid of pillars because of last month. Kokushibo, all right. Izuku, while you do that, I'll go and check on our other friends. Kokushibo then approached the pillars, catching their attention. They saw the kanji in Kokushibo's eyes, and they tensed up. They heard from their crows that 5 of their pillars from before were dispatched by the lower moons, so they feared the upper moons more. Kokushibo, let's begin. Wah! Before he could utter a word, Kokushibo suddenly appeared right in front of him. He brought his blade to his front and almost cut him, but instead got sent back after he blocked with his blade. Meanwhile, Izuku decided to find Stain and the love to prepare for the next act. Izuku then went to where the LOV was on standby and were spectating the destruction. Stain was already with them, and the demon Nomus were feeding on Native's corpse. Izuku. Yo, Shigaraki. Izuku. Got the things I asked for. Shigaraki. The news cameras. Yeah, stole them from a van. Izuku. Perfect. Izuku then duct taped the cameras on the winged Nomu's head, and he commanded for it to fly towards the. They then set the camera rolling, and all TV channels and screens on people's phones, tablets, and PCs began playing the live footage of Izuku with the League and Stain beside him. Izuku. He. Time to expose some fakes. Let's start with you, All Might and Psywave. Pleasant evening to all of you watching. I am Izuku Sugikuni, formerly Yagi. I'm here with my friends and comrades to show you our work. Beautiful, isn't it? It then switched to the winged Nomu's camera, which was high in the sky, showing everyone the destruction and chaos in Hosu City. People gasped at what they saw. Then, it switched back to Izuku's camera, but this time, it was Stain who was on screen. Stain. I usually don't want to be seen on screens, but for this, I'll make an exception. I just want to send out a message to everyone out there, especially to very specific people. Be that as it may, I'll get straight to the point. I'm the hero killer, Stain. I'm known for killing or incapacitating heroes and villains alike, but I don't do so without a reason. Stain then removed his mask, showing his face to everyone. Stain. I only do so when those said targets are part on the ones that make this society worth loathing. See, people nowadays only commend and acknowledge you for your strength, but not for who you truly are. Take All Might, for example. I used to respect him and he was the reason why I even wanted to be a hero in the past. But after what I was told about, I lost all respect for him. He's just like every other corrupted heroes in this society. A fake. You'll all find out the truth later, but now, I just have one final thing to say. This society, no, this world is corrupted, and only a few people have eyes sharp enough, and brains smart enough to see it. We, the League of Villains and the demons, can clearly see it. Heroes these days only ever take the hero work for granted. They only do it for fame, money, glory, to show off their strengths, and just for the heck of it. All selfish. It would be understandable if they'd only do it for money to help other people, but doing it just to give themselves luxury is something that I see as something a fake would do. So, I've got something to tell you all. This world is being overrun by fakes, hypocrites, and villains who only use their quirks just for their personal gain. The demons aren't like that, for they only use their abilities to survive out there. Some criminals do it for the sake of their families. But what do you heroes do? You apprehended and assaulted them because you see them as villains. Now, most of them are in jail, in hospitals, or worst of all, under tombstones and graves. Their blood is on your hands. Remember that. Now, for the discriminated people. Join us. Join me. Join Tamura Shigaraki. Join the League of Villains, if you follow our ideals. That's all, folks. Stain then stepped back and put his mask back on, and then he nodded at Izuku. He nodded back and stepped up to the camera again. He signaled Kurogiri to do something, to which he did by making a phone call. Izuku. That was a wonderful speech, Stain. It was inspirational. Now, for my turn, I'm just going to explain a few things. I am indeed All Might's son, unfortunately. Normally, I would be honored to, if I were my old nerdy self before I turned 10, but after what I learned from last year, the night I ran away, I hated him to the core. Here's why. He neglected me, along with his wife. Both of them completely forgotten that I even existed, and they had the audacity to even try and arrest me, a demon. I'm not one of those low-level demons used for target practice at final selection. Plus, he thinks I'm being manipulated into doing this, all this. I mean, I chose to be a demon in the first place, so why was there any need to manipulate me? Besides, Lord Muzan isn't the type to manipulate people without a reason to do so. Anyway, enough about me. More about the truth about All Might. Every screen then played a pre-recording of Izuku's real speech. He spoke about what All Might has been doing in the background this entire time. That included his wife. He didn't mention anything bad about Izumi, but he did mention the fact that she was manipulated into doing such things by people who she used to call friends. He didn't explain one for all, though. That was because Izumi was currently holding it, and doing so will put her in great danger. Everyone was in disbelief and was still skeptical of what they saw because it was coming from a demon, but not just any demon, a demon that was All Might's son. Most people didn't believe it, even villains. After the video ended, everything on everyone's screens went back to normal. And just like that, the carnage of Hosu City stopped, as well. Nakame opened several doors, letting everyone go through back to the Infinity Fortress. Another door opened near where Izuku was. Izuku. Guess this is where we part ways, huh, guys? Kurogiri. It appears so. We look forward into working with you in the future. Stain. Same goes for me. I'm with the League now. Anything they do, I do, as well, as long as it goes by my ideals. Shigaraki. And with Stain's speech and yours, a lot of people will be heading to the League soon. We'll be getting more people in our ranks, and we have you guys to thank for it. So coming from me, and on behalf of my master, thanks. Izuku. Anytime. Now, I'm a go back home. Need to lay low for a while. Shigaraki. Same. Stain. Oi, get me some apple juice. They then went their separate ways, and once Izuku made it back to the fortress, he was met with confetti being shot in the air and a firework that Doma accidentally fired at him after being startled by Uzui about the announcement that Izuku had just returned. Izuku was confused, but they explained that it was for celebrating their victory, and they have Izuku to thank for coming up with the plan. They even took out 3 pillars that night, at least 147 demon slayers, 34 heroes, and hundreds of military men. They partied for about an entire 6 hours, and they had a lot of fun, even if they were higher-ranking demons. Even Muzan, Kokushibo, Nakame, Akaza, and Gyu had a lot of fun, and they were the ones that mostly kept away from these sort of things because of seeing it as a waste of time. After the party, something happened. Muzan actually grew a soft spot for the moons. Is the world ending? Also, another thing. A few hours after the party, Izuku and Tanjiro were dueling off in one of the larger rooms in the fortress, training and honing their sword skills, when all of a sudden, Momo, Jiro, Ochako, and Daki came in, and they looked nervous for some reason. Both boys took notice of them, and so they sheathed their swords back into their scabbards. Izuku. Hey, guys. What's up? Daki. Nothing much. However, can we talk to you for a second? It's important. Izuku. Yeah, sure. Tanjiro caught a whiff of what was happening here, and he smiled before turning to walk away. Tanjiro. Well, I wouldn't want to be intruding into your conversations, so I'll be on my way. Pretty sure Kanao's looking for me. Izuku. Speaking of, Izuku then reached for his pocket and pulled out an envelope. Izuku. Here's something that I promised 2 chapters ago. He handed the envelope to Tanjiro, and he opened it. Once he did, he was surprised, and his eyes were about to pop out of his sockets, and his hands were shaking from the shock. Tanjiro. 150,000 yen. Where'd you get this from, and why are you giving it to me? Izuku. 1. I got it from Trashmite. 2. Like I said, I did promise you something 2 chapters ago, and here I am fulfilling it. Tanjiro took a moment to remember what it was, and once he remembered it, his face went bright crimson, and he stared at Izuku, who was giving him the thumbs up with a stoic look on his face. He could smell he was serious, so he just went with it. He yelled a thanks before running off to find Kanao because he couldn't keep it in his pants anymore, and he knew that neither can his girlfriend. Izuku then turned back to the 4 girls. Izuku. So, what's up? Momo. Well, we want to discuss something that's been bugging us a lot lately, and we finally want to get it off our chests. Izuku. Okay, shoot. Ochako. Well, Izuku, you see. Jiro. Daki. How do we say this? Momo. Izuku. Take your time, you guys. We're in the Infinity Fortress, after all, so we have unlimited time since the sun can't reach us. I can wait for as long as you want. Izuku just stood there, waiting for what the 4 have to say. But then, they all were all like, you know, what, fuck it. Suddenly, all 5 of them were wrapped around in Daki's sashes, and they hugged Izuku while pushing him in between their chests unintentionally. Izuku blushed bright crimson at that. All 4 girls. We love you, Izuku. Please go out with us. They shut their eyes closed tightly after the confession, and they awaited his response, but none came. They opened their eyes, and they saw Izuku between their chests while his eyes were going around like spirals. Daki released all of them from her sashes, and the girls released him from the hug, only for Izuku to drop down to the ground with a heavy nosebleed, passed out from what just happened. Momo. I think we killed him. Daki. Yeah, no shit. Did he hear us, though? Ochako. He better. Otherwise, I'm getting in his pants when he wakes up. Jiro. Count me in. Suddenly, the doors to the training room opened, and in came Muzan and Kokushibo, who were discussing some important matters, and they spotted the scene in front of them. Izuku laying on the ground while his nose was bleeding, while the girls were towering above him, and there was blood on their chests. Muzan. The hell happened here? Kokushibo. And, why is Izuku knocked out? Momo. Well, Muzan. Don't answer. I'll just see for myself. He then checked all of their memories, and he grew a tick mark on his head, and then he walked away. Muzan. Again with this. First, Tanjiro and Kanao, and now you 5. Kokushibo. Remind me to not look into their memories again. Kokushibo. As you wish, your lordship. Momo. Wait, Master Muzan. Muzan. Make it quick, Momo. Momo. Did Izuku hear us? Muzan. Oh, he very much did. That's why he passed out. Both of them then left the girls and Izuku alone. Daki. And that proves that he heard us, I guess. Jiro. And I think we pretty much broke him. Ochako. Should we take him back to his quarters? Daki. Sounds like the best option. Let's go. They then carried Izuku to his room, and Izuku was still passed out with a heavy nosebleed. It was currently the next day, and Tenya Iida was in the hospital since his legs were cut off. Beside him were his friends, Katsuki and Shoto. Suddenly, the doctor came in with the police chief with the dog head. Doctor. Mr. Iida, the chief of the police force is here to see you. Suragame. Woof. I am Kenji Suragame, and I bring you bad news, unfortunately. Iida. An honor to meet you, sir. But, what is the bad news you bring? Suragame. It would already be obvious, but I'd have to say that you're in no condition to further your hero career. Thus, you are to be removed from the hero course in UA, and be replaced by a hero course student from Shikatsu High. Like the unfortunate Mr. Minoru Mineta, who passed away about a month ago, his spot will also be replaced, but by a hero course student from another part of Japan. Principal Nezu just hasn't found a suitable replacement until today. And, just because of the other school's suggestion, 2 more students are to be transferred to the hero course in UA, 3 of which are in 1A, and 1 in 1B. The one in 1B will be a male, while the other 3, females. Woof. All 3 students gasped at that. Iida couldn't believe it. Iida. No, tell me this is a joke. I have to be a hero for my brother. Suragame. No, I am not joking. Both of your legs are cut off, and you're stuck on a wheelchair for the rest of your life. Besides, from what I know, your quirk relies on your legs. Without them, you're basically quirkless, and you will be labeled as such. Woof. Iida. What? Suragame. If somebody with a quirk that relies on certain body parts gets that specific body part cut off or is rendered to permanent disability, they'll be labeled as quirkless, even if you were born with a quirk. I apologize. Even though it is possible for a quirkless person to become a hero, somebody without their legs is obviously impossible. Woof. Iida. Wait, sir, where's Manuel? Suragame. He didn't make it, unfortunately. We found him with his body parts mixed up with other heroes' body parts, almost as if he was put in a blender. I do apologize. Good day. He then left the room, and the doctor went to check up on Iida, who was still in shock of hearing that he was going to be replaced by another student and he was being removed from the hero course. Not only that, but the hero he was interning was brutally murdered. Katsuki and Shoto were also in shock, but more angry, and they blame Izuku for this. In other rooms, All Might and Endeavor were unconscious, and were being checked up on. Looks like Endeavor got hospitalized 2 times in 2 months, I guess. Infinity Fortress. Izuku. The hell happened? Izuku just woke up, and he noticed that he was in his bed and he immediately looked around. Izuku. So it was all a dream. Hey, of course it was. There was no way they'd love somebody like me. Though, what was I doing sleeping? I'm a demon, so there's no reason to sleep. Well, look who woke up. Izuku snapped his head towards the door, and he saw Ochako and Momo standing there. Izuku. Oh, it's just you two. Momo. Yeah, it's us. And I got to say, Izuku, even if you're a sadist and Lower Moon 1, you passed out from a confession from 4 girls alone. Izuku. It wasn't a dream. Ochako. No, silly. Izuku. So you really did confess to me. Why me? Also, where are Daki and Kyo? Ochako. They're with the others discussing some stuff. And to answer your first question, we love you for always bringing smiles to our faces. Even when we were still human, you cheered the 3 of us up on our darkest days, even though you were the one being bullied and harmed every day. You care about us, and we care about you. We love you, Izuku. We stayed by your side because we love you, and because it was what my heart told me to do. Momo. Izuku, out of all the people I've observed, you were the only one that accepted me for me, and not for my looks. When we were younger, people would already call me beautiful and simp for me, but you were the only boy that didn't do just that. You called me beautiful, that's a fact, but you were meaning that I was beautiful in the outside and the inside. Even when I became more developed, your eyes would remain fixated on mine whenever we hold a conversation, and not on my chest. That's what I love about you, Izuku. You don't look at a human for their body, but for the person they are. Izuku blushes. Well, I have no words. To be honest, I don't know how I feel about this. Having more than one girl fall in love with me is already something I learned about with the girls from class 1A, since all the girls there love me, but I never expected you guys to. However, I don't know how I feel about you guys, sorry. Both felt their hearts dropped at that, but then, they realized that Izuku had never had any affectionate interactions when he was younger, so he has no idea what it's like to fall in love. Ochako. Izuku, how do you feel around us? Like, how does your body respond? Izuku. Well, my heart starts pounding a lot, and I feel like I want to stay by your sides and protect you with my life. And if I see someone wants to take that away from me or see someone try to touch you without your consent, I want to kill them. Momo. Sounds like love to me. Izuku. Oh, so that's what it was. I honestly thought it was friend's intuition. Ochako. Seriously, Izuku, you really are dense. Not that we blame you, though. Izuku. Sorry, Ochako. I told you, we don't blame you. Izuku. So you guys really do love me. Momochiko. Yes, Izuku. Sighs and smiles. Well, after knowing what the feeling was inside my chest this entire time, it seems that the feeling is mutual. Momo. So, Ochako. Do you agree to dating us? Izuku. Of course, though, I want to make it official after Daki and Kyoka arrive. It wouldn't be fair if they weren't here when I accept you both as my girlfriends when they also confessed to me the same time before I passed out. Momo. That's all right with us. Ochako. Yeah. Izuku sighs. Looks like I'll have to clear my head first. Having multiple confession all at once takes too much brain power, even if I have to. Might as well watch TV. He turned on the TV in his room and put on the news. There, a news reporter was seen in the middle of the city where he knew that Kokushibo attacked, judging by the blood smeared on the walls of the buildings. Izuku. This should be interesting. Reporter. We're bringing this to you live from Hosu City. Last night, demons have targeted this city for some reason and slaughtered hundreds of heroes, demon slayers, and military soldiers. Not even All Might and Endeavor stood a chance against them. Bystanders that hid nearby have said that All Might engaged in a battle with Upper Moon 1, whereas Endeavor encountered Lower Moons 1 and 5, though, it appears as though there are 2 Lower Moon 1s, considering bystanders claiming that the they say fighting Endeavor looked different than the one he fought the month prior to this event. Currently, the number 1 and 2 heroes are in the hospital with major and minor injuries and are in no condition to be doing hero work, thus, this proves that both have no chance against the demons. Suddenly, somebody interrupts her as she was speaking. The one who interrupted her whispered something in her ear. Reporter. Huh, what was that? Seriously. All right, then, folks, it has just occurred to me that more hidden bystanders have gotten a good look at the ones that were in the attack last night, and it appears that the entire 12 demon moons and a few other strong demons have joined in on the fight. At the mention of that, everyone watching the news gasped in fear and shock. Reporter. That's all for now. We'll update you all once we have new information regarding the attack. Izuku shut the TV off once the news reporter said that. Izuku wasn't really satisfied with the outcome yet, because of the lack of reports of the people losing faith in heroes. Nevertheless, he'll wait patiently for the news about it. He looked back, and he saw that Daki and Jiro were now there standing by the doorway. Izuku. So, you two are here. Perfect timing. Daki. Yeah, Jiro. So, do you remember what we said before you passed out? Izuku. Yeah, I do. And I have to say, the feeling's mutual. I also love you guys, even though I only found out what I was feeling just now. Both of them smiled, and they went over to Izuku and hugged him. Momo and Ochako joined in, and they had a peaceful moment, when all of a sudden, they heard the sound of confetti popping from the door. They turned to see Doma being held back by Akaza and Gyutaro, who wanted to give the five their moment. Doma. Congratulations, you five. Let's celebrate. Akaza. You fucking idiot. Don't ruin the moment. Gyutaro. Not cool, man. Izuku. What's going on here? Akaza. Blondie's T sensors went off, and it led him here. We tried to hold him back, I swear. Nothing we did could stop him. Gyutaro. I'm only here because I didn't want my sister's moment with her new boyfriend to be ruined. So, Doma, let's go. Doma. Oh, come on, let's celeb. He was cut off by Akaza punching him right in the head, and his head blasting off like Kenny Doyle. Akaza. Begone, thought. He threw Doma through the wall, and made him fall down to the bottom of the Infinity Fortress since there weren't any other platforms to catch him. All of them watched as he fell. Izuku. Wow, that's at least 3 seconds deep. Hope he's alright, though. Akaza. He can't feel pain, remember. He'll be just fine. Gyutaro. Oi, basketball face, let's go. No need to ruin their moment any further. Akaza. Don't call me basketball face, seaweed hair. Gyutaro. I deserved that. They then left, leaving Izuku and his newly formed harem alone. Izuku. So, should we continue where we left off? Girls. Yeah, we shall. They then kissed Izuku one by one. They went in this order. Ochako kissed Izuku first, which marks that as both of their first kisses. Next was Momo, and then Jiro, and then Daki. They went in the order of whoever met Izuku first. Izuku. So, does this make us all official? Girls. Yes. Izuku smiled in glee at that. Meanwhile in another part of the fortress, Muzan was watching what everyone was doing, other than Tanjiro and Kanao because of what he saw a while back. Then, when he saw what Izuku was doing, he cried tears of jealousy and proud hee-hee noises. Muzan. Damn it, now we have 2 people here with harems. Uzui and Izuku. I'll never understand what my demons do these days anymore. In another part, Nakame saw what was happening with her eye-cams, and she smiled in proudness of Izuku. Nakame. Congratulations, Izuku. You've finally found someone you love. I wonder, how can I tell Kokushibo how I feel? Other than Doma and Izuku, nobody knows that Nakame likes Kokushibo, and that Kokushibo feels the same way, but can't find the right moment to tell each other. Damn, this is like Kuroshi and Setsuna from Quirky Hero all over again. Times KIP. Next week. Hi. Class 1A had just heard the news about what happened in Hosu, as well as what happened to Iida. The boys were enraged that Izuku did that to him, whereas the girls were thanking him that they did that. Shinso was with the girls on thanking Izuku since he always found Iida as annoying and a person with a stick up his ass. Just then, Aizawa came in with some news. Aizawa. Everybody here. Good. Look. I heard about what happened to Iida, and even though I didn't like what he did in the past, he still had potential to be a hero. I don't hate him, I just dislike his attitude. Now, leaving that aside, I have a few announcements to make. Later today, we'll have 4 new students coming here to UA and replace their spots, as well as add in a number in both classes. Everyone was intrigued with this. Aizawa. Now, for another thing. A dorms system will be put into the school in order to prevent more of our students from being forced to drop out. Dorms will be separated by gender, and there'll be 21 rooms provided for students. This system will be ready for all of you in a week's time. Any questions? Denki raised his hand. Aizawa. Kaminari. Denki. Are they girls? The boys all had the same thoughts in their heads, while the girls and Shinso were giving him a look of disgust and annoyance. Aizawa. Not all of them. There's only 1 boy and 3 girls being transferred here. The boys getting transferred to 1B. Boys. Thank you, Iida, without your sacrifice, we wouldn't be getting more girls. Aizawa. And that's it for homeroom. Wait for Psywave so you can start your heroics training. All Might can't come here because he was hospitalized due to an encounter with Upper Moon 1. He then left, leaving the class behind to wait for their new teacher. Times KIP. Again, somewhere in the middle of Tokyo. Izuku was happily walking through the streets of the city in his non-demonic form, taking a walk to clear his mind off of things. And he was happily doing so after getting together with 4 girls, plus learning that Tanjiro and Kanao had finally done it after a long time of finding the right moment. He eventually got to the neighborhood part of the city, which was in its outskirts, and it was way more peaceful than the city itself. There, he saw a rather big school, but he didn't pay any mind to it. While he was walking, he saw someone being beaten up by 2 bullies in the middle of the night. He spied on them from a roof of a house and listened in on their conversation. Bully 1. I told you, give us your money, you quirkless wimp. Bully 2. If you don't, then you'll regret it. Leave me alone, you 2. I have money, but I don't plan on giving it to you. Izuku. Quirkless. This guy. Tisk. And some bullies. I hate people like these bastards. Time to teach them a lesson. Bully 1 was about to punch the guy, but was stopped when Izuku suddenly came out of nowhere and grabbed his arm. Izuku. I wouldn't advise that. Bully 1. Huh, and who the hell are you supposed to be? Izuku. It'd be better if I show you. He switched to his demon form, letting the guys see who he was in full view. They took a look at his eyes, and they knew they were screwed as soon as they saw them. Not just his middle pair of eyes, but all 6 of them. Izuku. Boo. The 2 bullies fell to the ground in fear and were shaking violently. Izuku approached them and unsheathed his blade and put it on the guy's neck. Izuku. I would have let you off with a warning, but, you insulted and assaulted a quirkless like myself, you deserve to die. He slit the guy's throat and threw his sword at the other guy's chest, letting him die slowly. He turned around to see the bullies, victim with a glint of both fear and hope in his eyes. You saved me, why? Izuku. Monk. Take 2. Izuku. I just hate seeing innocent kids getting harassed because of their status of either being quirkless or something else. I see. Thanks, I guess. Despite being a demon, you're kind of nice. Izuku. Thanks, too. Say, what's your name? Mine's Izuku, aka Lower Moon 1. My name is no. Izuku. That's a nice name. Say, how about I take you back home? If someone sees you back here with me and these corpses, they'll immediately report you. No. I can't go home. I don't even have a home. I only live under a bridge after my mom and dad died in a house fire. Izuku. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. No. They were the only ones that actually cared for a quirkless being like me. At first, I thought someone else did care, but until recently, she betrayed me. Izuku. Why would that person do that? You know what? Let's talk somewhere else, 'cause like I said before. He pointed at the corpses, and no immediately got the message. He nodded, and they left to go to no's hideout, but not before Izuku took his sword back from the second bully's chest. They arrived there, and it was rather homey. There was a rather large tent, an old-school grill, and a fireplace, which was an oil barrel that looked old and rusty. Izuku. It seems nice. No. It's not much, but it counts as a home. I do jobs to pay for my food and tuition fee, but I got fired from nearly all of them because of my status. Izuku. As expected of the people in this society. I hate them. Now, tell me about this betrayal of this friend of yours. You don't have to tell me, if you don't want. No. No, it's okay. I need someone to talk to, anyway. See, I had a friend named Ga. Back when we were kids, we would always play outside, and we were inseparable. She had a hydrokinesis quirk, while I didn't have a quirk to begin with. Sometime in our childhood, she said that she wanted to get married to me, and we made a pinky promise that we will when we grow up. Growing up, we always spent time together, but then, when we reached middle school, she started straying away from me. She started hanging out with other girls from our class, as well as different classes. I get beaten up every day, and the reason was because of my lack of quirk, and my friendship with her. Whenever she sees me beat up, she just walks past me, as if she didn't even know who I was. Then, when it was graduation, I was going to give her flowers, but I saw her with another guy, and she already had flowers in her hands, while the guy had her hand wrapped around her. It pained me to the core. Then, around a few months later, it happened. Her friend, Seiyun took me to a neighborhood apartment in Tokyo, but I saw something that I never wanted to see in my life. Se-yun only took me there to see Ga being fucked by another guy named Shihoon. Not only that, but Se-yun said one thing that almost made me wanna wish that I never existed. He's a precious underclassman, but as a man, he's trash. Right in my face. Makes me wanna kill them. If it weren't for my morals telling me to not kill them, then I would have killed them right then and there, including Ga and myself. This happened in less than 2 weeks ago, and then I heard that they're getting transferred as replacements and additions to UA. It sickens me to the core that those 3 even got recommended by the principal of our school. I don't blame UA's principal for putting them in the hero course since nobody could have ever known what I witnessed. Izuku looked at Mino with a sad expression. He felt his pain, and he knew what it feels like to be betrayed. Izuku. I feel you, man. You've had it worse than I did. Being betrayed and by the only friends you got is more painful than being bullied and neglected by my own friends and family. They beat me up every day, but for different reasons. You may have known who my parents are from my big announcement last Wednesday night. Mino. Wait, what? Izuku. My own friends did bully me, but the girls were manipulated into doing so. The girls were desperate for me to not die, so the boys told them that bullying me was the best option in order for me to be afraid of even taking the hero track. Unfortunately for them, I can't feel fear, so I kept pursuing that dream, even though they all bullied me, except for 3 people. My only true friends back then, and even now. They even became demons with me. Mino. Good for you. At least you have some true friends. As for me, I don't even have any friends. I don't even consider Ga as a friend anymore, after what she did. Izuku. Dude, I'm your friend. Friends tell each other their problems, and stick by their sides, no matter what. I don't know if you do, but I consider you as my friend. Mino. Smiles and tears up. Thanks. That's the nicest and most sincere thing that anyone has told me. Not even Ga was that sincere. Izuku got up and hugged him and let him cry on his clothes. He felt bad for Mino, and he absolutely loathed whoever hurt him. Especially his own childhood friend. Mino. To be honest, if I were to be given a choice, I'd say I'll be sent to another world where Ga isn't in. A world where I am not weak and helpless and defenseless. Izuku let go of Mino and looked him in the eye. Izuku. Then how about come to the demon world? Mino stared in shock of what Izuku just said. Mino. What? Izuku. You say you want to be sent to another world, then how about stepping into the world where I stepped in? You're still in the human world, but if you become a demon, then you'll join the demon world, but at the cost of your own humanity. This isn't a one-time offer, so it'll be put up for until you eventually accept. I'm not forcing you to accept, so. Mino. I accept. Izuku. Already. Mino. Yeah. I was called weak as a man already, and Se-yun made me feel like an embarrassment to this world, to the human race, and to myself. The look on Ga's face only made me feel worse. So, I'll prove to them that I'm not weak, and I'm not an embarrassment to the human race. After all, why call me a disgrace to humans when I'm not even a human anymore? Izuku. Hey, I like your spirits, kid. Mino. I'm 16. Izuku. Looks like you're older than me, then. Anyway, I better introduce you to everyone first. Especially Lord Muzan. By the way, if you do become a demon, you'll have to serve under Lord Muzan's command. Mino. If that's what it takes, then sure. Izuku. Miss Nakame, please open up a doorway. Then, the sound of a biwa was heard, and a tatami door appeared. Izuku gestured for them to go through, and Mino followed. Mino stared in awe at the interior of the Infinity Fortress. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Muzan. He appeared right in front of them. Muzan. Izuku. Care to explain why a human is here? Izuku. Well, you see, Lord Muzan, he wishes to become a demon. Muzan. Oh, is that so? How come? Izuku. Well, I think it's better if he says it rather than I do. He nods at Mino, and introduced himself. Then, he tells Muzan his reasons for wanting to become a demon. Muzan. If becoming a demon is what you want, then become a demon you will. Come here. Mino stepped forward, and he injected some of his blood into Mino. Mino shook violently and thrashed on the floor, and he eventually passed out. His skin was pale, and he looked lifeless, but he was still alive. Just not human anymore. Muzan. Well, I suppose you'll take charge on what he does from now on, Izuku. Izuku. Yes, sir. I'll do my best. Muzan. Good. Now, take Mino here to your room, and... He was cut off by a groaning sound coming from where Mino was. Both of them looked towards where he was, and they saw Mino slowly getting up. Though, they did notice that his hair grew out a bit. Mino. That hurt like hell. Guess that's what everyone else went through when they became demons, huh? Hee. He slowly turned around so that the other could see his new features. He now had darker hair, red eyes, and notably sharp and pointy teeth. Izuku. Whoa. Muzan. Oh, great, another lady killer. Mino. Whoa, what's, whoa, mean. Izuku. You look different. One hell of a glow up, if you ask me. Muzan. I'll leave you two be. I have other stuff to do. Izuku. As you wish, Lord Muzan. Muzan then left. Izuku. So, let's get you a mirror. You might wanna see how you look. Mino. Alright. They then went to Izuku's place in the fortress, and Mino looked in the mirror. He was astounded by his new looks, but nevertheless, he was greatly impressed. Mino. I'm loving this new life in the demon world already. I'm glad to have met you, Izuku. Izuku. Same here. Just then, the door opened and in came Momo. Momo. Hey, Izuku, have you seen? She stopped mid-sentence upon seeing Mino in the room. Momo. Oh, hello. I've never seen you around here before. Izuku. Momo, this is Mino. He just became a demon around 10 minutes ago. Mino, this is Momo. Mino. Hey. Momo. Pleasure to meet you. Hope we can get along. Mino. Likewise. Momo. Anyway, Izuku, have you seen Kyoka anywhere? I have to ask her about something. Izuku. Unfortunately, no. Though, I do sometimes see her around with Aoi and Nezuko. Maybe she's with them. Momo. Alright, thanks. I'll see you two later, then. Izuku. Sure thing. See ya. Mino. I could say the same. Momo smiled and left. Mino. So, she your girlfriend or something? Izuku. How do you know? Mino. I sometimes make assumptions about some stuff, and I'm 99% right of the time. Izuku. Oh, okay. So, what's the remaining 1% stand for? Mino. The time when I thought that GA was going to be happy to see me at that bloody apartment. That's what I thought, but the only thing she was happy about was when she was being fucked by Shihun. Izuku. Oh, Mino. Don't blame yourself for asking that question. Izuku. Well, you did tell me your story, so I should have known already. Still, I apologize. Mino. You won't stop apologizing until I don't stop saying that it's not your fault, are you? Izuku. Not a chance. Mino. Geez. Both laughed and then Izuku took Mino to meet everyone else. Of course that included Izuku's girlfriends, which surprised Mino that he had 4. Though, unlike Shihun, Izuku treated them with the love and respect they deserve, and he's not just with them for their bodies and looks. Though, from what his girlfriends said, Izuku was dense when it came to learning his feelings for them at first, that they had to explain it to him. Mino laughed at that, while Izuku was embarrassed. That night, the Infinity Fortress has gained another person that can brighten up a person's mood. Also, Mino was offered to train with Akaza in martial arts. Mino accepted because he took an interest in hand-to-hand combat. Not to mention, he was also offered to learn flame breathing with Rengoku. Rengoku and Akaza are besties here. Of course, Mino also accepted. Though, Rengoku did say that Mino can handle the training for flame breathing, Akaza said that he'll be giving his lessons as soon as he eats at least 150 humans because a normal demon wouldn't be able to handle. Even a human with Mareki blood will do, but they're rare. However, with the help of Daki's blood demon art, she captured at least 47 humans in her sashes and gave them to Mino, to which he devoured without hesitation. Nakame also transported the 2 bullies that Izuku vanquished in the neighborhood into the fortress, and Mino also devoured them, bringing his total devoured humans up to 49. Times KIP. Next day, hi. In the courtyard where the students the hero course had their quirk apprehension test, both classes 1A and B were standing in their gym uniforms, and were said to have another apprehension test, but with the 4 new students this time. The latter of which weren't there yet. There in front of the students was Aizawa. Vlad King wasn't there since he got badly injured due to being one of the only few heroes that survived the night of Hosu. So, he too was hospitalized. Aizawa. Alright, so today, you're going to be meeting your new classmates. You 4, step out. 4 students then stepped out, and they didn't look too flashy or can stand out. They looked rather plain looking, other than the with the fawn-colored hair since she looked to be a bit energetic. The other 3 looked like some people that came out of a hentai doujin. Aizawa. Introduce yourselves, you 4. Fawn girl. Yo, my name is Kami Yutsushimi, but call me Kami. I saw you all in the sports fest, and I gotta say, you all were, totes, cool. And, my quirk is called Glamour, which allows me to cast dope illusions. Does peace sign. Class 1A boys. Damn, she hot. Katsuki. I'm gonna make her mine. Meanwhile, author Sama was sitting on his couch writing the story, and then he realizes what he wrote down. Author, spit takes winter melon milk tea. Oh, hell no. You need a huge dose of that NTR shit. He began plotting an NTR scenario for Katsuki while grinning like the Grinch. Shinso. Shoot. I left my coffee. Class 1A and 1B girls. No idea what she said, but she seems cool. Class 1B boys. She seems alright. Aizawa. Next, the male dude stepped up. Male dude. Name's Shihun, and I gotta say, all you ladies look attractive as H. Class 1A and 1B girls. Begone, man thought. The dude named Shihun was shocked by their response, but he wasn't really complaining since he already has 2 girlfriends, which were both thoughts themselves. Shihun. Anyway, my quirk is just some super enhancer, kind of like All Might, but less stronger. I'm just super strong, is all, but judging by the guys in 1A, I'm guessing you're all strong, as well. Class 1A boys. Hell yeah, we are. Aizawa. Next, the black-haired girl stepped up. Black-haired girl. Hi, my name is GA. I hope we can all get along. My quirk is hydrokinesis, and how it works is pretty much self-explanatory. Aizawa. Next, the blonde girl stepped up next. Blonde girl. Hi, my name's Seiyun. Like what GA said, I hope we can all get along. As for my quirk, I can move stuff with my mind. It's basically telekinesis, but it's a common word these days, so I prefer using the description rather than the name. Everyone. She's nice, I guess. Author. Yeah, right. Nice. And then they proceeded to do their apprehension test. During that time in the test, Abara could have swore that she felt something was off with Shihun since every time he was talking with a girl, he would radiate a lustful aura, similar to the same aura that the boys of 1A direct to the girls of 1A. She also felt something was off with GA and Seiyun since they don't really mind Shihun flirting with them, or even grabbing them by their chests or by their rear ends from time to time. She told all her friends about it, and they all became wary of Shihun. Somewhere along the way, the sky became cloudier, and there wasn't any sunlight seen anywhere. They thought it was gonna rain, but they didn't pay any mind to it. Even after everything that's happened, they still haven't realized that it was a demon that's doing this. And that demon was none other than Zenitsu. Speaking of which, he was currently hiding in a bush with Izuku, Mino, Akaza, and Tanjiro. Inosuke was supposed to join them, but he got sent on a mission with Genya and Muichiro by Muzan. Akaza was only with them because he wanted to spend some time with his future student, Mino, and his brother figure, Izuku. Plus, he's close friends with Zenitsu and Tanjiro, so why not? Izuku. So those 3 are the ones that made your life miserable, Mino. Yeah. I knew they were coming here, but seeing them again makes my blood boil. Akaza. Man, I should really change my view on women. Guess Doma was right, some women are thoughts. Zenitsu. The way she betrayed you reminded me of my past. The girl I used to love back when I was human was only with me for my money, and she ran off with another man. I still hate her for that, but fortunately for me, she's dead. No. That's a good thing. What happened to her? Zenitsu. Oh, after I told everyone of my past before, Nezuko got mad and hunted her down along with the guy. She didn't devour her, but she did throw her into the mouth of MT. Fuji. Everyone. Tanjiro. Proud big bro rock forehead noises. Izuku. Dude. Akaza. Alright, you guys have good stories, but we don't have a good hiding place. So stop talking before we get caught, damn it. They stopped talking and continued to spy on them. Then, the students were all finished with their apprehension test, and Aizawa dismissed them for their next periods, to which their next teacher was absent due to being hospitalized, and there's no other teachers available. Inko was supposed to substitute, but she couldn't come due to being given a mission by the Hero Commission. So, their next periods were free time. Akaza. Well, shall we spy on them some more? Izuku. Nah, I think I'll talk to my sister and her friends. You coming? No. You bet. I have to tell everyone about those three. Though, the girl with the fawn hair is cute. Izuku. Great. So, you three just gonna stay out here? ATZ. Yeah. Izuku. Alright, then. Let's go. No nodded, and they left to where the girls were. Before leaving, Izuku told Zenitsu to disable all cameras in the school, to which he did. Nezu noticed the sudden disabling of the cameras, but just assumed that it was another one of the normal camera malfunctions happening lately. Even if he was super smart, he only has one brain. On the other hand, Izuku has two, and both brains have the same IQ as Nezu, so in short, his IQ is double that of Nezu's IQ. Somehow, with Izuku's demon arts, which hides the presence of any demons from anything or anyone, the school's sensors couldn't detect them in the premises. So, they're safe. What they didn't know was that Shishida could smell Izuku and the others from where he was standing, but he decided to keep quiet about it because he assumed that they're the ones that Izumi and the others were talking about if they could bypass UA security. While walking through the hallways, now in their normal school uniforms, Shishida called on for the girls of 1A and Shinso to their classroom to talk. Meanwhile, Shihun, Ga, and Seiyun all went somewhere else away from them. Kami went to do her own thing. Izumi. So, Shishida, what's up? Shishida. You may not believe me on this, but I think that your brother is here, Izumi. Izumi. What? Shishida. He might be here. I sniff the air, and I smell demons. About 5 of them. Itsuka. 5 demons here in UA. Come to think of it, didn't the sports festival also have the sensors for demons? And I heard UA's campus also has those. Setsuna. Wait, so if he bypassed the ones from the sports fest, along with his friends, then it must be him. But, then again, it must be the abilities of one of his friends. Shoka. Most likely. Izuku. Nah, it's very much me. All of them suddenly heard Izuku's voice. The other boys hadn't heard his voice yet, so they became wary, but the ones who knew his voice told them to calm down. Izuku. I'm right here. All of them turned to the back of the classroom, and they saw Izuku and No standing absolutely still. Izumi. Izuku. Izuku. Shish, somebody might hear you and they'll lock down the school. Izumi. Oh, right, sorry. Izuku. No biggie. Setsuna. Dude, how long were you standing there? Izuku. We were here 5 minutes too earlier than all of you. Pony. No. Huh, it does work. Izuku. Not bad for a first-timer, Kanoko. Whoa, how'd we not see you, Shroom? No. Izuku has taught me to master the ability of keeping completely still, that I have become invisible to the eye. Everyone. Okay. Toru. How'd he get my quirk? Izuku. Anyway, this guy's No. He's new as a demon, plus, he's my friend. Anyway, it'd be rude if I don't introduce myself to the rest of you. The name's Izuku Sugikuni, formerly Yagi. Yes, I'm Izumi's older twin brother, and I became a demon for personal reasons. Though, I don't regret becoming a demon one bit. No. And like this guy just said, I'm No. I'm sort of new to being a demon, but I'm not complaining. And I became a demon because my life as a human was broken, but becoming a demon made it a whole lot happier. I love my new life already. Everyone else introduced themselves and they all got along well, despite the two being demons. Mino also told them about his past and what happened to him in GA, and they felt bad for him, and they decided to avoid the three at all costs. Reiko sighs, can't believe that Shihun guy's in our class. Itsuka. Kamakiri, if he even tries to get close to us, carve him up. Got it, Kamakiri. Like you had to ask. I'll slice him like tuna fish. Suddenly, they heard the sound of someone walking towards their classroom. Setsuna used her quirk and made one of her eyes float towards the door, and they saw Shihun at the end of the hallway, and he was coming their way, but without his two girlfriends. Setsuna. Shit, the new guy's coming. Izumi. Izuku, hide. Izuku. Don't worry, we got it covered. Mino. Now. Mino. On it. He then opened up a portal. Mino's blood demon art description. He can create a dimensional space, which was inspired by Hunter x Hunter's Nov's ability to create an artificial dimension. However, his is more complicated since it's like Pac-Man's maze in there. Though his abilities are more on transportation and storing stuff, he has different rooms in his dimension, but all are pretty much the same. Only thing is, he uses them however he pleases, plus, he can alter a non-living object's properties in that dimension. For example, he puts a toy scythe in the dimension. He can turn that scythe into a real scythe, give it unique abilities to an extent, and can also alter its size. Even though he is a demon, there is still a limit to how much he can improve that scythe's abilities. Just at his level, he can't really surpass that of a lower moon demon just yet. He can also store humans in there, but there's not really any positive or negative effect on them, other than no way for them to get out if Mino doesn't want them to. And, if he's done using his arts, he can open up a portal to any place, as long as he has seen that specific place in person or in photos. If he tries to go to a place he doesn't know or only heard of, but not seen in any form, then his powers won't work. Back to the story. Before Izuku and Mino went through, Izuku looked back at everyone. Izuku. I hope you all achieve your dreams to become heroes. I gave up mine just to escape my past. And also, just because we attacked Hosu and killed all those people doesn't make us heartless. We only killed them because they were some of the many people in this world that are corrupted. Guess this is farewell, for now. Hey, Izumi. Izumi. Yeah, Izuku. We'll talk after your final exams. I have a meeting with the League of Villains after here, so I'm gonna fill you in with the details of what they're doing next. Looks at everyone else. If any of you want to know what they're doing next, then take it up with Izumi. And in case you're wondering, no, there is no Ua traitor, and even if there was, the League would inform me immediately. Bye for now. Both then left, leaving everyone to do their own thing. Mino closed the portal just as Shihun was about to open the door. Once he did, he saw everyone chatting, including some of the 1A people. Shihun. What did I miss? Awase. Nothing much, just some talk with our friends from 1A. Katsumi. And we were just about to leave. Our class is about to start. Mina. Let's go, girls. They all left back to their classroom. Meanwhile outside, Mino and Izuku met back up with the others. Then, they went back to the fortress. There, Izuku went to Kokushibo. After meeting up with him, they headed to their next destination. The base of the League of Villains. First, they headed to a shady alleyway. Kokushibo. Where is this base of theirs? Izuku. Izuku. We're not close. They transport their allies via portal to get there. They didn't even allow me to share the location with Nakame, and Lord Muzan understood it. Kokushibo. I see. Izuku then took out his phone and texted Kurogiri to open a portal at his location. After a few seconds, a purple portal opened up and both six-eyed demons went through. Once they reached the other side, they were met with some of the new faces of the League. One was a Ninja Turtle-looking guy with a stain mask and purple hair. Another was a guy covered in scars and had black hair. Another was a guy in a gas mask that somehow reminded the author of Death Gun from SAO Season 2. Another was a guy in a mask and a hat with an oversized raincoat. And another one was a cute girl in a school uniform and she had blonde hair tied into 2 buns. The other 2 people in the bar were the ones that Izuku already knew. Meanwhile, Kokushibo stood still while examining everyone since this was his first time meeting with any one of them. Shigaraki. Izuku, you're here. And I assume this is your master, father figure you were telling me about. Izuku. Adopted father, Shigi. And yes, he's my master. And I see you have your new recruits, as well. Looks like some were inspired by the speeches Stain and I made. Shigaraki. Yeah, Izuku. Speaking of, where is he? Shigaraki. Doing his own thing. Izuku. I see. Anyway, let's start with introductions, shall we? The name's Izuku Sugikuni, formerly Yagi, and I am also known as Lower Moon 1, and the one that was behind that new urban legend around the remains of Aldera, and the one that beat Endeavor around last month, but not this month. That was my friend, Kokushibo. I am Kokushibo, formerly known as Mikikatsu Sugikuni. Upper Moon 1. That's all. Mustard. Name's Mustard. My quirk is called gas. I can generate large concentrations of gas, but I have to wear a mask as I'm not immune to it, unfortunately. My gas can only put people to sleep, but it's really effective. As for my real name, I'd rather not say. Compress. Greetings, I am Mr. Compress. My quirk is called Compress. By touching an object, I can turn it into marbles without damaging them. I can also use it on humans to trap them. Anything I compress will become nothing more than lightweight that I can store in my pockets. As for my real name, it's Atsuhiro Seiko. Spinner. Name's Spinner. My quirk is Gecko. Only thing that it gives me is a lizard-like appearance and I can stick to walls. Nothing more, nothing less, so I use swords. And I bear a huge admiration towards the hero killer, and that's why I'm here. Real name's Shuichi Iguchi. Toga. Hi, I'm Toga. Hamiko Toga. My quirk is transform. By consuming a person's blood, as long as they're human, I can turn into them perfectly, and even copy their voice. The amount of blood I consume will impact how long I can look like that person. For example, 1 cup of blood equals to a total of 18 hours of transformation time. I can consume as much people's blood as I want with no limit other than me remembering whose blood I consumed exactly. Though I could copy a person's clothes, my own clothes overlap the transformation, so I have to be naked for when I transform. Dobby. Name's Dobby. My quirk is just blue flames, but since my quirk wasn't compatible with me at first, well, I think you could already guess. Now I look like Frankenstein's monster, but you can't deny that I look hot as hell. As for my name, that's for me to know, and you to find out. Izuku. This dude and Gyutaro would get along quite well, not gonna lie. Hold on, why do I feel like I know him from somewhere? Izuku then spoke up. Izuku. Pleasure to meet all of you. It's good to see the League of Villains getting some new members that aren't just some random thugs out of the street that most likely became a demon's meal. Shigaraki. Well, we only recruited a few since some of them don't fit in on Stain's ideals, as well as ours. Sure, we do wanna destroy the hero society, but we don't want some common thugs ruining our plans. So, we recruited only the ones that Stain himself accepted, as well as my master. Izuku. That's good to hear. Meanwhile, Kokushibo asked for some coffee. Shigaraki. So, how's things on your end, Izuku? Izuku. Things are going great. By the way, Izuku then looked at Dobby and asked him a question. Izuku. Dobby, right. Dobby. Yeah, why? Izuku. Do I know you from somewhere? Dobby. No clue. Izuku. You just remind me of someone, is all. He was announced dead 10 years ago when I was 5, but his body was never found. Dobby. Name. Izuku. Toya Todoroki. Dobby. What? Everyone had their interest piqued. Even Kokushibo and All for One, who was listening through the TV. Kokushibo. You mean, Endeavor's oldest son, who was said to be dead. Izuku. Yeah, you remind me so much about him. Your quirk, and if you remove the scars, you look like an older version of him. Plus, both of you have the same eye color. I stared Shoto in the eye when he bullied me countless times, and staring at yours now is making me think that you are Toya. Only thing is, if you didn't have black hair, then I would be so sure. Then again, hair dye is a thing. Dabi, Shigaraki. Wait a sec, are you saying that this guy may be Endeavor's dead son? If he is, then what's he doing here? Izuku. Chillax, Shiggy. Even if he was Endeavor's dead son, he has every reason to be here. He's been shut out by his own father because his own body couldn't handle his quirk. Last I heard about him was when he was caught up in a forest fire 10 years ago. And that same forest fire burned bright blue, just like what he says his quirk is. Dabi. Well, no point in hiding it anymore, I suppose. Yes, I am Toya Todoroki, Endeavor's dead son. My own family doesn't know I'm alive, and the only people that know of my real name as of now are the people in this room. Everyone. Izuku. Long time no see, man. Dabi. That all you have to say, Izuku? Izuku. Yeah, I don't really know what to say. However, it's good to see we're on the same side. Dabi. Hey, nice. Shigaraki. Well, Toya, now that we know your name, why don't you fill us in on your backstory? It'd be easier for us if we do know. I mean, we're all allies, right? And allies tell each other their stories. Dabi. Fine, if you wanna hear my story, it's called Go Read the Fucking Manga. Take 2. Dabi. It all started when my old man started to train me. It was all good at first, but when my fire started getting hotter, my skin started to get irritated and burnt due to the intense heat. The old man noticed, but he kept training me until I can't handle it anymore. Sometime in the future, he refused to train me any longer. Of course, I got mad. He was the one that dragged me into training in the first place, so why stop then and there? Even if he told me not to, I still kept training. Whenever he found out, it's either me or mom that gets the punishment for it, which is a beating. And then, in the future, Shoto and Shoka were born. They had great quirks, which my father greatly admired too much that he eventually forgot about my very existence. I still tried to convince him to train me, but he would still refuse. At least Shoka would try and convince him to train me, but to no avail. I had no positive interactions with Shoto in my whole life. And then, I woke up one day to find the old man dragging my mother to a mental hospital, and worst of all, the old man didn't even allow us to see her until we were older. That greatly pissed me off, so I trained harder to be a hero in order to gain enough money to free my mother from that place. But, when I was training in the forest, I thought, oh, why even bother becoming a hero? The old man might even cancel out my form to apply. So, I faked my death by burning down the forest with my flames and ran away. Dyed my hair black, and went under an alias. However, I still did train my powers. Though, it came at a cost. My skin turned out like this, and unless somebody has a healing quirk good enough to heal burns like these, I'm stuck looking like Frankenstein's monster. And then, the news about Hosu and Stain and Izuku's speeches went live, and now I have a new method to get my mom out of that place, and then save my mom, Natsuo, Fuyumi, and Shoka from those two egotistical pricks. And now we're here. Everyone was baffled by his story. Just from his story alone, Shigaraki started getting some memories from his past back, and he had a slight headache, which didn't go unnoticed by everyone. Spinner. Yo, you alright? Shigaraki. Yeah, I just had a headache. Kurogiri. Tamura Shigaraki suffers from amnesia, and he can't remember his past. He often gets headaches from time to time when he starts remembering some fragments of his memories. Shigaraki. And this time, Dabi's story made me remember the times when not even one of my family members told me I can be a hero. Mustard. So, we have 2 people here that initially wanted to be heroes. Izuku. 3 if you include me. Mustard. Alright, so 3 people here that have shattered dreams, and 1 off which is a demon. If your reasons really were that bad, lower 1, then it would be the explanation as to why you became a demon in the first place. Izuku. It was that bad. Being the neglected and bullied son of the #1 hero really hits hard. Though, I'm not really complaining. I wouldn't be here now if it weren't for them, and I wouldn't have met people that genuinely care about me. Sure, some people from UA do care about me, but only few. The rest, I don't think so, and some can go to hell for all I care. Dabi. That includes Shoto, right? Izuku. He's one of the top 5 on my shit list. He made it number 2 spot because of what he pulled back then. And that was when he and Momo were put into a quirk marriage by Endeavor. That was one of the reasons why Momo became a demon in the first place. Dabi. Hold on, he did what now? Izuku. You heard me. Shoto asked his father to set up a quirk marriage for him and Momo so that Shoto could get what he wants. And what he wants was a girl for her body, and not for who she is. I am so against people like that. Demons may be cruel and kill people, but we still have morals, unlike that lowlife of a successor. Dabi. He may be strong, but he isn't experienced in life or death situations. When I get my hands on him. Izuku. That, I already know. Now, enough about backstories. Shigi. What was the reason you told me to come here with a superior of mine? Shigaraki. Well, I wanted to fill you in with our new plan. As promised, you can tell your sister about the plan, and she can tell her friends. Kokushibo. Do you think that is a wise idea? Spinner. I agree with him, Shigaraki. Telling a UA student about the plan when we're attacking UA. Izuku. Relax. I told my sister some hints that Hosu was going to be attacked, and look, the heroes and the slayers, as well as the military were unprepared. Spinner. So your sister's the UA traitor? Izuku. No, there is no UA traitor. Besides, my sister hates All Might just as much as I do because of him being hypocritical and neglective towards me, as well as hiring perverted bodyguards to guard her, and telling her that if she wants to get them removed from their positions as her bodyguards, then she has to go back to him and Inkho. She did something bad to me as well, but she deeply regrets it, and I can tell just by her expressions and emotions. Spinner. Oh, okay. Izuku. Now, Shigi. Continue. Shigaraki. As I was saying, we'll attack their summer camp after their final exams. We have their schedule, but not their location. That's something that we need you to help us find out, Izuku. If there are slayers there, then they can sense malice and evil intent when we get close. But from what you told me before, you can hide a demon's presence even from the most skilled slayers with your demon art, correct? Izuku. Yeah, but not from some certain quirks like someone with a strong nose. However, there is only one person with a quirk like that in the hero course, and he's a friend of mine. So, if you're going to attack their camp, then you might as well do it without harming my friends. Is that all right, Shigaraki? Yeah, sure. As long as we can do what we wanted to do, then it'll be fine. Izuku. And what do you wanna do, exactly? Shigaraki. Kidnap Katsuki Bakugo and make him join us. If he doesn't, then he'll be turned into a Nomu. Izuku. Second outcome's most likely going to be the case. He's a tough nut to crack, and he won't accept it, no matter what you do, except if you offer him my head. Shigaraki. Okay, so what do you suggest we do? Izuku. Attack the camp, kidnap some asshole students, offer them a spot in the league, but if they decline multiple times, then turn them into Nomus. If I were to give you a choice between who to kidnap and turn into a Nomu, then I'd say Shoji and Sato. They're tough to get, but they'll make great Nomus for the league. Shigaraki. I see, but we're still kidnapping Katsuki Bakugo, right? Izuku. Your choice. All for One can take his quirk and give it to someone else, or he can keep it for himself. Second option's better, in my opinion. Shigaraki. So if he doesn't accept the offer, or the other two don't, then we turn all 3 of them into Nomus right off the bat. Izuku. No, for the other 2, turn them into Nomus if you want. As for Katsuki, I want him to suffer. I want him to watch as his dream will never come true, ever, and he'll be one of the 20% of this world that he so greatly despises. Shigaraki. Oh ho, I like the sound of that. So do we make him our prisoner as he witnesses everything, or what? Izuku. No, I want him to be set free. Let him roam around Japan for a bit, and let him witness others achieving their dream while he sits in the dirt. Plus, he's quirkless now. It'd be hypocritical for me, sure, but just seeing the look of distraught and agony on his face after he feels the pain of what people like me felt like as a quirkless person. It'll be hilarious. See, I find joy in seeing people's faces when witnessing absolute karma. And his, oh ho ho, it'll be the most satisfying thing I'll ever see. Kokushibo. will have to agree with Izuku. Spinner. You're one hell of a sadist, you know that. I like you already, no homo. Mustard. Looks like we'll get along quite nicely. Toga. Gimme your blood. Izuku. Do you wanna become a demon? Toga. No. Izuku. Then I can't give you some of my blood, or rather, his blood, otherwise, you'd become a demon. Toga. Oh, man. Kokushibo. Don't complain. Unless you actually want to become a demon, then you can drink demon blood. Izuku. Yeah, don't worry, if things go really bad, I'll give you my blood, and you can become a demon. That is, if you're willing to get rid of your humanity. Toga. Well, other than you guys here, people don't really see me as a human being. They see me more as a vampire, which is fairly similar to how demons are. Only, I don't burn up in sunlight, but I still have this addiction to blood. Izuku. So, you're sort of like a demi-demon that can turn into people by ingesting their blood. Toga. In a way, yes. Izuku. Well, that's something to take note of. You can be deadly in all sorts of ways. Dabi. Especially since she's a psycho. Toga. Hey, Izuku. Correction, sweet but psycho. Toga blushed at that. Kokushibo's sweat dropped at his apprentice's actions. Kokushibo. Izuku, don't you have 4 girlfriends? Izuku looked at his mentor in shock that he, of all people, would say that. Everyone else looked at Izuku in shock. Except for Dabi, he was being chill and was all like. Dabi. Nice man, nice. Izuku. Is Gyutaro somehow related to the Todorokis? Shigaraki. The fuck is this? A meeting, or a personal life showcase? Anyway, we're done with this shit. Izuku, you and your mentor can leave now, if you like. We're calling it a day for now. Izuku. Sure. Master, do you wanna head back now? Kokushibo. It's alright with me. Since you can spend time with your girlfriends when we get home. Again, Izuku was shocked that his master was saying such stuff. Only one thing was going through his mind. Izuku. Who is this, and what has he done with my master? Kokushibo. Come along now. The fortress awaits. With that, Kokushibo quickly went out the door, and Izuku followed behind swiftly. Izuku. Bye. Everyone in the league also said their goodbyes, and then the master-apprentice mentor-mentee father-son duo left, but with Kokushibo acting rather unusual. Izuku called for Nakame, and a door opened up. Both of them went through, and were met with Akaza being annoyed by Doma, Daki fixing Kotoha's hair, Inosuke running through the halls like a wild boar, and all the other normal stuff. Muzan was just sitting on his chair and watching the news. Everybody turned their heads to the arrival of the two, and first thing they noticed was Kokushibo, strangely smiling. Muzan. Kokushibo, what has got you into a good mood? Kokushibo. It's nothing, Master Muzan, I just feel rather lively. The way he referred to Muzan as Master Muzan, instead of Lordship, had surprised everyone. They turned to Izuku with questioning looks, and all he looked just as confused as they all did. Kokushibo. I shall be continuing my training for now. Farewell. And then he rushed off to his training room full of marble pillars, and he didn't do it how he normally would. The guy actually rammed through some walls to get there, which baffled everyone present. Muzan. Izuku, what happened to Kokushibo? Izuku. I have no idea, Lord Muzan. He only sat down and drank coffee, and... Akaza. Whoa, what did you just say? Izuku. He drank coffee. Muzan. Oh, well that explains it. Izuku. What do you mean, Lord Muzan? Muzan. Kokushibo has this condition and whenever he drinks coffee, he'll go through a midlife crisis of some sorts. Normally, this would only happen to humans, but somehow, Kokushibo has it, too. Izuku. Oh, well that explains it. And here I thought somebody possessed him. For how long does it last for? Gyoko. Give or take 6 to 7 hours. Genya. During that time period, he'll go on a rampage, and not even Master Muzan can stop him. Happened 5 times in the past before you became a demon, and none of those times did any of us even come close to stopping him. Izuku. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, I'm heading back. I got some stuff I need to do. He then headed back to his quarters, in which he and Mino were now bunk buddies. When he got there, Mino was playing Call of Duty Warzone on one of their stolen PS5s. Mino. Yo. Izuku. Yo. Mino. How'd it go? The meeting, I mean. Izuku. Pretty well, except for the fact that Master got reverse drunk, and he's having a midlife crisis right now. Everyone said he'll be back to normal in a few hours tops, but I doubt it. Kurogiri does make pretty strong coffees. Mino. He'll be alright, I can guarantee. Also, weren't you going to meet with your sister tomorrow? Izuku. No, not tomorrow. When her final exams finish. That's one of the only times that the school will let their students out, and it'll be the perfect opportunity to tell her about the league's plan. Mino. Can I go with you? I've been getting pretty bored with just being in the fortress every single second of the day. Izuku. Sure thing. Mino. Sweet. Few hours later, around 2:57 p.m. Infinity Fortress. Izuku. Wait, what? Akaza. You heard me right. I killed a guy that had red hair and dark sclera like yours and stole his ticket to Island. Izuku. So let me get this straight. You killed a guy that looks like me, who is a VIP, so you can get a ticket to Island. Akaza. Exactly what I just said. Izuku. Why, though? Akaza. Felt like you needed an actual vacation. Izuku. Can't Nakame just send me there rather than me just waiting 1,000 years on a plane? Akaza. It's a moving island, dumbass. For all we know, it's in space, which is highly unlikely, but still. Without a fixed location, Nakame can't send you there. Izuku. Oh, Akaza. Bah, whatever. Just take the damn ticket and I'll go get you a fake ID. Izuku. What for? Akaza. Just because you look like him, doesn't mean you are him. You have to look exactly the part. Besides, the dude I killed was a foreigner. If somebody finds out that it isn't exactly him on the ID, then you're screwed and good as dead since Nakame can't send you back. Izuku. Then I'll try to be careful. Still, the hell were you thinking on killing a foreigner and giving me their plane ticket that's due in a fucking month? Akaza. I was insulted. He called me a weakling and a basketball ripoff with Aladdin pants and a Natsu Dragneel vest. Izuku. Didn't Gyutaro call you that a few days ago? Akaza. Nobody calls me a basketball except for the ones I consider worthy. Izuku. Oh, okay. I'll be on my way, then. Akaza. Alright, bye. I'll be on my way to get you a fake ID. Izuku. Thanks for the ticket. I guess. Akaza. Anytime. Akaza then left. Izuku. Man, Akaza can be the best bro. Mino. I agree. Izuku. What the Mino? When do you get here? Mino. Just got here. And I was wondering if you wanna hang out. It's been a while since I've properly gotten out. It doesn't count. And no way in hell I want to go around alone anymore. Izuku. Sure. Zen's outside. Anyway, so it's most likely cloudy weather. Blocks the sunlight, am I right? Mino. Yep. Let's go. They then asked Nakame to open up a portal to Mustafa City. She sent them in an alleyway, and they got out. Their current location was near Izuku's old middle school, which he ultimately wrecked. The weather was cloudy thanks to Zenitsu, who was also in the overworld but elsewhere in Mustafa. After they got out of the fortress, they switched to their human-like forms to hide. Izuku. Well, let's get going. So what do you wanna do? Mino. Just wanna go take a walk. Izuku. Or do you wanna watch No Way Home? Mino. Wait, it's out. Izuku. Yep, just yesterday. Mino. Sweet. Wanna watch it, bro? Izuku. Like you had to ask. They then ran to the theater nearby. On the way there, they saw some of their friends by a park's pond, throwing some rocks. Izuku. Hey, their friends turned around. It was Zenitsu, Tanjiro, and Inosuke. Inosuke. Oi, Mushu, Sudoku, what are you two doing here? Izuku. On our way to watch Spider-Man. What about you three? Tanjiro. Just want to take a hangout for today. Izuku. I thought you were on a date with Kanao, Tanjiro. Tanjiro. Oh, she had plans with Aoi and Nezuko for the day. Izuku. Do you have anything else to do? Tanjiro. No, why do you ask? Izuku. Wanna come with us to watch No Way Home? I still have some of the leftover money. That I stole from the Yagi house, that is. He. I even sold All Might's and Psywave's computers online. Zenitsu. I'm down for it. I've been dying to see Electro again. Tanjiro. Well, Spider-Man has been my childhood favorite, so missing out on this will be a waste. Inosuke. Spooderman or whatever, if you guys are watching it, then I am, too. Izuku. Just don't scream or start yelling in the theaters. No. Yeah, because if Aoi somehow finds out that you did, all 5 of us are as good as dead. Izuku. And trust me, Aoi's wrath is stronger than my moon-breathing techniques. You go wild boar in there, she goes Mama Rex on you when we get back. And she'll eat us alive when she finds out. Zenitsu. Izuku, are you scared? Izuku. Nope, I just don't like having my skin cut off every now and then. It gets irritating for my skin, even if I'm a demon. Hurts like the sun. Zenitsu. And here I thought you'd finally be scared. Even Inosuke is scared, and he's only imagining Aoi going Mama Rex mode on him. See, they then saw Inosuke shaking a bit from the thought of Aoi going Mama Rex on him. He remembered the last time it happened, and it did not end well since it ended with Inosuke joining Doma in the bottom of the Infinity Fortress after they done messed up. Flashback. Doma. Oh, son. Fancy meeting you here. Inosuke. Old man, the hell are you doing down here? Doma. Well, I wanted to celebrate since Izuku finally got himself some girlfriends, but Akaza and Gyutaro punched me all the way down here. Sad Doma noises. Speaking of which, what happened to you? Inosuke. I sort of barged in on Aoi when she was baking some of my food. Then she threw it in the air and then threw me through 5 walls. And now I'm here. Little did the two know that Zenitsu was watching the whole thing. Flashback end. Zenitsu. It was a moment that I would cherish forever. Hey, Inosuke. It wasn't funny, damn it. Zenitsu. Whatever, you crazy boar guy. Let's just get the tickets already. I don't wanna miss out on maybe our only chance to watch it. Because, you know, we're demons. Izuku. I mean, we could always rob the movie. Inosuke. Bah, it gets old every bloody time. No. He ain't wrong, though. Izuku. You know what, let's just watch the damn movie. They agreed and wasted no more time and rushed to the theater. Izuku paid for everyone's tickets, of course. They got themselves some snacks and then watched the movie. Times KIP. After the epic movie, Izuku. Holy shit, that movie was fucking awesome. No. I agree. Inosuke. Same. Zenitsu. Yep. Tanjiro. All movies are great for me, but that one is on a category all on its own. Best movie I've seen all my life. Izuku. Better than Endgame. Tanjiro. You bet. No. You guys wanna hang out more. Master Muzan hadn't given us any missions yet. Tanjiro. Sure thing. Kanao did say that she'll be back by 6 tonight. Zenitsu. But it's 5:30 p.m. She'll be back in half an hour. Tanjiro paused for a bit. His skin his entire body looked like it had paled more than it had when he turned into a demon. Tanjiro. Well, I deeply apologize, but it seems like we can't hang out tonight. He. Izuku. Understandable. Pretty sure you and your girlfriend are gonna watch Squid Game tonight, anyway. Tanjiro. Awkward face. We sure are. Can't tell them that we have other plans, though. Zenitsu. I'm coming with you, Tanjiro. I've got stuff I wanna ask Nezuko. Tanjiro. Like what? If she wants to be your girlfriend. Smirks. Zenitsu. Maybe. Inosuke. Oi, Gonpachiro. Chorizo. I'm coming with you. Zenitsu. Why, you gonna ask Aoi out by now? Inosuke. Not yet. Zenitsu. Wuss. Inosuke. Ha, Zenitsu. I said, wuss. I bet I can ask out Nezuko way before you can ask out Aoi to be your girlfriend. Tanjiro. Izuku. No. That oughta give him the push. Why'd we never think of this before? Inosuke. Ha, not a chance in the world. Dorito jacket. I'll show you. Inosuke then began running forward, completely forgetting that the Infinity Fortress had no entrance if you don't call for one. Tanjiro. Well, there he goes. Zenitsu. We'll be on our way, then. Watch out for that strong slayer, you guys. No. We will. Izuku. Bye. The Kamaboko trio then left, leaving No and Izuku by themselves. Izuku. So, wanna go hunting? No. Sure. I could sure use some more strength from consuming humans. Izuku. Remember, we only target villains and fake heroes. No. I know. They then went into an alleyway and shifted into their demon forms. They then went to hunt down some selected targets. They killed a few, and they were still up for more. While jumping from roof to roof, No accidentally slipped on a curved edge of a rooftop and fell down into an alleyway. Izuku noticed this and looked down into the alleyway. He saw No rubbing his head a bit while he was sitting on the solid ground. No had also subconsciously switched into his more human-like form from the impact on the ground. No. Whoops. Looks like a slipped. He laughed nervously. Izuku chuckled at seeing him taking the situation so lightly. Just then, No heard a familiar voice. No. Is that you? No froze up upon hearing said person's voice. No. Crap. Not now. He turned around, and saw Gia standing there, along with Se-yun. They were shocked to see him, while No looked like he wanted to puke. Ga. No. Oh, it's you. What are you doing here? Ga and Se-yun were taken aback by his sour tone towards them. No. I thought UA didn't allow their students to leave campus until a few weeks later. Did your asshole of a boyfriend pay the school to let you out or something? If so, then I'm not surprised. Ga. No, he didn't. In fact, Se-yun and I just wanted to take a walk, is all. We got permission from Principal Nezu to go out of campus grounds. No. That's so. Well, I apologize for ruining your leisure time. Or more accurately, you harlots wasted it up on me. Both were shocked at his usage of words. They may have heard him say curse and swear words before, but hearing him say such a word was something they never expected at all. Izuku shook his head in amusement. Izuku. Damn, Hantengu's Zohakuden really influenced him too much. Se-yun. Hey, what's with the tone and the words? No. You know damn well why. Don't tell me you two forgot already. Both immediately got flashbacks of that fateful day where No's entire life went crashing down on him. Ga. Look, I'm sorry, alright. I never meant for that to happen. I didn't even know you were coming that day. No. But you still made me watch. Don't you realize how painful it was for me? Haven't you have any sense of shame at all? Exclamation mark. You broke a promise that you yourself made. You were the one that told me that you wanted to be with me when we grow up. And you broke it, like you broke me. You gave me false hope. You're worse than everyone who's ever insulted and bullied me in my life. And the worst human being I've ever got to know. I should have known better. Who would even love a quirkless like myself, anyway? Izuku. A girl, or girls that'll actually love you no matter what. That's who. Every word of his stabbed Ga through the heart like a bunch of knives. She clutched onto her chest and got on her knees on the verge of tears. She knew No was right, and hearing the painful truth from his mouth and his voice was becoming unbearable for her. Se-yun tried to calm her down, but to no avail. She glared at No with a deep scowl on her face. No. What's with that face? You know I'm right, you're just as bad as her. You're the reason why I was even there to begin with. Tisk. As a man, he's weak, you say. Look who's the weakling now. How lucky. Se-yun. Look, I'm sorry. I just thought that. No. That what? If I were to find out that Ga had a boyfriend and watch them fuck like animals in front of me was enough to make me break even more and kill myself. Oh, no. You're gonna have to try a little harder than that to make me kill myself. I barely knew you back then since we were nothing but classmates, but ever since you did what you did, I've started to see the real you. Along with Ga here. You're nothing but whores that think so highly of themselves, just because they have a quirk. You're no better than discriminators. Ga. But I never did anything to you. I never bullied or mocked you for being quirkless. No. Exactly. You did nothing. What did you do when you saw me getting bullied? Nothing. What did you do when I desperately needed you? Nothing, nothing, nothing. Just like how you're nothing to me anymore. Se-yun. Just stop it already. Can't you see she's getting hurt? No. No. No, I don't think I will. After all, when I was getting hurt, she turned a blind eye to it, didn't she? So it's only fair I do the same. But I don't want any more of my time to be wasted on you scums anymore. Both girls looked at him curiously. No. I've got some business to attend to. I don't need you meddling with me any longer. I was in the middle of it, but you just had to show up and distract me. But I at least vented out my anger. I have a friend who was willing to listen to me about my problems, and he understood me because he, too, was quirkless like myself. He's been way more of a friend to me in half a day than you were to me in over a fucking decade. No's looks then started shifting into his demonic form without him knowing. Ga and Se-yun's eyes widened upon seeing his new look. Ga. How? No. What? Oh, shit. Looks like my other form got exposed because of anger. I got you now. No looked towards his back and saw a Slayer coming right for him. Slayer. Great. A demon like this will be. No. Oi. You're annoying. So slow. You're making me yawn. No then dashed forward and gave the guy a chop to the neck, but it wasn't enough to make him go unconscious, but it was enough to make his vision go blurry. Slayer. Damn, you. Suddenly, Izuku dropped down from the roof and held his blade out and stabbed the guy straight through the chest. Ga and Se-yun gasped upon seeing the appearance of Izuku. They recognized Izuku just by looking at the side of his face, and read the kanji for 1. They immediately knew that he was Lower Moon 1 because of the live broadcast a while back. The Slayer died in an instant upon having the blade through his chest since a few of his vitals were stabbed. Izuku. These guys really need to work on not boasting every damn time they see a non-demon moon demon. They look down on unmarked demons because they think they can handle it with their breathing styles alone. Not even thinking that the demon may have accomplices with him. Ga. No. Both demons looked towards Ga and Se-yun, who were both trembling from the amount of bloodlust both of them were releasing, and in a state that they can't believe that No turned into a demon. Ga. Tell me this isn't true. Tell me you didn't become a demon. No, deadpan, I became a demon. The amount of bluntness he put into that statement made Izuku let out a laugh. Ga. Why? No. Alright, how TF did someone as dumb as you become a UA student? Don't you realize that it's your fault, along with Shihun and Se-yun? You guys gave me one hell of a push to become a demon. As a man, he's weak, by Se-yun. Shihun, fucking the girl I loved in front of me like it's no big deal. And last but not the least, you. You did the most damage out of anyone here, you damn traitor. If you hadn't given me false hope, just to betray me in the end, then maybe things would be different. For example, I'd have just killed you, Se-yun, Shihun, and then myself. Maybe then, we could all burn in hell together. Wouldn't you agree? Both girls were silent and didn't have the guts to say anything. No. Tisk. Like I said, I don't want to waste any more time on you, you harlots. Izuku, let's go. Izuku. Fine by me. Just being around these two is making me sick. Both of them then disappeared and left Ga and Se-yun in shock of what they just witnessed. Not to mention the Slayer's corpse that both demons left without feeding on. Se-yun. Come on. We gotta inform UA about this. Maybe they'll even contact the Slayers about the situation. Ga. But it's No we're talking about here. Se-yun. Ga, open your eyes. He became a demon, and it's our fault. Hell, he might even become a demon moon because of our mistakes. Ga. But, Se-yun. No buts. Once you become a demon, you're immediately on the corpse kill list. Ga. But still. Se-yun. Ga. Look, how about we don't tell anyone about No? Se-yun. What? Why? Ga. If we keep information about No away from everyone, then maybe we can be off his kill list. Se-yun. Ga. He's a fucking demon. Get it through your skull. Even if he does remove you from his list, other demons will still go after you. Keeping information like this in hopes that only a single demon won't kill you isn't worth it. GA. We have to try. Say Yun. Fine. Just don't say I didn't warn you. GA. Don't worry, I'll take full responsibility if things go south. Say Yun. Which most likely will. They then cancelled their night walk and headed back to UA to recover from what they've just witnessed. With Izuku and Mino, both of them were farther away from where they've encountered GA and Say Yun. To say Mino was pissed off was an understatement. He was downright furious about seeing two of the people that he most despised. Izuku. Hey, Mino. Save your anger for when the real fun starts. Hold it in and release it at the right moment. That's what my master had told me. It's pretty effective. See what I did to my old middle school and endeavor. Mino. Snorts lol. That got me to cheer up. Whatever, man. I'll take your advice given to you by your master. I just hope it's soon, though. Izuku. That's what I always wish for, too. Mino. Speaking of, how about we go back and call it a night? I'm pretty much satisfied with what I got today. Spider-Man. No Way Home, hanging out with my friends, and got some more strength. Izuku. Yeah, me too. Let's call it a night. Mino. But before we do that, why don't we stop by your abandoned middle school? Izuku. Huh, what for? Mino. I wanna see what that urban legend that's scaring everyone is all about. Plus, I wanna go there with the guy that started the damn thing. Izuku. Sure, why not? They then rushed off to Izuku's old middle school. Mino was still pissed off about the whole ordeal with running into GA and Say Yun, but he managed to contain his anger. He wanted to keep his mind off it until the time comes, just like how Izuku advised. By the time they got to the abandoned building of Aldera Junior High, they saw some delinquents hanging out by the front door with their phones in their hands. Izuku. Well. Looks like we're not the only ones here. Mino. This should be interesting. They couldn't quite hear what they were saying from where they were, but they can make out a few stuff because one of them had a very loud voice. The guy was saying something to his friends about the urban legend about people disappearing and their being fake, and it was only something that people posted online just to scare people. Izuku. I don't know what exactly happens here, but I wanna see what happens to them up close and personal. I wanna see how people disappear here. Mino. I'm starting to think we share a brain shell, because I was thinking the exact same thing. They then sneaked past the group of delinquents and headed to the back of the school, and used some of Guillaume's leftover rocks that he used to block the building's exits before to head up to the second floor. They entered through the window of the infirmary, where Izuku murdered the school's principal before. Izuku. This brings back some memories. Mino. Of what? Izuku. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, this is where I killed Aldera's principal. Mino. Really? Where's the corpse? Izuku. Most likely buried since I just left it here when I killed him. I do still see the bloodstains from before, though. They both then heard the sound of something being bashed open from below them. Izuku. Looks like they're inside. Mino. So how are we gonna spy on them? Izuku. I can mask our presences. But if one of them has one hell of a good nose, then the masking won't work. Mino. Then let's just hope that they don't have a good nose. I wanna see how this disappearance thing works. They then headed towards the stairway. They can hear the voices of the delinquents echoing through the halls, and hearing them laugh about the whole thing being fake. They then heard the sound of something hissing. Izuku. Weird. Izuku and Mino then went down the stairs and looked towards where the group was. They both saw that one of them was straying off from the group and heading into one of the bathrooms, which was out of sight of the others. They then saw that the guy was about to take a piss, when something quietly came out of the ceiling, and then wrapping itself around the guy's mouth, preventing him from screaming. He was then lifted into the air and disappeared into the ceiling. Izuku and Mino were surprised at the sudden occurrence. Izuku. Whoa, that's some FNAF security breach shit right there. He said that ever so quietly so that he wouldn't draw attention to themselves. Izuku then headed slowly into the bathroom and saw that there was a hole in the ceiling, big enough to fit an average-sized person inside. Izuku. Huh, I'd say this was Daki's doing, but she's not one to put her sashes in this type of place, especially in a bathroom. Izuku thought about it for a second, and his head shot up when an idea popped into his head. Izuku, if my theory is correct. He went out the bathroom and looked towards the cafeteria, where the rest of the guy's friends were. He hid behind a food counter near him, and examined the area. There were 5 of them that came in, and with the guy in the bathroom being abducted by some tentacle hentai shit, there's only 4 of them now. He saw multiple holes in the ceiling, all big enough to fit an average-sized person. He was wondering how the building hadn't collapsed yet with all the holes and cracks. Izuku also looked down towards their feet, and he saw some holes in the floor, but they were under the tables. He looked around more and saw that there were also some holes in the walls, which were oddly pitch black on the other side, considering that the walls were very thin. Izuku. That's weird. Izuku then looked towards one of the guys, who was farther away from the group. He had his flashlight out and was near where he was. He then saw the same tentacle things coming from the ceiling and the floor, ready to abduct him. Izuku looked at the tentacles more, and noticed that the tentacles were white in color. Since it was dark in the bathroom, he assumed that the tentacles were black, but now that moonlight was shining through the windows, which were no longer blocked by giant rocks, he could see them clearly. He then saw that the tentacles did the same thing again. Wrap around the mouth, and then sliding the guy back into the holes. But since the tentacles were coming from both the floor and the ceiling, the guy was ripped in half before being brought back into the holes, vanishing completely. Upon being ripped in half, the guy's other 3 friends snapped their heads towards the direction in which they heard the noise. Izuku. So that's how they disappear. This has to be the work of a demon. And I know exactly who has this kind of demon art. He then saw more of the tentacles coming up from the holes, and then wrapping themselves around the other 3, but one of them slipped through, and had to witness how his friends were ripped apart. The guy trembled in fear upon seeing the brutal murder of his friends. Just then, he heard footsteps coming from behind him, and saw a guy with black hair and a snake coiling around his neck. Izuku. So you were the one that's been making everyone disappear. Obanai. The guy who was behind the entire disappearance of people upon entering the building was none other than Obanai Iguro, one of Muzen's half-moons. Iguro glared at the guy that had escaped his grasp. Iguro. Huh, I never expected someone like you to get out of my snake's grasp. Obanai Iguro. Blood Demon Art Desk. He and Kaburamaru have linked Blood Demon Arts. His Blood Demon Art can either be done remotely, or in person. He can summon appendages that can fit through any tight space with no problem. Those appendages are actually snakes, but they have minds of their own. Also, the snakes that he summons are all demons, so they all burn up in the sun and disperse into ash upon getting slashed on the neck by a Nichiren blade. A useful thing about his demon art is that all the snakes are connected to his own. So any human that the snakes eat, they'll all be transferred directly towards Iguro, no matter how far he is. He can be in another universe for all he cares, and the snakes' link with him will still be intact. Iguro was born with a quirk that can create warp portals, kind of like Kurogiri can, but his was different in certain ways. When he was still human, he can create only 2 portals at a time, and it takes up a lot of energy out of him. Plus, he can only use them inside of buildings. His backstory is still the canon one, but he escaped when he placed down a portal near the front door without anyone noticing. He used his quirk again in his cell and escaped with Kaburamaru from there. Upon escaping, he bared no regret of the fact that since he escaped, the snake demon most likely killed his whole family, the same one that kept him like a prisoner all his life. Along the way, he met Gyoko, who was intrigued about his abilities and noted that his mouth scar was a work of art, therefore offering him to become a demon. Upon becoming a demon, his quirk improved and he can now summon multiple portals at once, but his limit on only being able to place them in buildings still remains. He mainly used this quirk of his to support his blood demon art and let his snakes travel through them to catch the prey. Although he did become a demon, he chose to keep his mouth scar since he said that it looked intimidating ever since it grew out some more. He also uses serpent breathing. Kaburamaru. Iguro's snake on his neck, in case you don't know. He and Iguro have linked blood demon arts. Blood demon art desk. Kaburamaru can manipulate how long Iguro's snakes can be, and how slithery they can get. Plus, He can communicate with them telepathically, and tell Iguro what they are seeing. However, his digestive system isn't linked to Iguro's or the other snakes, so he has to feed off of corpses from time to time. He can also clone himself, but only a limit of 3. And he can also increase in size, but only his main body can do that. His clones, they can't. Back to story. Iguro. No matter. Kaburamaru. Finish him. Kaburamaru nodded and got off of Iguro's neck and increased in size. He opened his fangs in an intimidating way. Oh, and I almost forgot. Kaburamaru has high metabolism, so he can instantly digest anything that enters his digestive system. Kaburamaru then gobbled the guy up whole, and instantly digested him. He hissed as he went back to his normal size and coiled right back onto Iguro's neck. Iguro. Looks like our job here is done. Izuku. Yo, Iguro. Iguro stopped to look at Izuku, and was surprised to see him. No came out of the corner and made his presence known, also surprising Iguro. Iguro. Oh, it's you too. What are you doing here? No. It was my idea. I wanted to see what the urban legend about this school is all about. Never expected to find you, though, Iguro. Iguro. Really? Is that all? If so, then leave. Izuku. Hey, why so harsh, man? Iguro. I have my business, and you have yours. If you don't have any exact reason to be here other than investigating on some stupid made-up urban legend about people disappearing, then be gone. I won't ask another time. No was intimidated by the look Iguro was giving him and Izuku. Izuku only chuckled with a sweat drop as he walked towards No and began dragging him to the exit. Izuku. Sorry to trespass, then, Iguro. Won't happen again. Iguro. It better. Otherwise, I'm ripping your heads off. Iguro then went back to his hiding place and awaited more of his prey to come and sacrifice themselves. Meanwhile, Izuku and No walked out through the front door. No. Man, Iguro was scary. Izuku. Care to describe? No. Whoa, right. You can't feel fear. Izuku. It's not my fault I can't. I don't even know why I don't have any sense of fear. No. Maybe it's a special case for you. Izuku. Maybe. And then they called for Nakame to open a door to the fortress. They went through, and were met with Muzan, who was sitting in the middle of the fortress and reading a newspaper. They both greeted him and were about to leave, when Muzan stopped them. Muzan. Hold on, Izuku. Izuku. Yes, what is it, Lord Muzan? Muzan. I was thinking that you might want to see this. Muzan throws the newspaper on the ground, and Izuku picked it up. He saw the headline of the front page, which said, General Public begins to lose trust in heroes. Izuku smiled that his plan on raiding Hosu worked. No also read it, and he chuckled. Muzan. That's not all. Read the rest. Izuku then read the other text of the newspaper. It said something about rising numbers of quirkless people disappearing and either never seen again, or coming back with quirks and using them to get back at the ones that did them wrong. Some even suggested that they've turned into demons and devouring the ones that did them wrong. Izuku. Whoa, all this in a few days. Now this is something. Muzan. It sure is, Izuku. It sure is. No. Wish I was part of the attack, though. Izuku. You can be part of the next attack if you want. Muzan. There is a next attack. How come I was not informed about it? Izuku. Well, in all honesty, I thought Master Kokushibo already told you about it. Muzan. He hasn't yet. I forgot to mention this, but every time he exits his midlife crisis phase, he is going to pass out for a few hours. Of all the demons I've created up until now, you moons are the oddest ones I've ever known. Izuku. Well, expect the unexpected, I suppose. Anyway, about that attack thing, we're raiding UA's summer camp. No. Summer camp. Why do you want to ruin a bunch of kids' vacation? Izuku. We're mainly targeting certain 1A students, but since 1B is in the mix, then they're included, but not to be turned into victims. Muzan. I would say I want to join, however, I have no interest in wasting time with killing a bunch of children. Izuku. Oh, we're not killing them. We're just striking fear into them. No. I'm definitely joining now. So, who are our targets? Izuku. Well, I would give you guys some photos, but I have no copies of them. Muzan. Oh, that won't be a problem. Muzan then magically summons a bunch of pictures that were taken during the sports festival, consisting of all of Class 1A and 1B that had passed the obstacle course. Muzan. I've robbed these off of a bunch of male and female pro heroes that have been perverting on these kids. I decided to collect the pictures as trophies at first, but I suddenly thought that you might need them. Izuku. Oh, how kind of you, Lord Muzan. Muzan. It's only for intel purposes. Don't get any ideas. Izuku. Sure thing. Now, let's see here. Izuku then searches through the pictures, and pulls out pictures of the said targets. Izuku. Rikido Sato, Mezzo Shoji, and this bitch, Katsuki Bakugo. They're our targets for the summer camp. I know. Why them, though? Izuku. Because we're looking for Nomu material. Shoji and Sato are for obvious reasons since they have strength-based quirks, but Sato's case needs sugar for being effective, so his Nomu will be diabetic once we give him a few pounds of sugar products. Muzan. That's not that bad of a choice. What about that Kakashi-sensei, 6-armed, tentacle hentai-looking guy? Izuku snorts, good one, Lord Muzan. I know, snorts, yeah, good one. Muzan. Insults are my specialty. Izuku. Well, the answer to your question is that we're turning him into the new kind of Nomu, the high-end. Just by looking at him, you can tell that he'll become one of the few selected perfect vessels for a Nomu. Muzan. I see, Izuku. And, as for Katsuki Bakugo, pretty sure we're only getting his quirk and not turning him into a Nomu since he's not Nomu material. He's more of something you'll get in a pet store kind of material. I know. I agree. But at least now we know where his parents got him from. Izuku literally snorted out his own blood after hearing that. Muzan tried to keep a straight face, but he was having difficulty doing so since he found the joke too funny. Fortunately for Demon Lord Jackson, his close call of laughing hee-hee style wasn't noticed by the two smooth criminals standing in front of him. Eventually, both calmed down and fixed their composure. Izuku. Good one, I. That was a good one. I know. Thanks. Izuku. Anyway, as I was saying, we're kidnapping these pricks in a few weeks. Any demon that wants to join in is very much welcome. Muzan. You want to host another moon meeting about this? Izuku. Nope. I'll just tell them personally when they're not busy. Muzan. Very well. If you have nothing else to do, you can leave now. Izuku. Sure thing. Nice seeing you again, Lord Muzan. I know. What he said. Muzan only nodded and watched them as they left to where all the lower moons and friends of lower moons hang out. Times KIP. About 2 weeks later. A lot has happened in the past 2 weeks. I know had been having a hard time with dealing with the fact that he encountered with his past, despite Izuku and Kokushibo's advice to him, which he tried to follow, but is struggling to keep his anger in. Speaking of his past, GA and Se-yun kept quiet about what they learned, and even spent less time with Shi-hoon, much to his frustration and confusion. They wanted to focus on the bigger problem, which they were the cause of, and in their belief, they were the ones that were failures here for failing to protect someone as precious as I know. In GA's words, she thinks that it's all her fault for breaking the promise that she herself proposed in the first place. She doesn't care if I know forgives her or not, but she only wants to make things right for him. Se-yun on the other hand, after careful consideration with how she'd been acting, she's partly to blame since she was the one that took him to that apartment, and said that he was weak as a man. Only thing she wants to do now is to apologize and make things right, in hopes that it'll help GA. Shi-hoon had no idea what was happening with the two of them, but he couldn't care less. Though, ignoring it is a challenge for him since he's been quite pent up for 2 weeks. Not only GA and Se-yun were having a hard time, but also the Yagi couple were having trouble with their reputation. About a week after I know's fateful reunion with his past, All Might had been discharged from the hospital, only to find that a few hours later, he's been swarmed by the paparazzi in front of UA, asking him about the stuff that Izuku said on live TV a few weeks ago. Inko tried to intervene and tell them that it's all Muzan's doing of manipulating Izuku into saying that, but Izumi came out of nowhere and told them everything they needed to know. Stuff like how Toshinori and Inko were both lying bastards that only viewed people by their quirks, and they only ignore what the quirkless and people quirked with villainous and most mutants have in life because of how little they have on the impact of peace. Not only that, but they even neglected their quirkless son, Izuku, for not having a quirk, which ended in Izuku temporarily faking his death and becoming a demon by his own free will, and leading to multiple incidents in the past. She had also confirmed that everything that Izuku said on live TV was true. In Izumi's words, this is what she said as her final speech after telling everything that they needed to know. Izumi, if anyone is to blame for everything that's happened in the last few months, then I'd say it's the society itself. What's so wrong with being quirkless, quirked with villainous quirks, mutant quirks, weak quirks, or very dangerous quirks? In the end, we're all still human, even if demons live among us. So it's about time that this discrimination stopped so that no more people die, or more villains rise up from the ground. This speech was given to Izumi when she and Shoka met up with Izuku in Hosu during the attack. Anyway, after she said that, a lot of people were inspired, but the Japanese government didn't bother, because they were discriminators themselves. They saw this as a foolish speech, but didn't do anything to erase it from the public eye since they thought that nobody will even bother to follow it, but little did they know that they were so wrong about it. After Izumi's speech, some people began to hate All Might and Inko because of their actions, but there was still the majority of people that commended All Might for his actions because they were also discriminators themselves. All Might and Inko were beginning to fear for their lives if this broadcast was ever brought out to other countries because they didn't want their old friend, David Shield, to find out. If he did find out, then he'll cut ties with them and never let them see Melissa again. Yeah, that didn't work out for them since even before Izumi told everyone everything about the two in her speech, she had already told Melissa and Dave about what had happened. After learning about Izuku being alive, but a demon, they were shocked to say the least, but they were happy to know that he was alive and well. Let's just say that they were rooting for Izuku to have All Might's head for breakfast. Afterwards, All Might and Inko confronted Izumi about telling everyone about what they've done. They dragged her over next to a shed in the UA campus. This is how the conversation played out. Toshinori. Izumi, why did you tell everyone about our neglect on Izuku? Inko. Don't you know how much that could have caused us? Izumi. What do you mean? Are you talking about your reputations that you care so much about, more than me? Even after you said that you love me more than anything after Toshinori gave me one for all. Inko. That's different. Izumi. How is it so different? It all makes sense, after all. I am your reputation. Once I become a high-ranking hero and everyone knows that I'm of your bloodline, they'll pay more attention to the blood ties other than me as a person. I don't want that. I want to be a hero to redeem myself for every wrongdoing I've done in my life, especially for what I've done to Izuku. Toshinori. But Izumi, if everyone knows that you're my daughter, which they do, you'll be praised for. Izumi. Didn't you listen to a word I just said? I don't want to be high-ranked because of my status as your daughter. I want to earn my place as a high-ranking hero by my own deeds. Inko. But, sweetie. Izumi. Don't call me that. Look, you're nothing but my mother. Someone who gave birth to me. I used to love both of you as parents, but now, standing even a few meters from you makes me sick. If you don't have any more things to say other than your lies, then I'm out. After that, she left, but not before saying one last thing. Izumi. Izuku was right. You guys are fakes. No wonder he wants to kill you two so badly. I agree with him when he says that you guys should die. Those words hit them through their hearts like a sniper rifle. They were left there to weep, not knowing that Nakame was spying on them through her eye cams. You may be wondering why Izumi hadn't anyone about what she'd done to Izuku. Well, the answer to that is that Izuku told her that she shouldn't. To present time, Izuku was with his friends under the cloudy weather of Zenitsu. They were at the Kiyoshi Ward Mall, and were spending some leisure time. Muzan was in a good enough mood to give all his moons and their friends a vacation since he grew a soft spot for all of them. Speaking of the other moons, this is what happened to them. Kokushibo stayed in the Infinity Fortress, wanting to not waste any of his time on improving his swordsmanship, or maybe even ask Nakame out. Doma, he was back in his cult to gain some more strength along with his wife. Akaza was also back at the fortress, spending time with his wife and kid, who he named Sukuna. We all know what he looks like. Hantengu's whereabouts was unknown. Nakame was also in the fortress. She could leave any time, but she chose not to because the last time she left the fortress, Akaza nearly destroyed the place. She also hoped that her chance to ask out Kokushibo would come. Gyoko was pretty much the same as Hantengu. Daki and Gyutaro were sticking together for some time. Daki would always stick with Izuku after they started dating, and she barely spends any time for Gyutaro like she used to, so Izuku suggested that they should have some time with each other for now, much to Gyutaro's joy. He couldn't stop being a bro to Izuku for an entire hour after that. Didn't add Kaigaku here because he's still too weak to be a moon. As for the half-moons, they were doing just fine. There's Guillaume, wanting to be under a waterfall under the moon and lifting rocks for training. Sanemi started dating Kanae, which made Shinobu go killer butterfly mode and try to have his head. Muichiro and Yuichiro stuck with the lower moons since they're of the same age. Iguro, he was with Mitsuri since he didn't want to leave her side. They still weren't dating, surprisingly. Kyojiro was having a joyride on the Infinity Train. He was eating stuff in the bento boxes, non-stop. Giyu was being Giyu. His daily routine still remains. Eat, train, get annoyed by a certain butterfly that he was attracted to, and hunt. Mitsuri was out by some sakura trees with Iguro, blushing all the way and happily, mentally muttering rapidly that she was with Iguro. Uzui, he was drilling holes, if you know what I mean, 3 of them. And as for Shinobu, she has a complicated schedule. She has this routine of annoying Giyu until he gets an amusing reaction out of him, helping Tamayo out with her drugs, and spending time with her sisters when they weren't with the guys that they're dating. Kanae was mostly with Shinobu on making the drugs, but she's been with Sanemi from time to time. And the lower moons mostly spend time with each other. Like right now, they're all at the mall with Aoi, Yuichiro, Muichiro, Genya, and Mino. They were wearing the same attire that they wore during the sports festival. Yuichiro was wearing the same thing as Muichiro. As for Mino, he was wearing a blue sweater and sweatpants. They were by an area in the mall where there weren't that much people. Izuku. So, why are we here again? Jiro. Something about getting some summer stuff or some shit. Not like we can even get any sunlight since we're allergic. Inosuke. Oi, fight me. They saw Inosuke challenging some punching bag by the arcade. Oi. Damn it, boar head. Don't worry, guys, I'll keep an eye on him. Kanao. You sure that babysitting is the only thing you're gonna be doing? Oi. Hopefully. Otherwise, I'd have to chase him across the entire country if he goes rampant, just like last time. Nezuko. We don't want a repeat of that. Yuichiro. If it does somehow happen, then don't put me up with it. I'm going by myself. Muichiro. Where the hell are you going? Yuichiro. There's this literature store with my favorite genre in it, and I wanna check it out. Maybe even buy some stuff. Muichiro. Don't get lost. Yuichiro. Says the guy that can forget even a person's names. Muichiro rolled his eyes at his twin as he watched him walk off towards wherever he was going. Izuku. So, who's going with who? Other than Yuichiro, that is. Muichiro. I need a guide. Kanao. Aoi's already gone boar sitting at the arcade. Plus, I'll be with Tanjiro. Tanjiro. Same goes for me. Genya. I got nothing else to do. I'll head to the game store and get some shooter games. Momo. Ochako, Kyoka, and I will be by ourselves. We've got some stuff we wanna buy. Nezuko. I'll be. Kanao. Nezuko will be with Zenitsu. Nezuko blushes Tanjiro. That's a wonderful idea. Zenitsu. I salute to you, brother. Nezuko. They planned this from the beginning, didn't they? Muichiro. Looks like I'll be by the food court, then. Alone. Izuku. Why the food court? Muichiro. Mukbang. Everyone. Genya. The hell do you mean? You better not make it so that the food court's out of food, or I'm shooting off your head. Muichiro. Try me, tough guy. Izuku. These two. No. You said it, pal. Anyway, I'm sticking with you. Izuku. Sure, do what you want. So, is everybody with their companions or ready to go solo now? Everyone. Izuku. Well, let's head off, then. Everyone then split up towards different sections of the mall. No. So, where do you they'll be? Izuku. Who? The Ua people. No. Yeah. Izuku. From what Nakame said, they'll be here any minute. All of 1A and 1B. No. So that includes them. Izuku. Unfortunately, you're lucky that there's only 3 you have to worry about. I have to deal with all of 1A boys minus Mr. Sleep-deprived William Afton. I only have to talk with my sister, and that's it. But if those guys are here, then it's trouble. Just as he said that, he heard the voices of the people in question. Izuku. Sons of bitches, they're here. Izuku looked over the railing by the second floor and saw that the 2 first-year hero courses were all there, but 1B and the girls of 1A and Shinso were isolating themselves from the 1A boys. GA and Sei-yun for wanting time to themselves. And Kami wanted to hang out with Katsumi for some reason. Izuku and No scowled at the sight of the people that they hated, but their killer intent could have leaked if relief didn't come over them when they saw their friends from UA. Izuku. Let's set this up, then. How the hell am I supposed to? Before he could finish his sentence, and to his relief, he saw that all the girls of 1A and B, minus GA and Sei-yun were heading off on their own. He also noticed Shinso straying off on his own. Izuku. How convenient. No. And without my problems in life in the way, it'll be an easy win. Izuku. You said it, pal. Anyway, we'll deal with them later. I wanna get a little something from Data Blitz. No. Really? What? Izuku. Legends Arceus. With the Ua girls. They were walking in the outer regions of the mall because they wanted to be as far away from the guys in 1A as possible, including GA, Sei-yun, and Shihoon. Kami was told about what they did in the past, and she gives the boys in 1A the cold shoulder whenever they try to talk to her. She was pissed off about what they did, and so she doesn't want to have anything to do with them. Even though they told her that they were associated with a demon, she doesn't mind it since she finds it cool that some humans and demons can coexist peacefully under some circumstances. Izumi. Finally, we can catch a break. Living in the dorms was a hassle, considering you live with guys you despise. Itsuka. I miss the outside world. I almost forgotten how it feels like to be outside. Life in the dorms was good and all, but... Setsuna. I don't know about you guys, but I'd prefer it to be sunny instead of cloudy. The weather's been weird these past few months, and we don't know why. Kanoko. Well, at least it helps make Kuwaro feel better, Shroom. Mina smirks, looking out for someone, I see. Kanoko blushed under her fringes. Mina and Setsuna smirked at her reaction. Izumi. Oh, what's over there? She pointed excitedly towards a game shop named Data Blitz. Shoka. Geez, again. Izumi. I wanna get Legends Arceus. Shoka. But isn't that only on Switch? Didn't Izuku steal it from you? Izumi. I'm giving Legends Arceus to him, duh. Shoka. Oh, Izumi. Later, she rushed off to the store. Katsumi. Hey, wait. Itsuka. And there she goes. With Izumi, she speedily went to Data Blitz. She entered, and immediately went to where the Nintendo stuff were. Izumi. Aha, Legends Arceus. She was about to grab it, but somebody beat her to the punch. Someone familiar. Izumi. Izuku. Said person was Izuku, and he looked to where Izumi was, and held a dumbfounded face. Izuku. Izumi. Well, that was quick. Saves me the trouble of finding you, then. Izumi. What are you even doing here? Izuku. Legends Arceus. Couldn't miss it. Izumi. And those other games. Plus that controller. She points to the other games in Izuku's hands, such as Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl Double Pack, Link's Awakening, another Nintendo Switch controller with Legend of Zelda design, and a new Nintendo Switch. Izuku. Just a few more stuff I picked up for the road. Izumi. What for? Izuku. Leisure time. Izumi. Oh, Izuku. Anyway, what are you doing here? Izumi. I was. Izuku. Just kidding, I know. You're with the rest of your class and Class B. Izumi. How'd you? Izuku. You guys stand out from the rest of the crowd, plus it's easy to spot you from the second floor. No. Yes. They still sell Disney Infinity. Face it, Disney Infinity was by far best Disney game on consoles. Izumi. Was that Izuku? No. Yes. He said something about collecting some Disney Infinity stuff for completing his collection. Izumi. Oh, you mean just like how you used to collect hero collectibles until, you know. Izuku. Yep, sort of like that. I see my old self in him whenever he goes full fanboy. No. I take it as a compliment. Izuku. Sure thing, and he's sort of like a brother to me, much like most of the others. No. I heard that one before. And it's touching every bloody time. Izuku. See what I mean? Izumi. Makes me wish things were different from back then. Izuku. Don't be a mood killer. At least now I have the life I was always destined to have. Oh, yeah, by the way, about their other thing I was gonna tell you. Izumi. What other thing? Izuku. About Love Muffin's next showcase. Izumi. What? Oh, looking forward to it, then. Izuku. We'll talk about it after I buy these things. Oi. No. Hurry it up. No. Sure thing. No then picked up everything he needed, and then made their way to the cashier and paid for their stuff with the money that they borrowed from Doma, which he stole off the corpses of his followers. After that, they went out of the store, only to be met with the faces of Izumi's friends, who were surprised to see Izuku and No again. Izuku. You never told me that they were right behind you. Izumi. You never asked. No. You two just gonna ignore the fact that Izumi's friends are here. Izuku. Oh, right. Sorry for ignoring you guys. Kami. Is this your brother, Izumi? He looks totes cool. Izuku. Izumi. Thanks. Kami. Hi, I'm Kami Yutsushimi, but just call me Kami. Before Izuku could respond, Kami then faced No, and sort of invaded his personal space as she went too close to his face. Kami. And who's this cutie? Izuku had to stifle a laugh at seeing No's reaction to her remark. No looked at Izuku and they began to communicate with just their eyes, if that's possible. Then again, fanfic and anime logic. No. Dude. Help me, Izuku. Every man for himself, boy. No. Traitor. Izuku. Go get him, tiger. Izuku gave No a smug look and a thumbs up. No gave him the, I'll get you back, look. Katsumi. Anyway, Izuku. Oh, right. Nice to see you all again. And I guess nice to meet Kami over there. Setsuna. Well, if it ain't Spider Eyes. Izuku. Spider Eyes. Setsuna. Yeah, Spider Eyes. How you been, buddy? She went closer to his face, much to Izumi's pouting face. Izuku didn't seem fazed by it, though, considering Daki presses her chest on his face a lot of times. Izuku. Well, I've been good. Setsuna. Good to hear. That's all from me, Izuku. Plus, don't call me Spider Eyes in public. Even if I'm just in humanoid form, I resemble a lot of my true form. Setsuna. Aye, Captain. Setsuna then went back beside Itsuka. Shoka then approached Izuku. Shoka. Hey, Izuku. Izuku. Yeah, Shoka. How are Momo, Kyoka, and Ochako? Izuku. They've been doing good. They're actually here right now. I just don't know where. Izuku's eyes averted towards a store by the far end of the mall. He saw the three in question entering it, much to Izuku having a bead of sweat drop. Not at the fact that they were going shopping, but at where they chose to shop. Izuku. Never mind, found them. They're by that store. He pointed to where he saw them enter, and all of the girls' eyes widened, minus Kami, who was still fixated on asking No a dozen questions about himself. Looks like we got a mini Najire here. The store where the trio of girls were shopping was Victoria's Secret. Mina. Why the heck would they go there? Izuku. Beats me. Man, I even went through the trouble of stealing the nurse's lingerie from Aldera. Oh, well, at least they can make use of what I got after Nakame and I raided All Might and Endeavor's vaults when they were in the hospital. Izumi. Maybe their underwear doesn't fit them anymore. Shoka. What do you think, Izuku? Izuku. Like I said. Beats me. Female minds are hardcore level puzzles to me. Girls. That sounded like an insult, but he not wrong though. Shoka. Well, changing topic, I see that Izumi bought you some games. Just like she said she would. Izumi. About that, he beat me to it. He was there before I was. Shoka. Oh, Izuku. Anyway, nice meeting you guys again, but I have something to tell Izumi. It's important. Katsumi. What's it about? Izuku. She'll tell you soon. Too many of us in the same place will draw attention to those who can't mind their own damn business. So, I just wanna tell Izumi about Love Muffin's plans for future invasions. Everyone. What's Love Muffin? Izuku. I know what you're all thinking, but like I said, Izumi will tell you. I know. Hold my shit. I know. On it, boss. Izuku. Don't call me that. Izuku then hands everything that was bought from Data Blitz to I know. After that, he and Izumi went to an area in the mall where there weren't any cameras around, or any chance of any normal person to go to. That'd be the fire exit. Izumi. What a random choice of a meeting area. Izuku. I'm gonna make this quick, considering all of the boys from your class are here, and that Shihun guy from class B. Izumi. Straight to the point. Speak, then. Izuku. Alright, then. First off, 3 of your class, boys are being targeted by the League. Izumi perks up at that. She was surprised, but glad to hear it. Izumi. Really? Who? Izuku. Sato, Shoji, and that annoying Pomeranian. Izumi. Oh, why them, specifically? Izuku. We're gonna make them join the League. Well, only the first 2, anyway. Izumi. Huh, why? Pretty sure you know damn well that they won't be joining the League, no matter what you do, right? Izuku. I am aware. That's why we're turning them into Nomus. Considering their quirks, they'll make perfect vessels for the new breed of Nomu that the doc's manufacturing. Izumi. Interesting. Izuku. Indeed. Anyway, if you're gonna ask about what's gonna happen to the nuclear chihuahua, he's gonna have his quirk taken away from him by the League's secret boss. Oh, and your summer camp's gonna be ambushed in order to do so, plus to lower the public's view on heroes, and to put fear into everyone's eyes just because we did attack. Izumi. That's a lot to take in. Izuku. I know. Oh, and don't worry about you or any of your friends falling victim to these shenanigans. I told the League not to do you guys any harm. But, for the 1A idiots, and that man whore, Shihun, I told them to go ape shit on them if they want. They did agree to those terms, however. That last bit got Izumi worried. Izumi. However, Izuku. Ever heard of the serial killer, Muscular? He did say he agreed to it, from our most recent meeting, but I don't trust him. Especially by the fact that he was the only one I had to talk to alone, out of all the League members. I'm just gonna warn you that that guy is bad news. Be cautious of him when he attacks. Got it. Izumi nodded in response. Izuku. Good. Looks like we're done here, then. Izumi. Already. Izuku. Yeah, just wanna tell you of future events. Feel free to tell all your friends about it, but just don't let any people you don't trust hear you. Izumi. Okay, I promise. Izuku. That's a copy. They then headed out of the fire exit and back into the mall. Suddenly, Izuku senses a familiar presence by the center of the mall. Izuku. So he's here, too. Izumi. Who's here? Izuku. Handjob. Take 2. Izuku. Shigaraki. Izuku. What's Shigaraki doing here? Don't tell me now of all times he chooses to buy chapsticks. Izumi. Is it bad that he's here? Izuku. If he fucks up even once, then yes. Hopefully, he doesn't murder anyone while he's here. Let's split up for now. Anyone sees us with each other, then it won't turn out pretty on your end. Your friends might get involved, too. Izumi. Right, Izuku. And remember, we're planning to invade your summer camp. We'll try no to get you guys hurt, but I'm not making any promises. Izumi nodded and left through the fire exit's door as Izuku called for Nakame to open up a door to another section of the mall. He was transported to the section where Shigaraki was. Izuku. Alright, Shigi, what are you up to? He turned the corner and saw Krusty in question holding a terrified Shinso by the neck with only 4 fingers attached. Izuku sighed and walked forward to them. Izuku. Oi, Shigi. Shigaraki and Shinso looked up and were surprised to see Izuku there. Shigaraki. Izuku, what are you doing here? Izuku. I should be asking you that. And let Shinso go. He's a friend of mine. Shigaraki let go of Shinso. Shigaraki. Sorry about that. I thought you were one of those 1A bastards that tormented Izuku. He did mention someone having purple hair that took part of it. Izuku. And you saw me kill said grappist back in the USJ, dumbass. Sorry about this, Shinso, but Shigi mistook you for someone who he saw get killed by me. Shinso. No worries, it's all those bastards' fault, anyway. Izuku. Yep, anyway, nice seeing you again, but we have to scoot before somebody sees us and starts accusing you of working with us. Shinso. Good call. And so they walked away from each other to opposite directions. Unknown to them, 4 bastards were watching them from a railing on the second floor and snapped a picture of them together with Shigaraki's around Shinso's neck, which in a stupid person's eyes will look like they were having a friendly meetup. Those 4 bastards were none other than the Baku squad. Katsuki. Hehe, this will be perfect material to get rid of purple guy. Kirishima. That will be one problem out of the way for us. Denki. Nobody should know about what we did. Zero. Or else we'd be the ones getting punished for something we don't deserve. Yep. They've gone mad. They wanted to get rid of Shinso since the sports festival when they found out that Shinso knew of their past. But why get rid of him? What good will it do them? After all, even if they do get rid of Shinso, Izumi and the girls, plus Class 1B and the entire school know of their past of bullying someone. Not to mention the entirety of Japan knows Izuku is a demon already, but only the girls of 1A-GA and Seiyun, Shinso, and the whole 1B-Shihun know the reason why Izuku became a demon in the first place, along with Momo, Ochako, and Jiro. So even if they did succeed of getting rid of him, it'll only turn badly for them. How? Let's see what happens later in this chapter. Anyway, Izuku was walking back to where he left Mino with all the stuff they bought from Data Blitz, but on the way there, not surprised, he sensed something going on in the priority toilet. He investigated, and he put his ear on the door, and the first thing he heard was, Tanjiro, Kanao, I'm. Izuku quickly removed his ear, having no reaction from what he just heard other than an amused sigh. He took something out of his pocket, which was a sticker notebook he carries around in case of emergency. He took one out that was an out-of-order sticker with a toilet bowl on it. For laughs, he violently slapped the sticker on the door like he would Ochako and Jiro's asses, and he heard the sounds of someone yelping from the other side of the door. Izuku laughed at their reactions. Izuku. Don't worry, you horny sunflowers, it's me, Izuku. Tanjiro. Izuku. How'd you find us? Izuku. Wasn't even trying to, but since you're my senior, I sort of got used to sensing your presence from within my demon art's reach. And don't worry, I put an out-of-order sticker outside this bathroom. Kanao. We owe you one, Izuku. Tanjiro. Thanks, Izuku. You actually owe me big time cause I act as your wingman every damn time when you do something like this. What's it now, 15th 17th time this week, and we're only on Monday. Bah, whatever, as long as you guys enjoy your fun time, that's enough payment for me. And no response came from them. Izuku. And you're both welcome. He laughed at his last words. He was about to leave, but he decided to mess with the Baku squad's egos for a bit. He asked for Nakame to open a door to his storage room, which he uses for keeping all his stolen things. He took out a few cans of spray paint and a wet floor signs, some yellow liquid, some firecrackers, a taser, and some of pictures of himself when he was still human. He entered the male's bathroom next to where Tenkana were doing their thing and closed the door. Izuku. All right, time to get to work. He sprayed some of the spray paint on the walls that said, Katsuki Bakugo is the best. In crimson color. Eijiro Kirishima is the manliest. In red color. Denki Kaminari do be handsomest. In yellow color, clearly putting a misspelling and a grammatical error to match Denki's dumb persona. And, Honta Siro has tape fetish. In black color. And then he took out some of the pictures of himself and used some of Siro's tape he got from the USJ incident and attached them on the mirrors, which were conveniently only 4. He used some of the firecrackers to bombard one of his pictures on the mirror, framing Katsuki for doing such. He punched the second mirror with his photo on it with a fraction of his strength and shattered a large portion of the mirror. He used the taser to zap the third mirror, but it barely did anything, just like how Denki's attempts to flirt with Jiro in the past didn't do anything, either. So Izuku somehow amped up the taser's power and did some damage to the mirror and the photo. And as for the last one, he just put a giant X made of tape and continuously punched the mirror until he was satisfied. At last, he was. Now it was a sight to behold that someone will immediately think that the 4 Bakubich squad members were the ones responsible for this vandalism. And to top it all off, he poured some of the yellow liquid, which was urine he has extracted from the sewers for prank purposes. He sprayed it all on the floor and purposely did not put down a wet floor sign because why not? After that, he laughed and exited the bathroom, also purposely leaving his spray paint behind for evidence. And he left another out of order sign on the bathroom. He was met with Tanjiro and Kanao, who were just done with whatever they were doing. They all regrouped with the others. Izuku came back for Mi-no to get the stuff they bought from Data Blitz. And after some more shopping, and stopping Muichiro from emptying out the food court so Genya wouldn't waste any bullets on shooting him in the head, they all went home. Unknown to them, GA spotted Mi-no and panicked, but didn't say a word because she didn't want to frustrate Mi-no more than she already has. I'm giving GA and Sei-yun some forgiveness from Mi-no. I may hate what they did in the doujin, but I'm going to change them and turn them to Mi-no's side. Mi-no noticed GA from the beginning, which got him mad, but kept his cool knowing that he might drag attention to himself if he lost it. When they got back, a ton of walls had holes in them, and Nakame was in the middle of fixing everything. Izuku. What in dog water happened here? Akaza. Some guy came out of nowhere and crashed through about 10,000 walls and destroyed 5,000 of them. I tried to stop and fight him, but another guy that looked like a Fortnite Galaxy skin with Jesus clothing barged in and grabbed him. Next thing we knew, they were gone. Izuku. What the hell? Mi-no. Oi, Izuku, come on. I'm dying to play those new Pokemon games. Izuku. Yeah. Times KIP. About a week later, Shinso was walking down the stairs in the dorms to the common room, when all of a sudden, he was grabbed by the collar by none other than All Might. All Might. Shinso, you are under arrest. Shinso. What? What for? Is this some kind of prank? 'Cause it ain't funny. All Might. Don't play dumb, villain. That struck Shinso's heart like a bullet. Being called a villain was very sensitive to him. All Might. You were working for the League of Villains all along. Not to mention working with demons. Katsuki. That's right, we caught him in the mall chatting with the hand guy. Kirishima. If it weren't for us, we'd still have a villain on the loose. All Might. Ha ha ha, good work, boys. Of course, All Might was clueless on what's really going on. Some part of him still thought that Muzan was manipulating Izuku despite already having that chat with the latter in Hosu. All Might. So this is the guy who's been helping the League. He must also be the one who instigated that bus accident that involved Izuku and those poor girls turning into demons. And there's no doubt he's the one who informed them of the USJ attack. With this, if Izuku can see through that curse that Muzan made that sealed his freedom, then he might see that I've done Ue a huge favor, and he might even be so proud, he'll break the curse and return to us. And maybe even Izumi would be proud of me and she'll do the same. Yeah, this dude's completely lost his mind, because none of that made any sense at all. Then, cops stormed in. Cop 1. That the guy. All Might. Yes, Shinso. Wait, what proof do you even have? All Might. Proof. Show him, boys. Katsuki showed Shinso a photo of him with Shigaraki and Izuku at the mall with Shigaraki's hand on Shinso's neck, close to killing him in an instant. Shinso. What, you think because I was with that guy, I was working for him? All Might. Exactly. Now, you have the right to remain silent. Officers, take him away. He threw Shinso on the ground as the cops put handcuffs on him before taking him away. Shinso begged to let him explain, but the cops didn't listen because All Might gave them the orders. And those cops were some supporters of All Might. They still believed in him even though it was revealed that he neglected his quirkless son. When they got outside the dorms, paparazzi was flashing pictures, and the news crew was broadcasting this live. Infinity Fortress. No and Izuku were playing video games, when all of a sudden, Daki and Gyutaro barged into the room. Izuku. Oh, hey. I thought you two were on vacation. Daki. We were. Gyutaro. But something came up, and we asked Nakame to send us back. Daki. You have to come see this. Both of you. No and Izuku paused their game and followed the two Shibana siblings to where Muzan was sitting. Izuku. What's up, Muzan? This. Muzan raised the volume of the Jumbotron he stole, which was fortunately not damaged during the 15,000 holes in the fortress incident that caused Nakame some headaches. The title on the news along with Shinso's photo that had the words, "Villain," above his eyeballs angered him. What's more was what the reporter was saying. Reporter. We're bringing this to you live from Ua High School. Recently, the events which occurred that had caused Ua serious lawsuits and protests from parents have been orchestrated by the group known as the League of Villains, who had been in cahoots with the demons. The majority of UA staff suggests that there might be a traitor among them, be it teacher or students, and to this case, turns out to be the latter. Photo evidence has been provided for us, which has proven to be 100% accurate in determining who the traitor was. And it was none other than the student with a villain's quirk, Hitoshi Shinso. The photo which Katsuki and his squad took showed up on screen, as well as a photo of Shinso's full face. Izuku. What the WHO the hell took that photo? Reporter. Sources for this photo were of Katsuki Bakugo and his friends. From this day forward, you can thank them for saving Ua the trouble of working themselves off to find this vile traitor, whose quirk fits his status as a now labeled villain. Jiro. Motherfucker. Ochako. What the hell? Momo. This has gone too far. Reporter. Although the principal of Ua, Nezu, and the traitor's homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa aka Erased Head and some other staff members have protests, you cannot deny that what was in the photo. Izuku. At least some people have brains. Reporter. Not only them, but also the girls from his class and all of Class 1B-1 person have protested against Shinso being the traitor, claiming that they were with him the entire time, and have known him long enough to know that he has no intention to betray his so-called dreams to be a hero. Now you see, folks. The amount of deception one person can give you will also twist your minds to side with them. And because of Shinso's quirk, brainwashing, it is obvious that these poor souls have been influenced by this villain. Luckily enough, the boys from Class 1A were smart enough to see through this villain's lies, and even exposed him when he least expected it. They even got praise from All Might for doing so. That's all for now. We will come back to you all after the break. As the channel cut off to commercial, Izuku was enraged by the news, even more than anyone in the room. Muzan. Izuku, I permit you to act on your own will. Do whatever you have to do. Izuku. I intend to. Izuku then left along with some of his companions. With the love, they had just watched the news, and they were beyond shocked, and also angry. Shigaraki. Oi oi oi. What the hell is this shit? Dabi. Hey boss, I thought there wasn't any Ua traitor. AFO. There wasn't. This is all false. Stain. So what will we do? AFO. Make things right. Even if we're on the dark side, we still have standards. This is something we cannot let pass. Shigaraki. You heard Darth Potato. Move your asses. AFO. And send in the new Nomus. You'll need them. Later. Even with all the protests by several heroes and students in Ua, Shinso was still immediately sent to Tartarus without even being sent to court first or consulting Tsukauchi, who has a lie detector quirk. All Might knew that better than anyone, but let his delusions get to his head first. Shinso's convoy was a bunch of armored vehicles and a weaponized chopper that had wisteria poison tipped onto the bullets in case of a demon attack. And the armored vehicles were known to have material which was said to even stand a punch from All Might. Inside the vehicles were pro-heroes who were actually just amateurs who looked tough. While the news reporter was badmouthing Shinso in front of millions of people, the sky suddenly turned dark and the winds got rougher. Then, multiple shogi doors and warp gates appeared out of nowhere, which stirred up a panic with the ranks of the prison convoy. The event was being broadcasted everywhere. Demons and villains alike stepped through the portals and surrounded everyone. Open fire. The ones on the attack helicopters started shooting the wisteria bullets at the demons, which missed horribly. Before they knew it, blue flames had already engulfed them, courtesy of Dabi. Nomus with wings swooped down and brought the choppers to the ground, which made them go kaboom before being swept off the board. The vehicles weren't faring any better either. They were getting taken down by Akaza, who was destroying everything in his path, but with care because he didn't want to kill Shinso, wherever he was. Mino was checking every inside of the vehicles with his portal demon arts to find Shinso, but if the search on one vehicle is a failure like Mineta, he kills everyone on the inside regardless of who they were. Izuku had an instinct and picked the middle vehicle, which turned out to be the one where Shinso was all along. Izuku. Guys, I found him. He used his blade and cut the vehicle's back door off its hinges. He swiftly grabbed Shinso out of the vehicle, which was barely noticeable by everyone inside, including Shinso himself. After getting Shinso out of the vehicle, Akaza destroyed the thing in one hit. Shinso. What happened? Izuku. Don't worry, you're safe now. Shinso. Who Izuku? Izuku. Sup, I saw the news. Apologies for your misfortune, Shinso. It's alright. I'm sure neither you nor Shigaraki intended for it to happen. It was all your past's fault. Izuku. Yup. Izuku then looked at the news helicopter, which had been hit by an EMP pulse by Zenitsu, and was now on the ground as the news reporter was shaking in fear of being so close to demons and villains. Izuku let Shinso go and menacingly walked over to the news reporter. Izuku. Look who's here. A discriminator against quirks who she deems villainous. I hate people like you. There's no point in living your miserable and sorry-ass life anymore. Farewell, reporter. WAI. But Izuku didn't wait and he killed her without a second thought on live camera. Majority of everyone watching almost barfed from seeing someone's brain splattering everywhere. Izuku looked at the guy holding the camera next and showed him all 6 of his angry eyes. Izuku. Oi, this thing rolling. Why yes. Izuku. Good. I just want to make a few things clear. For those who didn't believe Shinso, you're all fools. There was no Ua traitor to begin with, and there'll never be one. This was all a setup by those retards that call themselves the Baku Squad. They instigated this bullshit and framed Shinso for some unknown reason that only their retarded asses know of. Shinso here is innocent. Even if you don't believe me, or anyone who sides with Shinso, it's the truth. Everyone who was watching was skeptical, but some believed his statement. Izuku. Message to the Bakabich Club. You're all a bunch of fools. Whatever your reason is for framing this innocent man, it's lower than anything I've done so far. Even lower than my torture methods against Death Arms and Kamui Woods. You all heard me right. I'm the reason why they're gone. Everyone gasped in shock and horror. Izuku. You know what, even if I have infinite stamina as a demon, I'm getting way too sick and tired of all this bullshit. And All Might, I thought you were better than this, but no. You decided to harm this guy because of some cheap photo. How about next time, check the photo carefully first before making assumptions. Pay attention to even the smallest of details before jumping to conclusions. That goes for everyone else. All Might, who was watching, started to question his decisions. Izuku. How about we set some rules because of this, it's a coming of a new era here. The cops only complied because of All Might's orders, right? Then how about this? You side with All Might, I kill you. You even have a fragment of All Might merch, I kill you. You even think about supporting All Might, I kill you. Idolize him, I kill you. If there's even a vote on All Might in the next hero poll, I'll hunt down who voted and I'll kill you. These conditions apply to everyone, regardless of their age or gender. Listen to his lessons at UA, but not to whatever he says that doesn't involve anything school-related. And listen up, everyone who believed Shinso, you have my respect. You're off my shit list. I know who you all are. I can tell who believes him and who doesn't. And I know who my next targets are. Everyone caught a shiver down their spine upon his declaration. Izuku. Oh, and All Might. I hate you more than ever now. And Izumi must feel the same. Farewell. Damn Johnny Bravo ripoff. Remember this day as a point in history where everything changes. All Might supported a false accusation with no solid proof to arrest an innocent man. A future hero who I respect. You really pissed me off. Now you're even getting rid of one of the only people who even Stain acknowledges is a true hero. And because of your actions, you just lost a potential hero, and a great one at that. I doubt he'd still wanna become a hero after everything he's been through. Shinso. You're right, I don't. I lost all motivation. Now my mentor's training will be put to waste because of it. I always wanted to be a hero, but seeing how corrupted this society is now, I don't even know why I want to become a hero anymore. Everyone except a few were now feeling bad for him. Izuku. How about become a demon instead? You can change the world like we want. Shinso. Me, a demon. You declared that in front of everyone. Izuku. Yes, if not a true hero, then become one of the people who'll change society for the better and live through an infinite lifespan. Even if our methods are cruel, it's only to show who are the real beings in charge here. We demons and villains are the ones in charge of this society. It's only the heroes who blind the public to that fact. Actually, some heroes are even more villainous, regardless of their reputation or strength. You're all also too blind to notice that. Take Endeavor for example. You all admire him, but you have no idea what's been going on in his personal life. Anyways, Shinso, wanna turn into a demon now? There are tons of fresh corpses here for you to feast on once you become a demon. Shinso. I accept. Izuku cut his arm and had Shinso drink an ample amount of his blood, which then began to transform Shinso into a demon, much to everyone's horror. Especially Shinso's parents, who were part of the people who didn't believe him. After about a whole agonizing minute, Shinso's transformation finished, and he looked like this. His looks changed drastically. He looked more handsome, his hair didn't defy gravity anymore and now drooped down with his bangs covering one eye. His hair also had more darker shades of purple streaks on some parts. From UA, a certain silver ghost girl blushed at his new looks. Even being attracted to his old looks before, this one's a huge glow up. In short, another lady killer has incarnated as a demon. And another person, Aizawa, was sad that his favorite student was no longer human, but respected his decisions nonetheless. No matter what, he was still the son he never had, and he wanted to support him, even if Shinso loses his humanity. Izuku. Hey, you alright? Shinso. Yeah, I feel great, in fact. Izuku. Hey, good to know. Now, go eat up on all those corpses. We'll bring the other ones back home so you can finish them up there. Shinso nodded and got to work on devouring the corpses. At first, he was hesitant since this was his first time eating human flesh, but once the flavor got to his tongue, he began devouring everything at a rapid pace. Izuku turned his head back to the camera. Izuku. Oi, remember the conditions I made. All of you. I better not see All Might's name, even in the 3 digits the next time there's a voting on crows. Disobey. Then you'll end up like this cameraman here. That was the last thing he said before he slashed both the camera and the cameraman. Izuku noticed more people approaching from the distance. Tanjiro. Izuku, I smell wisteria coming from all of those vehicles. Izuku. Then they must have more of those nasty bullets. Nakame. Send everyone back. A bunch of doors opened underneath the corpses and were all transported to the fortress. Izuku. Dabi, lead your team back to your base. Dabi. Aye, Captain. Dabi and some of the members of the Vanguard Action Squad left with the Nomus through Kurogiri's gates. Izuku. Zenitsu, give them a parting gift. Zenitsu nodded and struck all of the approaching backup with 10 billion volts of lightning, destroying them all. Izuku and the rest all jumped through the doors, back to the fortress. Izuku. Hey, this is just the beginning. Prepare for the worst. 2 weeks later. In the span of the last 2 weeks, a lot of stuff happened. Like, a lot. The public had gone into an uproar and were blaming All Might for now putting their lives in danger. About 35% of Japanese people and foreigners had already decided to leave Japan in fear of becoming targeted by demons, and they have already booked tickets, but most of which weren't going to leave the country anytime soon because of how many people were booking their tickets. They didn't even care which country they book for, as long as they get away from their doom. The Hero Commission had also gone into chaos because of how many protesters were now outside their office building, demanding answers on a lot of questions. Endeavor was also being questioned personally while he was in the hospital, but the doctors weren't letting them in. In UA, Nezu had found out about the real story behind the false accusation, and he was beyond pissed, and knew that he never should have allowed any of the boys from 1A- the former Shinso to attend UA at all, but because of what was stated on Izuku's letter from about a year ago, he had to keep them in. Speaking of which, someone found out about that vandalization that Izuku did in the mall's bathroom, and the Baku squad were being charged of property damage. All Might had also lost motivation to continue hero work because of Izumi badmouthing him and hitting him with words that struck him like sniper bullets through his heart. Not only Izumi's words, but with Izuku declaring he'd kill anyone who dared to even talk about him in a good way, regardless of their age. Even after all that, he still didn't believe it was Izuku doing that on his own will. He's still pinning the blame down on Muzan for manipulating Izuku. Inko, on the other hand, she was already planning to divorce All Might because of the excuse of blaming him for everything, when in reality, she just didn't want to get killed. Izuku knew this for a fact, and he laughed it off, seeing as how stupid his so-called mother was. Izumi and her group in UA had all chosen to ignore the boys in their class from then on. They even requested a transfer from Nezu to 1B, which Nezu complied to and switched Shihun with them. Now, only boys were in 1A. Yes, even GA and Sei-yun changed classes, as per their request. I might not have said this before, but those two had already revealed a lot of stuff to their fellow female heroes in training from 1A and 1B. They confessed their sins to all of them. Mostly GA. Of course, the girls already knew of this, but were surprised that they said it to them. Though, they could see the regret in their eyes upon saying it. That was the evening after they went to the mall. Though, Izumi and company didn't mention anything about having ties with Izuku. After that, GA and Sei-yun indirectly cut ties with Shihun by just simply ignoring him every day, which the guy didn't mind because he's been seeing other girls behind their backs. And Izuku and company went to I Island via robbing All Might's private plane just for fun, so All Might never got to I Island in the first place. He just got stuck back at home, and never got to I Island to visit his old friend, which had long since expired when Izumi revealed to them about what All Might and Inko had been doing behind their backs. Anyway, Izuku and everyone killed Wolfram and his lackeys on I Island and revealed themselves to Melissa and David, which came as a shock to them, but kept it a secret from everyone because they trust him with all their hearts. And they stayed there for a week before going back to Japan and crashing All Might's jet because why not? Also, about Shinso, he ate about over 300 humans since he transformed, and now he's a whole lot stronger, to the point where Muzan thought he'd have to rename the ranks. Speaking of Muzan, he was questioning how the hell the younger generation of demons were too damn handsome while he looks like a demonic Michael Jackson. And now, they were all standing on top of a hill overlooking the training camp venue for the first years. Izuku. Guess this is it, then. Time for the real shit to be dealt with. Izuku. Let's get this over with so we can leave already. Right now, Izuku and the rest of the lower moons, including the Tokido twins, Mino, and Shinso were standing atop a cliff in some forest that suspiciously has a cabin in the middle of it all. Shinso. Remind me again why we're here. Izuku. To get shit done. League contacted me after our vacation, all for one wanting to apologize for Wolfram's attack, me accepting, and us agreeing to help them lower the hero's reputation like we did last time. Shinso. And what exactly is our plan? Izuku. Our plan is the problem we have. Krusty Shaggy said we'd go along with the suggestion I made like 3 or 4 chapters ago. Kidnap some students, at least 3. Priorities are on Katsuki Bakugo, Rikido Sato, and Mezzo Shoji, our old classmates. Izuku clenched his fists, as did Ochako, Momo, and Jiro. They remembered how Katsuki enjoyed hurting Izuku, Shoji crushing him into a bear hug like an iguanodon as Izuku screams in pain and anger, and Sato beating the shit out of him. They could never forget that. Ever. Izuku. Now, the time has come. Sweet revenge. Sweet karma. Sweet justice. Ochako. We've waited for this time to come. Momo. For so long. Izuku. All those killings, all those meals, all that carnage. Jiro. All that money you stole off fake heroes' accounts and used to pay for our primogems. Izuku. This will mark a beginning of a new era for us. All Might going down the ranks, being neglected as I was, that was just rainy weather. But now, the storm has arrived. Muichiro yawns. Enough with the monologue already. Your poetry and vocabulary's killing us here. Yuichiro. I'm losing more brain cells than my brother loses his memory. Izuku. Haha, sorry. Got too caught up in the moment. No. Just in time, too. Here come our friends. They turned to see a purple portal appear behind them, and out came 11 members of the new Vanguard Action Squad that the love formed. Stain was with them, and so was a Nomu that had chainsaws. Izuku. Welcome, Dabi. So this is the famous Lower Moon group. You don't look like much. Izuku. Snarky and rude as ever, Toya. Not all of us here are Lower Moons, but I can assure you that we're all strong. Mustard. Hey, why's the Wi-Fi here so fast? We're on a fucking mountain. Zenitsu. That's me. It's part of my blood demon art, sort of. Mustard. Screw all of you, I just found me a new best friend. Dabi. Whatever, poison gas. Izuku over there's a little bro to me. The rest, not so sure. Inosuke. Oiruma, who's the Frankenstein's monster-looking motherfucker? Dabi grew a tick mark. Izuku. It's Izuku. And that's Dabi. Someone I see as an older sibling figure. Real name, that's up to him to tell you. Dabi. Thank you. Izuku. Sure. So, when's the party gonna start? Dabi. Now that we're here, sooner or later. Shinso. Wake me up when it's gonna start. Izuku. I still don't get how you're still sleepy all the time, despite being a demon. Shinso. I just am. He fell asleep. Izuku. Well, Kurogiri. Ahem. Everyone turned to him. Kurogiri. Now that you all know who you're working with, I assume that it's my cue to leave. Twice. Sure. Don't leave us. Kurogiri nodded and left. Izuku. So, by soon, do you mean long enough until we get barbecued by the sun, or? Dabi. Just soon. All of us are here. Their summer camp started 2 days ago. Izuku. Your point being? Dabi. From the schedules we got after Psycho Vampire broke into UA disguised as some side character, the plans say they're having their test of courage around this hour. Izuku. Test of courage, huh? If I were a student, I'd probably win. Dabi. Oh right, your fearless ass can't even be afraid of a cockroach with its wings spread out. Izuku. Hey, Dabi. Don't give me that look. Izuku. Whatever, now cut the crap. When's the party starting? Dabi. Right about now. But nothing happened. Dabi clears throat. I said. Now. The Vanguard Action Squad moved their asses and jumped off the cliff, ready to attack. Toga, however, gave a quick flying kiss towards both Ochako and Izuku. Ochako. What was? Izuku. Don't ask. She's been wanting to consume my blood, and apparently has a crush on me, but now I think that's both of us. Ochako. Oh, Jiro. Let's just hope Daki doesn't decide to kill her. I kind of like that chick. Momo. I must say the same. Izuku. Well, we'll figure all that out once we're done with tonight. No. Oi, plan about your harem expansion later. We've got some kidnapping to do. They also jumped off the cliff. But Izuku split up from the rest. He said something about not trusting Muscular, considering his records. He'll kill anyone he wants, whenever he wants, however he wants. He's tailing him so he doesn't kill anyone he doesn't want to die at all, or not die yet. Meanwhile, in the forest, the students of Class 1A and 1B were having their test of courage. Class 1B was in charge of scaring the opposite class for this round. After that, it was gonna be Class 1A's turn, which won't happen at all. On Izumi's side, she got pretty unlucky with her pairing. She got paired with Shoto and Katsuki of all people. After the incident where Shinso had been framed for a picture, their class lost one student, and they've been reduced to an odd number of students. Therefore, there had to be one trio among all the duos. And just her luck, Izumi got paired with the two people who she hated above all else. Katsuki. Hey Izumi, if you're scared, you can cling to us. Smirks. Shoto. It's pretty chilly here, too. You might wanna hold on to my left. Smirks. Izumi didn't say anything, only using her telekinesis to make a hand out of leaves with a middle finger up. That didn't stop Katsuki and Shoto from stopping though. Izumi. Geez. As if those slayers that ass might hired weren't enough, these two are worse. I wish I were a demon instead. Then an unpleasant stench reached into her nostrils. Izumi, sensing something was wrong, quickly stopped and began looking around, sniffing the air. Katsuki. What? Finally giving into temptation. Izumi. Shut the hell up. Something's wrong. She had her guard up, but that was to whatever was giving her bad vibes. Katsuki. You're probably just scared of this childish test of courage thing. Here, I'll keep you calm. Shoto. It's a master's job to treat their little bitch, after all. Izumi. Have they been on drugs or something? Then a blue glow was seen over the night sky. Izumi. I knew it. I wasn't imagining things. Her main focus was the fire above the trees, so she wasn't paying attention to anything else. Seeing this as an opportunity, and as a one-time chance, but ignoring the blue flames in the air, Shoto lit his fire into a circle which surrounded the area around them. Izumi's attention went to the firewall surrounding them. She knew those flames anywhere. Izumi. Shoto. What's the meaning of this? Shoto. Oh, this. This is just a plan we came up with. Katsuki and I decided that we should have our way with you tonight. Katsuki. Which is why we rigged the pairings so we can be the only trio in this test. Shoto. It was easy, considering Shoji was the one who had the sticks in his hands. Izumi. Wait, so then. Her expression turned to horror, realizing that her friends might be in a similar situation to her. She recalled Sue being paired with Sato, Toru being paired with Ojiro, Mina being paired with Kirishima, then there was Kami. She failed the exams, so she's taking extra classes back at camp. As for Shoka and Katsumi, they refused to take the test of courage, saying they'd rather use their time to clear their minds in the baths. But she still couldn't help but feel worried. Back at camp, Shiro, Kota, and Kaminari were the ones who failed along with Kami. Although she doubts Kota will do anything to Kami, she still can't help but feel worried. She was only glad that Ga and Seiyun got paired with each other. Izumi. You bastards. She shot forward, but an ice shard pierced her arm. She screamed in pain, only to have her mouth shut covered by Katsuki's hand, which was smoking, clearly ready to make an explosion. She could already taste the nitroglycerin ready to ignite. She was shoved into a tree with her hands held by a pair of handcuffs made of ice. The handcuffs were frozen onto the tree, and her arm was too in pain to use one for all. Katsuki. Don't scream if you know what's good for you. Shoto. Now. Katsuki let go of Izumi's mouth. Izumi. Did you make that blue fire, Shoto? Was that also your distraction? Shoto. Blue fire. What blue fire? He seemed genuinely confused, despite the smug look on his face. Izumi could already tell Shoto wasn't responsible for that. Izumi. Wait, blue fire. They look similar to that guy who helped free Shinso. Eyes widening in realization, she smirked, which confused the two. Katsuki. What's so funny? Izumi. Oh, nothing. It's just that you're planning to rape an injured and defenseless girl in the middle of a villain attack. Shoto. A villain attack. What are you say? Flash fire fist. Jetburn. A beam of wild blue flames shot from the darkness of the forest. Shoto and Katsuki dodged, but the former got burnt on his left foot. Too distracted on taking in the sudden attack, both Shoto and Katsuki failed to hear what their attacker just said. Shoto held his left foot in pain, gritting his teeth as he looked over to the source. They heard slow clapping, then a figure revealed themselves. It was Dabi. And no, this wasn't a double. The double was the one responsible for the forest fire. Dabi. What's this all about? Is sexual assault a new privilege for heroes? If not, then I wonder who the real villain is, between you and I. Katsuki. TCH. Who the hell are you? Dabi. Ah, that's a bit mean. But I figured you won't be able to remember me. But then again, you and all your friends were all diaper-wearing kindergartners the last time we met. Shoto. Don't listen to him, Katsuki. He's trying to confuse us, trying to get us to lower our guards. Dabi. Huh, smart kid, but I wasn't doing anything like that. No, sir, I was only trying to get you to remember. You of all people should know who I am under these scars. I'm disappointed. You damn puppet. Shoto. What was that? Dabi turned to Izumi, who flinched under his gaze. Dabi. It's been a while, Izumi. Izuku told me all about what you and your friends did. I'm even more disappointed with you than with these two clowns. Izumi, albeit confused, looked down. Dabi. But I have to say, I am proud you came to your senses, but did it have to be on the day you thought he died? Geez. Unlike him, I'm not so forgiving. But because he's giving you a chance, might as well do the same. Izumi. Who, even are you? Dabi. Take a guess. Dabi grabbed the handcuffs, then melted them, freeing Izumi. Dabi. Treat the wound on your arm before it gets infected. Go. Izumi was confused about who this was and why he was helping her, but she complied and ran. Shoto. Izumi. Katsuki. Get back here. Dabi. She's not coming back. After that little stunt you pulled, you still have the audacity to order her to come back. Aren't you supposed to be heroes? Cornering a girl in the middle of the forest, hoping to have your way with her in hopes that she'd accept you. Scoffs. I gotta say, it was the right choice to have tried and killed you back then, Shoto Todoroki. Back when you were still an infant. Shoto was taken aback. This guy had tried to kill him before. But he never met him. Not in this way, at least. Dabi. You're worse than your old man, Shoto Todoroki. Your mother would be disappointed in you. Pang. Those words hit Shoto like an arrow hitting a bullseye. Dabi. No wonder even your older brother, Natsuo Todoroki, never even acknowledged you as a sibling. Not even once. After all, to him, you're just Endeavor's little obedient, delusional, villainous puppet. Pang. Shoto. Don't bring Natsu into this. He would never. He was trying to hold his temper. Dabi was trying to get him to lose it, by saying straight facts. Dabi. Oh, but it's the ugly truth. Even uglier than your personality. I bet even your only sister resents you, after what you've done. After you showed no remorse when it was your own damn fault why your mother is in that hospital. Don't you get it? Because of you, Rei Todoroki was sent in that hellhole and had 10 years of her life taken from her. Snap. Shoto lit his hand up on fire and shot a wave towards Dabi. Dabi countered the flames with his own, overwhelming them with how strong his flames were compared to Shoto's. Dabi. Ah, the little guy lost his temper. Endeavor even passed on his short fuse, huh? Guess you are a copy of him. Maybe that's why you're so obedient. Shoto. Shut up. My dad is the #2 hero. One of the best in the world. Don't you dare disrespect him. I don't know who you are, but if you don't stop now, I'll. Dabi. You'll what? Cry to your mommy. You think she even gives a damn about you? Unlike you, that twin of yours made some effort to talk to her. Even when you forced Shoka to torture your friend, Izuku, back then, she still remained the kind person she always was. Good people are forced by imbeciles and hypocrites like you to do bad things without them realizing it until it's too late. Like Mom did when she made the decision to accept Endeavor's marriage proposal all those years ago. Because she wanted to help her family. She had to marry a devil just to do that. Between them, Rei Todoroki's even more of a hero. She chose to bargain her own freedom for her parents' sakes. Tell me, Shoto Todoroki. Don't you even feel the least bad for her? Without any retort, Shoto could only grunt in frustration. Dabi. And for the cherry on top. That girl you're after, Momo Yaoyorozu, was it? Oh, wait, it's just Momo now. She denounced her family name after she turned into a demon. Hell, pretty sure she did that even before that. Let me guess, when your parents agreed to have both of you in a quirk marriage, one that both you and your old man proposed. How hilarious is that? Because of your greed, lust, and selfishness, you drove yet another person to fall from grace. And what's more, that person doesn't even love you. Ha 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 ha. The other person that Dabi was referring to, the one that fell from grace, was himself. He once wanted to be a hero, and because of Endeavor's actions, and a few from Shoto, he turned into who he is now. Katsuki. Oi, I see hot, how does this guy know so much about you? Shoto. I don't know, but it looks like he knows of my family's history. Not to mention our past, especially my desperations with Momo. Because of that, we can't let him leave this place alive. We have to silence him for good. Who knows what he'll do with that information? Katsuki grins. I'm all down for it. Dabi. Hey, to think heroes these days have fallen this low. I guess being a villain is better, after all. I'm glad this is the life I chose. Dabi lit his hands ablaze, as well as his heart. Dabi. Have at me. Damn fakes. As their battle commenced, a large area was covered in pink flames, and mist erupted from 2 different areas. Meanwhile, Izuku was walking along the rocky mountain. Dabi's flames were seen over in the distance, and Shoto's flames and Katsuki's explosions were seen in the same spot. Izuku smirked upon seeing that. Things were turning out better than expected. He was so happy, he felt like dancing. But those thoughts trailed off once he heard a cry for help. He rushed towards the source, only to be enraged. He saw Muscular punching a kid over to the side of the mountain. The kid dropped down, barely conscious. He was bleeding from the back of his head, and judging by the damage to the mountain, he might not live for long due to the circumstances. He rushed forward, punching Muscular to the side, which sent him flying, but he grabbed hold of the ground. Izuku. Muscular, what the hell? You're gonna kill a kid. Muscular. What's wrong with that? I was doing him a favor. I already sent his parents to hell, so I was gonna give them a reunion. Izuku. Disgusting. Izuku drew his blade, then dashed forward, slashing Muscular across the chest, which cut through the muscle he augmented. He also penetrated his legs so he couldn't move. Muscular rolled on the ground in pain, but Izuku didn't care. He walked over to the kid, to see how he was doing, which wasn't pretty good, not with his injuries. Izuku picked the kid up in his arms. He was livid to say the least. Izuku. The amount put into this little guy's injury is nothing compared to what I had to go through back then. The kid was still breathing, but it didn't look like he could keep it up for long. His life was slowly draining from his body. The kid, though barely conscious, can still see Izuku clearly. Izuku. Hey kid, what's your name? He wanted to at least make introductions first. Kota. 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 Izumi. Izuku. Kota Izumi. His last name's the same as my sis. Listen kid, sorry to make you hear this from a demon like me, but you're not gonna live for long, not after what that guy did to you. Tears welled up in Kota's eyes. He still had a long life ahead of him, yet that was all taken away from him by the very person responsible for murdering his parents. Izuku. Shish, don't cry. There is a way, but I doubt you'll like it. Kota gave him the, what is it? Look, Izuku. As you might know, demons can infinitely regenerate and can live forever. I don't want to turn you into a demon if you don't want to, so I need confirmation. Tell me kid, do you want to become a demon? Kota looked at Izuku, which the latter can tell he needed elaboration. Izuku sighs. Yes, there's a catch. You can no longer go into the sun, you have to serve the demon king himself, then you need to eat humans in order to grow stronger. Despite being immortal, you'll still feel hunger and thirst, so you need to eat and drink regularly. You'll keep your quirk, but it'll be upgraded due to history. And you'll also gain your own blood demon art. What it turns out to be isn't up to you, but up to fate. So, let me ask you again. Do you want to become a demon? Not having any other option, Kota nodded. Izuku. Are you sure? He nodded again. Izuku sighed as he put him on the ground. Izuku. May Lord Muzan find you worthy. Izuku cut his hand, letting some of his blood flow out. He gave only a few drops since Kota was still a child. Kota showed no signs of transforming, but his wounds were regenerating at a steady pace. Izuku. Geez, I wonder how my sister's doing. Then Kota suddenly got up. Izuku. Well, that was fast. Kota. What happened? Then he remembered everything. Kota. Oh, right. I turned into a demon, to save myself. Observing what he looks like, Izuku was glad he looked rather normal, compared to all the others he turned using his blood. Other than his more pale skin and longer and spikier hair, as well as his hat's horns growing on him, he looked rather normal. Izuku. You transformed faster than I expect. How do you feel? Kota. Alive. Thanks, Mr. Izuku. Don't mention it. Kota. So now that I'm a demon, what now? Izuku. Good question. For one, you have to consume human flesh. And for another, you have to go into hiding from the demon slayers. One look at you, knowing you're a demon, and they'll behead you with no mercy. Kota. I see, what about my Izuku? You're talking about Mandalay, correct? In that case, I'll read you to her shortly. From what I can tell, she cares about you a lot. Therefore, I can't possibly take you away from her. Then again, regarding what I previously said, it's a given that she and her team might be forced to commit seppuku, or worse, they'll be executed for harboring a demon with them. Kota looked guilty, although he wasn't on good terms with Mandalay because she was a hero, and he hates heroes. Deep down, he does care about her because she's family. Now that he's a demon, he's endangered them. Izuku. But you have another option. You can come with me, and I swear I'll let you visit them every once in a while. Your choice. Kota thought about it, then came to a decision. Kota. I'll go with you. If it means keeping them safe, and I can visit, so be it. Izuku. Good choice, kid. Now, what are you gonna do about brawn for brains over there? Kota. Demons eat humans, right? So maybe I should. Izuku. Do it. Needless to say, Muscular's death wasn't painless. Meanwhile, Tanjiro and Kanao, the sunflower duo, found themselves lurking around near the campsite. That was the main building where the students stayed for the night, but not all were there, currently. Kanao. Is this really a good idea? Tanjiro. I don't know for sure. But if we want to lower their defenses, we have to take the ones out from the inside. Remember, Eraserhead and most of the students from Class B, and the girls from Class A are to be spared. Kanao. But if they fight us? Tanjiro. That'll be a hard decision. The girls from Class are friendly towards us, as is the majority of Class B, but that was only with Izuku and I know. Unlike the girls, the guys from Class B aren't familiar with us yet. They may show hostility towards us. Kanao. Then we better think of a good explanation, then. Tanjiro. Yeah. They stealthily entered the building through the back door where the kitchen was, opening the door slowly, to be careful in case the door makes those annoying squeaking sounds that some do. The inside of the building was still lit up, and they could hear faint voices from inside. They looked at each other in understanding. Tanjiro sniffed the area, and he immediately located the location of where the students were. Tanjiro. There's a whole bunch of them in the room further down the hall. I recognize some of them. Kanao. You smell our targets. Tanjiro. No, it seems they're participating in the test of courage. Kanao. That's a shame. So who is there? Tanjiro. Denki Kaminari, Hontasiro, Koji Kota, and an unfamiliar female. There are more, but I take it they've just come back. Kanao. I see. Shall we proceed? Tanjiro. I don't see it fit to do so. Our targets aren't here. Kanao. But we can grab one of them and be off, right? Consider it like a backup in case the other targets haven't been taken after this whole operation is over. Tanjiro. You make a good point. But who should we take? Kanao. Whoever looks like Nomu material. We're looking for vessels to turn into Nomus for that new Nomu type. And I say, the one with the mountain-shaped head. Tanjiro nodded in understanding. He and Kanao then proceeded into the building, sneaking quietly in. Because Izuku wasn't close enough, they couldn't mask their presence. So they had to be extra careful when they're sneaking around the place. Thankfully, the building didn't have any cameras. Standing in front of the door to the room where the students were holding themselves in, Tanjiro prepared to bust it open with his son breathing. It seemed that someone sensed him from the inside when they heard the screaming of, "Get away!" Blasting the door open, and incinerating it completely, Tanjiro and Kanao were met with 6 regular demon slayers, who were eyeing them with fear. Behind them, the students were in fear for their lives. And the only pro-hero in the room, Vlad King, who was cowering behind them. Hey, look at their eye. One of the slayers pointed out the number engraved on one of Tanjiro and Kanao's eyeballs. Lower 1, and lower 3. They heard about how this batch of lower moons have the potential to kill even a pillar single-handedly. That struck fear into them, but that didn't get them to back down. They had a duty to fulfill. Stand back. Don't come any closer. But that didn't get them to stop. They kept approaching menacingly towards them. Kanao. We don't plan on staying long. We came for that kid, the one with the mountain for a head. Kota shuddered, knowing he was their target. Tanjiro. But we don't plan on killing anyone here. Not even him. We simply want his cooperation. Otherwise, we have to use force. Kanao. And although we do respect your resolves, we have to accomplish this task, by any means necessary. Even if it means resorting to killing. She had a scary glint in her eyes. Everyone in the room took a step back from them. Kanao. Well, everyone took defensive stances, not wanting to back down. Kanao sighs, how irritating. No matter. She drew her blade, which shone a light pink. Tanjiro also raised his, which was black, then turned red. Kanao. I guess by force it is, then. Meanwhile, Izumi was sitting against a tree in the middle of the forest. She found herself there, stuck in that place because of she couldn't take the pain in her arm anymore. She was currently wrapping her wound with the hem of her shirt, which she torn. And she took some small vines from the trees to apply pressure to her wound. She couldn't do much, with what she currently has, but the least she could do is hold out and bear with the pain, at least until she can get proper medical care. After she finished wrapping her wound, she took some deep breaths, trying to relax and ignore the pain. While doing so, she looked at her injury, gritting her teeth. Izumi. Those two, to think they'd fall that low, just to get what they wanted. Just wait till everyone hears about this. She tried getting up, but found herself too exhausted to do so. Izumi. Guess I'm stuck here, for a while. She looked up at the sky, watching the poison gas, mist, and the flames in the air. She didn't know what to feel at this point. She curled herself up, holding her knees close to her face. Deep in thought, Izumi began reflecting everything she's been through, and everything she put her brother through. Turns out, she thought it was better for her to have just accepted getting assaulted by those two. She'd have accepted that punishment, as it was way worse than a merciful punishment like death. But she knew Izuku wouldn't have wanted that. But regardless of what Izuku wanted, she'd accept an appropriate punishment to atone for her sins of the past. Izuku was her brother. She was supposed to protect him, but she ended up doing the opposite because she was dumb enough to believe a stupid lie. However, even though she was manipulated into doing so, it doesn't change the fact that she did partake in it. Izumi. Izuku might be nice to me now, but that's because he found it in his heart to give me a second chance, but I don't think I can give myself a second chance. I betrayed the person who I was supposed to protect, my own brother, and I even have the nerve to say that I love him more than that. She couldn't help but laugh a little, in tears, of her own stupidity. Izumi. I'm a fucking idiot. Well, isn't that not obvious? Startled, she looked around in a panic, hearing the new voice. Hee. Don't worry, it's just me. Turning towards the wall of shadows, a figure was walking out towards her. It turned out to be Momo, in all her demonic glory. Momo. Hey, Izumi, long time, no see. Izumi. Momo. We haven't spoken with each other since the sports festival. You look terrible, Izumi. I do, and I deserve it. Momo. Care to explain? In front of Izumi, Momo sat down on the floor, crossing her legs. Izumi. It's just, after everything I've done, everything I've put my own brother through, I feel that I deserve to be in the state I'm in. And to top it all off, I almost got raped by the two people I hate more than my own parents. Momo stayed silent. That was a gesture for Izumi to continue. Izumi. Okay, fine. I'm a horrible sister, not even someone who deserves a second chance from her brother. And yet, here I am. Izuku gave me and the other girls a second chance months ago, maybe even more, and we took it. I don't know about the others, but like I said, I don't deserve a second chance. Not by a long shot. After screaming her feelings out, she was breathing shakily. Momo showed no emotion to her confessions. Momo. And why do you think that is? Izumi. I bullied my brother. No, bullied is an understatement. It was basically torture for him. I used my quirk on him numerous times. Threw him into walls, garbage bins, and I even threw him out the window once. And on the last day I saw him as a human, I threatened to choke him to death with my quirk. If you were in my place, would you give yourself a second chance? Momo. You want to hear my opinion, Izumi. In all honesty, I agree with you. You don't deserve a second chance. Izumi nodded, then looked down. Momo. You tortured him for over a decade, hoping to get him to give up on becoming a hero. And you were successful, but at a cost. He ended up becoming worse than any of his tormentors. Same goes for me and those two. Don't get me wrong, I hate all of the boys from our childhood who ever raised a hand against Izuku. But we've done far worse than they could ever have. Izumi raised her head, looking into her eyes, but she was more focused on her single eye on the left side, with the kanji for Lower Moon 6. Momo. We've abandoned our humanity, just to escape any connections we have with the bad memories. After that, we decided to serve the Demon King, to aid him into achieving his goal. We've killed people, we even tortured them, and ate almost all of our victims. We even killed innocents just to spite the ones that made Izuku's life hell. Their parents, their close friends, even some of their mentors, which were former heroes, who now all reside in the pits of hell. But we don't regret a single one of those, not even in the slightest. That's how much we abandoned our humanity. Izumi. And you're telling me this because you want me to hate myself, don't you? Or do you have some other motive? Momo. You've gotten smarter. It's both, actually. I want you to hate yourself for what you did all those years ago. But that's just a possibility I considered to happen. Either way, I win. Izumi. What are you talking about? Momo. Izumi, why do you think I'm here talking with you? Izumi. I don't really care why. And you don't have to tell me. Forget I asked. Momo. Fine. I didn't want to tell you, anyway. Izumi. But look, no matter what your intentions are, whether it be to hate myself or to make me regret what I did a whole lot more, I don't really care anymore. Momo. I see. Moving back to earlier about second chances, I did say I agree with you about not deserving a second chance. But I wasn't finished. While I did say that, I also believe you can atone for what you did. It's the least you could do, after all. Izumi. Atone. You think what I did can be atoned for? In what world? Momo sighs. You really are hopeless. You deeply regret what you did, that's good. But you still must atone for it. And stop viewing yourself like you're some girl who belongs in the streets. You think Izuku would want that? Izumi. No. But tell me, in what way can what I've done be atoned for? Momo. I could tell you, but it's no fun that way. I want this to be a guessing game for you, to see if you're able to figure it out. Izumi. She's messing with me, I know it. There's no way there's any atonement for what I've done. Momo. Oh, well. I'll see you later. I still have a mission I need to accomplish. Izumi. I see, and you're just gonna leave me here. I might die, you know. Momo. That's a possibility, but no. I'm not gonna leave you here in this pitiful state. In the next second, Momo picked Izumi up and placed her on her back. Izumi. Thanks, I guess. Momo then walked deeper into the forest. Momo. Oh, by the way, Izuku said he wanted to have a little chat with you. Something about an offer, after he found out about what those two tried to do to you. Izumi. An offer? Did he say what? Momo. No, he said it's a surprise. Izumi. I see. Hey, Momo. Momo. Yes, Izumi. Do you hate me, by any chance? Momo. I hated what you did, but I couldn't find it in my heart to ever hate you. Not even as a demon, I never once found myself to even begin to hate you. I think it's because you were a cherished friend of mine before you began Izuku's years of torment. It's that attachment that's been keeping me from hating you. I guess you could say a part of my humanity still remains, and I accept that. Izumi couldn't find any words to respond. Instead, she buried her face in Momo's back, then sobbed quietly. Momo smiled to herself. Meanwhile, in the starting line for the test of courage, the students were panicking. Not just because of the sudden attack and ambush, but because they were facing against a maniac boar and a yellow dude in the forest. Any of that sound familiar? Like it came out of a horror movie made out of a children's series. No. Anyway, they were being attacked by Inosuke and Zenitsu. Currently, they had their eyes set on kidnapping Shoji because he was on their list. But he was being guarded by the one guy from Class B who was disliked by all girls in both classes and the guys in 1B. That was Shihun. Inosuke. You there? The tall guy who's being fed who the hell knows what. Come with us right now. Shoji. And why the hell would I do that? Inosuke. Just do it. Zenitsu. Come quietly, and nobody gets hurt. You don't wanna end up like your precious heroes now, don't you? He pointed his blade to the unconscious figures of Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and Tiger. All had numerous cuts along their bodies. Zenitsu. So just comply. If you do, you may keep your lives. Shi-hoon. Hey, big guy. These guys, they're demons, aren't they? How are we gonna beat them? Shoji. We don't have those special blades that slayers use, and the night's only just begun. The only way out of this is to survive for as long as possible. But they seem to want to take me alive. But for what? Inosuke. Gah, I've grown sick of waiting. Let's get him. Inosuke began charging towards the two. Zenitsu. Tisk. As impatient as ever. Where's Aoi when you need her to calm a boar down? Zenitsu also followed in Inosuke's tracks. Shi-hoon. Here they come. Shoji. Survive. Not even 10 seconds later. Shoji was already being held up by the hair by Zenitsu. The former was unconscious. His limbs were severed, and he was bleeding all over. As for Shi-hoon, he was kicked by Inosuke over to the tree, which ultimately led to him being unconscious. Inosuke. Can I eat that dude? Zenitsu. No, as far as I'm aware, he's MI-no's prey. Inosuke. Damn it, fine. Zenitsu. We'll get you something to eat once this is all over. The sooner we finish, the sooner we feast. Then Zenitsu heard approaching footsteps. Zenitsu. You two finished. Took you long enough. The two approaching were Tanjiro and Kanao. The latter was dragging Kota by the leg with an attached vine. Tanjiro. I see you're finished, too. So, are we gonna head back now? Zenitsu. Yes, and we better be quick. Otherwise, Inosuke might end up deciding to eat himself. Inosuke. Oi, Zenitsu. You know I'm right. And so they went on to the rendezvous point, with Inosuke and Zenitsu arguing the entire way. Times KIP. It was 15 minutes later that the entire forest went quiet. Other than the sparks emitting from the forest, there was no noise. Mandalay and her team just woke up from getting knocked unconscious. Over on the side, Shi-hoon was roughed up pretty badly, despite only having 10 seconds of treatment from getting his skull bashed against a tree. And Shoji was nowhere to be found. They were confused as to what had happened, other than the fact that they were beaten up by a wild boar and a yellow dude. Kota. Hey, turning to their sides, they saw Kota running towards them. Mandalay. Kota. She stood up, limping, then hugged Kota, though she could tell something was off about him. Mandalay. I'm so glad you're all right. Where have you been? Kota didn't answer. He only looked down. Mandalay. Kota. Then Mandalay noticed the blood on Kota's hands and mouth. Crying, Kota looked up at Mandalay, and she got a clear view of his facial features. Slitted eyes, pale skin, and fangs. It was clear to her what had happened to Kota. Pixie Bob and Tiger also found out, and they were shocked beyond belief. Kota had turned into a demon. Mandalay. Kota, what happened? Why are you a demon? Kota. I'm sorry, I almost died. The guy who killed Mom and Dad, he was here, he beat me up. I nearly died, I wanted to live, and then, another set of footsteps was heard. They turned to the source, and saw a young man with 6 eyes on his face walking up to them, staring menacingly. They already knew who this was. He was all over the news numerous times already. Tiger and Pixie Bob went in front of Mandalay and Kota as defense. Izuku. Chill out, I'm not here to start a fight. Kota. It's true. He's the one who saved me. That baffled the WWPC. But then again, Izuku did save Shinso, a UA student. So saving a child wasn't below him. Izuku. I don't want to waste any time here, so I'll make this brief. I was the one who turned Kota into a demon. A villain beat him up and put him at death's door. You may know him as Muscular. Tiger. The villain who murdered Kota's parents, he told us. Izuku. Exactly. Despite us being on the same team, I never liked him. Killing a child isn't something he'd go against. There's no way I was gonna let him kill someone so young. Tiger. Right, then where is he now? Izuku. Dead. I preferred to be the one who killed him, but Kota wanted revenge. So I gave him the honor. Pixie Bob. You let a child kill someone. And you encouraged it. Izuku. I thought it appropriate. Who wouldn't want revenge on their parent's killer? They gave him a glare. Izuku. Okay, fine. I wouldn't want revenge on my parent's killer. In fact, I'd treat them for a beer if they did. Tiger. Enough talk. I can tell you have another reason for coming here with Kota. Izuku. Alright, after I turned Kota into a demon, I told him about the impact it'd have on you. For one, the Demon Slayer Corps would not approve of this. The Slayers will force you to commit seppuku or execute you on the spot if they ever found out. And worse, they'll try to kill Kota the moment they find out he's a demon. Mandalay. What, Kota, is this true? Kota. Yes. Izuku. That's why I offered to take him in. Tiger. And why would we agree? Izuku. Well, for one, it'd be a waste to have some true and reliable heroes be executed. Even Stain agrees. Therefore, I can't accept you guys getting killed. The WWPC were stunned, to say the least. Saving Kota, that was one thing, since he was a kid. But they didn't expect Izuku to want to save them. Izuku. Oh, and if I do take him in, I promise to have him visit from time to time. Maybe at least once or twice a week. If that's okay with you. They dropped their guards. They looked at Kota, who was hugging Mandalay like there's no tomorrow. Then they looked at each other. The understanding in their eyes made them pick the hard decision. Mandalay, will you take care of him if we entrust him in your care? Izuku. You have my word. Mandalay. Then fine. Just don't hurt him. And don't get him killed, please. Izuku. I won't. And I can't help but notice you lot are way too trusting of me. Why is that, Pixie Bob? Maybe it's because of your reputation. Tiger. Although you are known for atrocities, such as taking part in the Hosu invasion, you still have a soft spot in your heart for those who you deem to deserve it. Izuku. Huh, I guess I do. Kota then said his goodbyes, as he went with Izuku to the rendezvous point. But, before they left, Izuku gave them instructions as to how they'll act when asked what happened to Kota. The WWPC watched them leave with sad smiles. Mandalay. Be safe, Kota. Izuku Yagi. No, Izuku Sugikuni, please keep him safe. Then they picked Shihun up to bring him back to camp. Later, at the rendezvous point, most of the team had already finished their tasks. They were still waiting for a few more. Shoji was unconscious with Zenitsu and Inosuke. Kota was also unconscious with Tanjiro and Kanao. Sato was brainwashed by Shinso's quirk, and he was standing there like an empty husk. Toga successfully got blood off of 3 students. Those being the 3 captives. The ones who joined Shinso were Spinner and Magna. They were there in case Shinso needed some backup. It was a relief that they got there in time. The moment they arrived, they saw Sue being pushed down by the sugarman, and Spinner beat him up with his oversized blade. And then Magna did the honors of taking Sue back to camp, but discreetly. As for Stain, he worked alone in this operation. He hunted down whoever he deemed to be a fake. Like Ojiro, who he took out after he tried forcing himself on Toru, who took off with some unconscious 1B students with her. The chainsaw Nomu, yeah, who the hell knows what happened to it? Pretty sure it walked into the fire and burnt itself so ashes, so it's gone. Moonfish somehow got himself captured by Tokiyami, unfortunately. As for Mustard, he just got back after swirling up that poison gas of his. Twice, he and Toga were paired up for support, but Toga was mainly for blood collection. Nezuko was the one responsible for the pink flames suddenly coming out of nowhere. She just got back. Ochako and Jiro were told to do whatever they pleased. And that was to beat the shit out of Kirishima after he tried to force himself onto Mina with his so-called Manly Man Jr., which was barely an inch. Genya was up in the mountains for sniping people after he got a sniper from Tsunemi, definitely stolen from a military base. But unfortunately for him, he didn't get the opportunity to because the trees were everywhere. As for Mino, he had yet another unpleasant encounter with his ex-childhood friend. He ran away immediately after dissing her and Sei-yun out. Then the Tokido twins. They got lost, but they found their way back. They were the ones that made the mist. The ones who hadn't returned yet were Izuku, Momo, Dabi, and Compress. And speak of the demonic beauty, she just arrived, with Izumi on her back. Ochako. Hey, Momo. And Izumi, what's she doing here? Momo. Izuku said he had an offer for her. I don't know what it's about, just that he wanted to speak with Izumi about it. Ochako. I see. Dabi. Oi oi. They all turned to see Dabi and Compress approaching them. The former having 2 marbles in his palms. Dabi. What's Broccoli Girl doing here? Didn't I tell you to run away? Izumi. Oh, it's you. Dabi. You didn't answer my question. Zenitsu. And she doesn't have to. Momo told us Izuku's got an offer for Izumi. We can't argue with him. Genya. And speak of the demon, he's here. And now, Izuku and Kota were coming back. Izuku. Hey, I take it everything went well. Nezuko. Forest burnt. Dabi. Check. Muichiro. Mist covering another part of the forest. Yuichiro. Check. Toga. Targets. Compress. Check. Dabi. The rabid nuke and candy cane bastards in these marbles. Izuku. And no heroes interfered. By the way, what happened to Racerhead and Vlad King? Tanjiro. We had to knock him out because we didn't wanna kill him. Kanao. But we did kill some slayers that were in our way, and we might have left a few kids traumatized. Izuku. So then everything went well, how about Vlad King? Tanjiro and Kanao looked at each other. Kanao. It went like this. Flashback. After Tanjiro and Kanao disposed of the slayers, Aizawa came in and attacked them to protect the students, despite having a dislike for the boys in 1A. Still, they were his responsibility. And as a hero, and their teacher, he had to protect them. But he failed, since he got knocked out by Tanjiro in the next few seconds. Tanjiro. It would be wise to stay out of this, Eraserhead. Even I wouldn't want to kill you. Kanao. Now, she looked at the students, who were backed up against the wall, and Vlad King was behind them, using them as meat shields. In a panic, he yelled. Vlad. Please, I'll do anything you want. I'll even sacrifice my students to you guys. Just don't kill me. After that, the room went silent. The students, shaking out of their state of fear, they looked at Vlad, shocked. They never expected this out of him. He was usually the one who'd face danger head-on, and be confident about it. Monoma. Sensei. What the hell? Kamakiri. Yeah, you gonna throw us away? Kuwaro. What the hell is wrong with you? Vlad. Shut up. These are demons we're facing. You can't expect me to just accept my fate and be eaten, could you? If anything, you should go in my place and be eaten instead. It's the least you could do to repay me after I taught you everything I knew about being heroes. Tanjiro. Disgusting. They all turned to his direction. He was holding a face of disgust. Disgust towards Vlad King's actions. Tanjiro. We were only here to capture a student, not kill any of you. Kanao. But it seems in fear, you showed your Touré colors. Just to save yourself. Vlad. So, you're not here to kill me. Kanao. What would we gain from killing you? What good will it do? Tanjiro. One less fake hero is a small difference when there's millions more out there in this cruel world. Kanao. Exactly, attempting to sacrifice the students for your own benefit, how unbecoming of a teacher, much less a hero. Tanjiro dashed forward, pushing past the students, then finally in front of Vlad King. Tanjiro. Death is far merciful for you, live your life in misery, as news of what just happened spreads across the public eye. He delivered a slash across his chest area, which left him on the ground in pain. He felt as if his flesh was burning. Kanao also appeared behind Kota, then sprayed some sleeping gas on him. Kanao. We got what we came for. Let's go. And then they jumped out the window, leaving the students traumatized and disappointed in their teacher. They'll be sure to spread the news to the public. That's if the Hero Commission doesn't have anything to do about it. Present time. Kanao. And that's about it. Spinner. So let me get this straight. Vlad King, the guy who acts all tough on the field, gets scared of 2 demons, then decides to turn his back on his students, just so he could save his own sorry ass. Magna. And he did it in front of his students. That will put a black mark on his record. Tanjiro. Yeah, even I find myself disappointed in his behavior, and that's coming from a demon who kills people for food. Izuku. Well, it's not as surprising for me anymore. In a world full of fakes, there was a chance he was one of them. Izumi was listening in on everything. She was deep in thought once again. Izumi. Vlad King. Also a fake. Even when his students looked up to him as their mentor and gave him their respect, only to throw them away. So this is what hero society has come to. This is the reality. There are little no none real heroes left. Eraserhead, Present Mike, Midnight, and some of the other staff back at school, they're the only ones left who can be called real heroes, and I. Izuku. Hey, Izumi. Izumi. Huh, looking up, she saw a purple portal had formed in the middle of their rendezvous point. Izuku. We're leaving, and you're coming with us. Izumi. Not like I have a choice. Momo's carrying me. Izuku. Good, now let's go. They all walked through the portal, and on the other side, was a factory of some sorts. Tubes were everywhere, and what they were holding inside were nomus. Lots and lots of nomus. Izumi. What is this place? To answer that, this is the Nomu factory. Stepping out of the shadows, some Darth Vader-looking gigachad walked out. He was wearing a business suit like you'd see in those spy movies, and a lot of wires were attached to his mask. It's used for life support, but some dude smoking weed will probably think he's inhaling drugs with it. This was all for one, in the potato-faced flesh. Izumi. Who? AFO. Well. If it isn't All Might's only daughter. Izuku. Izumi, this is all for one. All Might's nemesis. Izumi's eyes went wide. AFO. Your reaction is most expected from this revelation. I believe All Might told you he killed me all those years ago. Well, that's what he thought. Izuku. Like after our quirk tests, he was too excited that he ignored anything else that's supposed to be important or will play a significant role in his downfall. That being me, or the possibility that All for One survived his attack. AFO. Correct. Dabi. Hey, boss. Where should we put these assholes? AFO. The thick boys with the muscles and builds, keep them here. We shall commence the operation to turn them into nomus as soon as possible. And Katsuki Bakugo. Well, we take his quirk, then let him go. Dabi. And Shoto Todoroki. AFO. We do the same. Dabi and the rest of the Vanguard Action Squad began preparing the thick boy's transformation into nomus. Izumi. You're letting that Pomeranian and the prick go. Why? Izuku. It was my idea. Ochako. It was for them to suffer. Jiro. As Izuku had suffered, they will, too. Quirkless discrimination, being shunned by everyone around them because of not having a quirk. Momo. Izuku wanted them to feel the exact same pain. Izuku. And hitting them in their egos, that's where it'll hurt the most. Izumi. So, what now? What comes next? Everything is more or less a success already. Izuku. Ah, yes, the offer I have for you. Izumi. What is it? Izuku. Izumi, I have already given you this offer back then, but that was just a trick question to see how much you've changed. But now, it's for real. Izumi, will you become a demon? Everyone stared in silence. Izumi, she was surprised, to say the least. The only sounds heard were the sounds of the captives getting hooked up into tubes. Izumi. Izuku, are you serious? Izuku. Did I stutter? Izumi gulped a lump down her throat. She felt nervous, not knowing what to respond. Izumi. What's the catch? Izuku. The hell do you mean what's the catch? I'm offering you a chance to become a demon. That's all. Well, other than you have to serve Lord Muzan from now on. If you do, there's no other catch. Nezuko. Come on, it'll be great. Zenitsu. Yeah, you can hang out with us more often. Inosuke. I'll teach you how to fight. Follow the path of the mighty. Muichiro. I'm fine with any outcome. As long as she's our friend, I'm alright with any decision she makes. Tanjiro. I second that. Izuku. See, even they want you to join us. And they know how you've treated me in the past. Upon that mention, everything she's done and the stuff she talked with Momo about came back to her. She looked down guiltily. Izumi. Right, the past. Do you really want someone like me to join you? Or rather, will you really accept me, even after everything I've done? What I did was unforgivable to a fault. My own flesh and blood, My own brother. I hurt him. I hurt you. Why are you nice enough to give me a second chance? Izuku. Honestly, I believe that everyone who deserves a second chance should have it. That includes you. Is that reason enough? Izumi. Izuku. I'll give you some time to think about it. For now, rest up. Momo. Set her down somewhere she can recover. And do something to patch her up. Momo nodded. She took Izumi to a separate room, along with Ochako and Jiro, who wanted a word with Izumi. AFO came back. AFO. So, how did it go? Izuku. I gave her time to think about it. I'm not forcing her to become a demon if she doesn't want to. AFO. I see. Izuku. Anyway, what of the captives? AFO. Right, well, apparently, while we were getting them ready for the process of turning into a Nomu, it turned out that we have miscalculated one small thing. Izuku. And that is. AFO. Their phones. They somehow weren't destroyed when you attacked, and they had their tracking signals on. So, our location may or may not have already been compromised because of it. Izuku. That's gonna be a problem. Have you turned the signals off yet? Or at least destroyed their phones? AFO. Not yet. Something tells me this might act in our favor if we leave their tracking signals on. Izuku. How so? Tanjiro. We're listening. AFO. We lead the heroes right to us, and make them think that they got us by surprise. And when they least expect it, we ambush them. Izuku. Ah, that sounds perfect. Zenitsu. It's like that meme all over again. Genya. Which one? Zenitsu. The one where some dudes were pointing guns at the back of their targets' heads. It's this one. Genya. Oh, that one. Tanjiro. So, how will it go? AFO. Alright, here's the plan. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to hype this video as it helps a lot, and now we will see you in the next video.